Preface of an Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation by Jeremy Bentham. Preface. The following sheets were, as the note on the opposite page expresses, printed so long ago as the year 1780. The design, in pursuance of which they were written, was not so extensive as that announced by the present title. They had, at that time, no other destination than that of serving as an introduction to a plan of a penal code in terminus, designed to follow them, in the same volume. The body of the work had received its completion according to the then present extent of the author's views, when, in the investigation of some flaws he had discovered, he found himself unexpectedly entangled in an unsuspected corner of the metaphysical maze. A suspension, at first not apprehended to be more than a temporary one, necessarily ensued. Suspension brought on coolness, and coolness, aided by other concurrent causes, ripened into disgust. Imperfections pervading the whole mass had already been pointed out by the sincerity of severe and discerning friends, and conscience had certified the justness of their censure. The inordinate length of some of the chapters, the apparent inutility of others, and the dry and metaphysical turn of the whole, suggested an apprehension that, if published in its present form, the work would contend unto great disadvantages for any chance it might on other accounts possess of being read, and consequently of being of use. But though in this manner the idea of completing the present work slid insensibly aside, that was not by any means the case with the considerations which had led him to engage in it. Every opening which promised to afford the lights he stood in need of was still pursued. As occasion arose, the several departments connected with that in which he had at first engaged were successively explored, insomuch that, in one branch or other of the pursuit, his researches have nearly embraced the whole field of legislation. Several causes have conspired at present to bring to light, under this new title, a work which under its original one had been imperceptibly, but as it had seemed irrevocably, doomed to oblivion. In the course of 8 years, materials for various works, corresponding to the different branches of the subject of legislation, had been produced, and some nearly reduced to shape. And in every one of those works, the principles exhibited in the present publication had been found so necessary, that, either to transcribe them piecemeal, or to exhibit them somewhere where they could be referred to in the lump, was found unavoidable. The former course would have occasioned repetitions too bulky to be employed without necessity in the execution of a plan unavoidably so voluminous. The latter was therefore indisputably the preferable one. To publish the materials in the form in which they were already printed, or to work them up into a new one, was therefore the only alternative. The latter had all along been his wish, and had time and the requisite degree of alacrity been at command, it would as certainly have been realized. Cogent considerations, however, concur with the irksomeness of the task in placing the accomplishment of it at present at an unfathomable distance. Another consideration is, that the suppression of the present work, had it been ever so decidedly wished, is no longer altogether in his power. In the course of so long an interval, various incidents have introduced copies into various hands, for some of which they have been transferred by deaths and other accidents, into others that were unknown to him. Detached but considerable extracts have been published, without any dishonourable views, for the name of the author was very honestly subjoined to them, but without his privity, and in publications undertaken without his knowledge. It may perhaps be necessary to add, to complete his excuse for offering the public a work pervaded by blemishes, which have not escaped even the author's partial eye, that the censure, so justly bestowed upon the form, did not extend itself to the matter. In sending it thus abroad into the world with all its imperfections upon its head, he thinks it may be of assistance to the few readers he can expect to receive a short intimation of the chief particulars, in respect of which it fails of corresponding with his maturer views. It will thence be observed how in some respects it fails of quadrating with the design announced by its original title, as in others it does with that announced by the one it bears at present. An introduction to a work which takes for its subject the totality of any science ought to contain all such matters, and such matters only, as belong in common to every particular branch of that science, or at least to more branches of it than one. Compared with the present title, the present work fails in both ways of being conformable to that rule. As an introduction to the principles of morals, in addition to the analysis it contains of the extensive ideas signified by the terms pleasure, pain, motive, and disposition, it ought to have given a similar analysis of the not less extensive, though much less determinate, ideas annexed to the terms emotion, passion, appetite, virtue, vice, and some others, including the names of the particular virtues and vices. But as the true, and, if he conceives right, the only true groundwork for the development of the latter set of terms has been laid by the explanation of the former, the completion of such a dictionary, so to style it, would, in comparison of the commencement, be little more than a mechanical operation. Again, as an introduction to the principles of legislation in general, it ought rather to have included matters belonging exclusively to the civil branch, than matters more particularly applicable to the penal, the latter being but a means of compassing the ends proposed by the former. In preference, therefore, or at least in priority, to the several chapters will be found relative to punishment, it ought to have exhibited a set of propositions which have since presented themselves to him as affording a standard for the operations performed by government in the creation and distribution of proprietary and other civil rights. He means certain axioms. Note, for example, it is worse to lose than simply not to gain. A loss falls the higher by being divided. The suffering of a person hurt in gratification of enmity is greater than the gratification produced, lay the same cause. These, and a few others, which he will have occasion to exhibit at the head of another publication, have the same claim to the appellation of axioms as those given by mathematicians under that name, since, referring to universal experience as their immediate basis, they are incapable of demonstration, and require only to be developed and illustrated in order to be recognized as incontestable. He means certain axioms of what may be termed mental pathology, expressive of the connection betwixt the feelings of the parties concerned and the several classes of incidents, which either call for or are produced by operations of the nature above mentioned. The consideration of the division of offences, and everything else that belongs to offences, ought, besides, to have preceded the consideration of punishment, for the idea of punishment presupposes the idea of offence, punishment, as such, not being inflicted, but in consideration of offence. Lastly, the analytical discussions relative to the classification of offences would, according to his present views, be transferred to a separate treatise, in which the system of legislation is considered solely in respect of its form, in other words, in respect of its method and terminology. In these respects the performance fails of coming up to the author's own ideas of what should have been exhibited in a work bearing the title he has now given it, viz., that of an introduction to the principles of morals and legislation. He knows, however, of no other that would be less unsuitable, nor in particular would so adequate an imitation of its actual contents have been given, by a title corresponding to the more limited design with which it was written, viz., that of serving as an introduction to a penal code. Yet more dry and tedious as a great part of the discussions it contains must unavoidably be found by the bulk of readers, he knows not how to regret the having written them, nor even the having made them public. Under every head the practical uses, to which the discussions contained under that head appeared applicable, are indicated; nor is there, he believes, a single proposition that he has not found occasion to build upon in the penning of some article or other of those provisions of detail, of which a body of law, authoritative or unauthoritative, must be composed. He will venture to specify particularly, in this view, the several chapters shortly characterized by the words sensibility, actions, intentionality, consciousness, motives, dispositions, consequences. Even in the enormous chapter on the division of offences, which, notwithstanding the forced compression the plan has undergone in several of its parts, in manner there mentioned, occupies no fewer than 104 closely printed quarto pages. The 10 concluding ones are employed in a statement of the practical advantages that may be reaped from the plan of classification which it exhibits. Those in whose sight the defence of usury has been fortunate enough to find favour, may reckon as one instance of those advantages the discovery of the principles developed in that little treatise. In the preface to an anonymous tract (footnote, a fragment on government, etc., reprinted 1822), published so long ago as in 1776, he had hinted at the utility of a natural classification of offences, in the character of a test for distinguishing genuine from spurious ones. The case of usury is one among a number of instances of the truth of that observation. A note at the end of section 35, chapter 16 of the present publication may serve to show how the opinions developed in that tract owed their origin to the difficulty experienced in the attempt to find a place in his system for that imaginary offence. To some readers, as a means of helping them to support the fatigue of wading through an analysis of such enormous length, he would almost recommend the beginning with those 10 concluding pages. One good, at least, may result from the present publication, viz., that the more he has trespassed on the patience of the reader on this occasion, the less need he will have to do so on future ones, so that this may do to those the office which is done by books of pure mathematics to books of mixed mathematics and natural philosophy. The narrower the circle of reader is, within which the present work may be condemned to confine itself, the less limited may the number of those to whom the fruits of his succeeding labours may be found accessible. He may therefore in this respect find himself in the condition of those philosophers of antiquity who are represented as having held 2 bodies of doctrine, a popular and an occult one, but with this difference, that in his instance the occult and the popular will, he hopes, be found as consistent as in those they were contradictory, and that in his production whatever there is of occultness has been the pure result of sad necessity, and in no respect of choice. Having, in the course of this advertisement, had such frequent occasion to allude to different arrangements as having been suggested by more extensive and mature reviews, it may perhaps contribute to the satisfaction of the reader to receive a short intimation of their nature, the rather as, without such explanation, references, made here and there to unpublished works, might be productive of perplexity and mistake. The following, then, are the titles of the works by the publication of which his present designs would be completed. They are exhibited in the order which seemed to him best fitted for apprehension, and in which they would stand disposed, were the whole assemblage ready to come out at once. But the order in which they will eventually appear may probably enough be influenced in some degree by collateral and temporary considerations. Part the First. Principles of legislation in matters of civil, and more distinctively termed private distributive, or for shortness, distributive law. Part the Second. Principles of legislation in matters of penal law. Part the Third. Principles of legislation in matters of procedure, uniting in one view the criminal and civil branches, between which no line can be drawn, but a very indistinct one, and that continually liable to variation. Part the Fourth. Principles of legislation in matters of reward. Part the Fifth. Principles of legislation in matters of public distributive, more concisely as well as familiarly termed constitutional law. Part the Sixth. Principles of legislation in matters of political tactics, or the art of maintaining order in the proceedings of political assemblies, so as to direct them to the end of their institution, viz., by a system of rules which are to the constitutional branch in some respects what the law of procedure is to the civil and the penal. Part the Seventh. Principles of legislation in matters betwixt nation and nation, or, to use a new though not inexpressive appellation, in matters of international law. Part the Eighth. Principles of legislation in matters of finance. Part the Ninth. Principles of legislation in matters of political economy. Part the Tenth. Plan of a body of law, complete in all its branches, considered in respect of its form, in other words, in respect of its method and terminology, including a view of the origination and connection of the ideas expressed by the short list of terms, [Footnote: Such as obligation, right, power, possession, title, exemption, immunity, franchise, privilege, nullity, validity, and the like, and footnote, the exposition of which contains all that can be said with propriety to belong to the head of universal jurisprudence. The use of the principles laid down under the above several heads is to prepare the way for the body of law itself, exhibited in terminis, and which, to be complete with reference to any political state, must consequently be calculated for the meridian, and adapted to the circumstances of some one such state in particular. Had he had unlimited power of drawing upon time, and every other condition necessary, it would be his wish to postpone the publication of each part to the completion of the whole, in particular the use of the 10 parts, which exhibit what appear to him the dictates of utility in every line, being no other than to furnish reasons for the several corresponding provisions contained in the body of law itself. The exact truth of the former can never be precisely ascertained, till the provisions, to which they are destined to apply, are themselves ascertained, and that in terminus. But as the infirmity of human nature renders all plans precarious in the execution, in proportion as they are extensive in the design, and as he has already made considerable advances in several branches of the theory, without having made correspondent advances in the practical applications, he deems it more than probable that the eventual order of publication will not correspond exactly with that which, had it been equally practicable, would have appeared most eligible. Of this irregularity the unavoidable result will be a multitude of imperfections, which, if the execution of the body of law in terminus had kept pace with the development of the principles, so that each part had been adjusted and corrected by the other, might have been avoided. His conduct, however, will be the less swayed by this inconvenience, from his suspecting it to be of the number of those in which the personal vanity of the author is much more concerned than the instruction of the public, since whatever amendments may be suggested in the detail of the principles by the literal fixation of the provisions to which they are relative, may easily be made in a corrected edition of the former, succeeding upon the publication of the latter. In the course of the ensuing pages, references will be found, as already intimated, some to the plan of a penal code to which this work was meant as an introduction, some to other branches of the above-mentioned general plan, under titles somewhat different from those by which they have been mentioned here. The giving this warning is all which it is in the author's power to do, to save the reader from the perplexity of looking out for what has not as yet any existence. The recollection of the change of plan will in like manner account for several similar incongruities not worth particularizing. Allusion was made, at the outset of this advertisement, to some unspecified difficulties, as the causes of the original suspension and unfinished completion of the present work. Ashamed of his defeat, and unable to dissemble it, he knows not how to reface himself the benefit of such an apology as a slight sketch of the nature of those difficulties may afford. The discovery of them was produced by the attempt to solve the questions that will be found at the conclusion of the volume, wherein consisted the identity and completeness of a law, what the distinction and where the separation between a penal and a civil law, what the distinction and where the separation between the penal and the other branches of the law. To give a completed and correct answer to these questions, it is but too evident that the relations and dependencies of every part of the legislative system, with respect to every other, must have been comprehended and ascertained. But it is only upon a view of these parts themselves that such an operation could have been performed. To the accuracy of such a survey, one necessary condition would therefore be the complete existence of the fabric to be surveyed. To the performance of this condition no example is as yet to be met with anywhere. Common law, as it styles itself in England, judiciary law, as it might aptly be styled everywhere, that fictitious composition which has no known person for its author, no known assemblage of words for its substance, forms everywhere the main body of the legal fabric. Like that fancied ether which in default of sensible matter fills up the measure of the universe, shreds and scraps of real law, stuck upon that imaginary ground, compose the furniture of every national code. What follows? That he who, for the purpose just mentioned, or for any other, wants an example of a complete body of law to refer to, must begin with making one. There is, or rather there ought to be, a logic of the will, as well as of the understanding. The operations of the former faculty are neither less susceptible nor less worthy than those of the latter, of being delineated by rules. Of these two branches of that recondite art Aristotle saw only the latter. Succeeding logicians, treading in the steps of their great founder, have concurred in seeing with no other eyes. Yet so far as a difference can be assigned between branches so intimately connected, whatever difference there is in point of importance is in favour of the logic of the will, since it is only by their capacity of directing the operations of this faculty that the operations of the understanding are of any consequence. Of this logic of the will, the science of law, considered in respect of its form, is the most considerable branch, the most important application. It is to the art of legislation what the science of anatomy is to the art of medicine, with this difference, that the subject of it is what the artist has to work with, instead of being what he has to operate upon. Nor is the body politic less in danger from a want of acquaintance with the one science than the body natural from ignorance in the other. One example amongst 1,000 that might be adduced in proof of this assertion may be seen in the note which terminates this volume. Such then were the difficulties, such the preliminaries, an unexampled work to achieve, and then a new science to create, a new branch to add to one of the most abstruse of sciences. Yet more, a body of proposed law, how complete soever, would be comparatively useless and uninstructive, unless explained and justified, and that in every title by a continued accompaniment, a perpetual commentary of reasons. [Footnote: To the aggregate of them a common denomination has since been allotted, the rationale.] which reasons that the comparative value of such as point in opposite directions may be estimated, and the conjunct force of such as point in the same direction may be felt, must be marshalled, and put under subordination to such extensive and leading ones as are termed principles. There must be, therefore, not one system only, but two parallel and connected systems, running on together, the one of legislative provisions, the other of political reasons, each affording to the other correction and support. Are enterprises like these achievable? He knows not. This only he knows, that they have been undertaken, proceeded in, and that some progress has been made in all of them. He will venture to add, if at all achievable, never at least by one, to whom the fatigue of attending to discussions as arid as those which occupy the ensuing pages would either appear useless or feel intolerable. He will repeat it boldly, for it has been said before him, truths that form the basis of political and moral science are not to be discovered but by investigations as severe as mathematical ones, and beyond all comparison more intricate and extensive. The familiarity of the terms is a presumption, but is a most fallacious one, of the facility of the matter. Truths in general have been called stubborn things. The truths just mentioned are so in their own way. They are not to be forced into detached and general propositions, unencumbered with explanations and exceptions. They will not compress themselves into epigrams. They recoil from the tongue and the pen of the declaimer. They flourish not in the same soil with sentiment. They grow among thorns, and are not to be plucked like daisies by infants as they run. Labour, the inevitable lot of humanity, is in no track more inevitable than here. In vain would an Alexander bespeak a peculiar road for royal vanity, or a Ptolemy a smoother one for royal indolence. There is no king's road, no stadtholder's gate, to legislative any more than to mathematical science. End of the Preface.
Chapter 1 of an Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claude Banta. An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation by Jeremy Bentham. Chapter 1 of the Principle of Utility. Nature has placed mankind under the governance of two sovereign masters, pain and pleasure. It is for them alone to point out what we ought to do, as well as to determine what we shall do. On the one hand, the standard of right and wrong, on the other, the chain of causes and effects, are fastened to their throne. They govern us in all we do, in all we say, in all we think. Every effort we can make to throw off our subjection will serve but to demonstrate and confirm it. In words, a man may pretend to abjure their empire, but in reality he will remain subject to it all the while. The principle of utility recognizes this subjection, and assumes it for the foundation of that system, the object of which it is to rear the fabric of felicity by the hands of reason and of law. Systems which attempt to question it deal in sounds instead of sense, in caprice instead of reason, in darkness instead of light. But enough of metaphor and declamation. It is not by such means that moral science is to be improved. The principle of utility is the foundation of the present work. It will be proper, therefore, at the outset, to give an explicit and determinate account of what is meant by it. By the principle of utility is meant that principle which approves or disapproves of every action whatsoever, according to the tendency it appears to have to augment or diminish the happiness of the party whose interest is in question, or, what is the same thing in other words, to promote or to oppose that happiness. I say of every action whatsoever, and therefore not only of every action of a private individual, but of every measure of government. By utility is meant that property in any object whereby it tends to produce benefit, advantage, pleasure, good, or happiness. All this in the present case comes to the same thing, or, what comes again to the same thing, to prevent the happening of mischief, pain, evil, or unhappiness to the party whose interest is considered. If that party be the community in general, then the happiness of the community; if a particular individual, then the happiness of that individual. The interest of the community is one of the most general expressions that can occur in the phraseology of morals. No wonder that the meaning of it is often lost. When it has a meaning, it is this: the community is a fictitious body, composed of the individual persons who are considered as constituting as it were its members. The interest of the community, then, what is it? The sum of the interests of the several members who compose it. It is vain to talk of the interest of the community without understanding what is the interest of the individual. A thing is said to promote the interest, or to be for the interest of an individual, when it tends to add to the sum total of his pleasures, or, what comes to the same thing, to diminish the total sum of his pains. An action, then, may be said to be conformable to the principle of utility, or, for shortness' sake, to utility, meaning with respect to the community at large, when the tendency it has to augment the happiness of the community is greater than any it has to diminish it. A measure of government, which is but a particular kind of action performed by a particular person or persons, may be said to be conformable to or dictated by the principle of utility, when in like manner the tendency which it has to augment the happiness of the community is greater than any which it has to diminish it. When an action, or in particular a measure of government, is supposed by a man to be conformable to the principle of utility, it may be convenient for the purposes of discourse to imagine a kind of law or dictate called a law or dictate of utility, and to speak of the action in question as being conformable to such a law or dictate. A man may be said to be a partisan of the principle of utility when the approbation or disapprobation he annexes to any action or to any measure is determined by and proportioned to the tendency which he conceives it to have to augment or to diminish the happiness of the community, or in other words to its conformity or unconformity to the laws or dictates of utility. Of an action that is conformable to the principle of utility, one may always say either that it is one that ought to be done, or at least that it is not one that ought not to be done. One may say also that it is right it should be done, at least that it is not wrong it should be done, that it is a right action, or at least that it is not a wrong action. When thus interpreted, the words ought and right and wrong and others of that stamp have a meaning when otherwise they have none. Has the rectitude of this principle been ever formally contested? It should seem that it had, by those who have not known what they have been meaning. Is it susceptible of any direct proof? It should seem not, for that which is used to prove everything else cannot itself be proved. A chain of proofs must have their commencement somewhere. To give such a proof is as impossible as it is needless. Not that there is ever or has ever been the human creature at breathing, however stupid or perverse, who has not on many, perhaps on most occasions of his life, deferred to it. By the natural constitution of the human frame, on most occasions of their lives men in general embrace this principle, without thinking of it, if not for the ordering of their own actions, yet for the trying of their own actions, as well as of those of other men. There have been, at the same time, not many, perhaps even of the most intelligent, who have been disposed to embrace it purely and without reserve. There are even few who have not taken some occasion or other to quarrel with it, either on account of their not understanding always how to apply it, or on account of some prejudice or other which they were afraid to examine into, or could not bear to part with. For such is the stuff that man is made of, in principle and in practice, in a right track and in a wrong one. The rarest of all human qualities is consistency. When a man attempts to combat the principle of utility, it is with reasons drawn, without his being aware of it, from that very principle itself. His arguments, if they prove anything, prove not that the principle is wrong, but that according to the applications he supposes to be made of it, it is misapplied. Is it possible for a man to move the earth? Yes, but he must first find out another earth to stand upon. To disprove of the propriety of it by argument is impossible, but from the causes that have been mentioned, or from some confused or partial view of it, a man may happen to be disposed not to relish it. Where this is the case, if he thinks the settling of his opinions on such a subject worth the trouble, let him take the following steps, and at length perhaps he may come to reconcile himself to it. 1. Let him settle himself whether he would wish to discard the principle altogether. If so, let him consider what it is that all his reasonings, in matters of politics especially, can amount to. 2. If he would, let him settle with himself whether he would judge and act without any principle, or whether there is any other he would judge and act by. 3. If there be, let him examine and satisfy himself whether the principle he thinks he has found is really any separate intelligible principle, or whether it be not a mere principle in words, a kind of phrase, which at bottom expresses neither more nor less than the mere averment of his own unfounded sentiments, that is, what in another person he might be apt to call caprice. 4. If he is inclined to think that his own approbation or disapprobation, annexed to the idea of an act, without any regard to its consequences, is a sufficient foundation for him to judge and act upon, let him ask himself whether his sentiment is to be a standard of right and wrong, with respect to every other man, or whether every man's sentiment has the same privilege of being a standard to itself. 5. In the first case, let him ask himself whether his principle is not despotical and hostile to all the rest of the human race. 6. In the second case, whether it is not anarchical, and whether, at this rate, there are not as many different standards of right and wrong as there are men, and whether, even to the same man, the same thing, which is right today, may not, without the least change in its nature, be wrong tomorrow, and whether the same thing is not right and wrong in the same place and the same time, and in either case, whether all argument is not at an end, and whether, when two men have said, I like this, and I don't like it, they can, upon such a principle, have anything more to say. 7. If he should have said to himself, No, for that the sentiment which he proposes as a standard must be grounded on reflection, let him say on what particulars the reflection is to turn. If on particulars having relation to the utility of the act, then let him say whether this is not deserting his own principle, and borrowing assistance from that very one in opposition to which he sets it up, or, if not on those particulars, on what other particulars. 8. If he should be for compounding the matter, and adopting his own principle in part, and the principle of utility in part, let him say how far he will adopt it. 9. When he has settled with himself where he will stop, then let him ask himself how he justifies to himself the adopting it so far, and why he will not adopt it any farther. 10. Admitting any other principle than the principle of utility to be a right principle, a principle that it is right for a man to pursue, admitting what is not true, that the word right can have a meaning without reference to utility. Let him say whether there is any such thing as a motive that a man can have to pursue the dictates of it. If there is, let him say what the motive is and how it is to be distinguished from those which enforce the dictates of utility. If not, then lastly let him say what it is this other principle can be good for. Note by the author, July 1822. To this denomination has of late been added, or substituted, the greatest happiness or greatest felicity principle. This for shortness, instead of saying at length that principle which states the greatest happiness of all those whose interest is in question, as being the right and proper, and only right and proper, and universally desirable end of human action in every situation, and in particular in that of a functionary, or set of functionaries, exercising the powers of government. The word utility does not so clearly point to the ideas of pleasure and pain as the words happiness and felicity do, nor does it lead us to the consideration of the number of the interests affected, to the number as being the circumstance which contributes in the largest proportion to the formation of the standard here in question, the standard of right and wrong, by which alone the propriety of human conduct in every situation can with propriety be tried. This want of a sufficiently manifest connection between the ideas of happiness and pleasure on the one hand, and the idea of utility on the other, I have every now and then found operating, and with but too much efficiency, as a bar to the acceptance that might otherwise have been given to this principle. The word principle is derived from the Latin principium, which seems to be compounded of the two words primus, first, or chief, and cipium, a termination which seems to be derived from capio, to take, as in mancipium, municipium, to which are analogous auceps, forceps, and others. It is a term of very vague and very extensive signification. It is applied to any thing which is conceived to serve as a foundation or beginning to any series of operations, in some cases of physical operations, but of mental operations in the present case. The principle here in question may be taken for an act of the mind, a sentiment of approbation, a sentiment which, when applied to an action, approves of its utility, as that quality of it by which the measure of approbation or disapprobation bestowed upon it ought to be governed. Interest is one of those words which, not having any superior genius, cannot in the ordinary way be defined. The principle of utility, I have heard it said, is a dangerous principle. It is dangerous on certain occasions to consult it. This is as much as to say, what that is not consonant to utility, to consult utility, in short, that it is not consulting it, to consult it. Addition by the author, July 1822. Not long after the publication of the Fragment of Government, Anno 1776, in which the character of all-comprehensive and all-commanding principle, the principle of utility, was brought to view, one person, by whom observation to the above effect was made, was Alexander Wedderburn, at that time Attorney or Solicitor General, afterwards successively Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, and Chancellor of England, under the successive titles of Lord Loughburg and Earl of Rosslyn. It was made, not indeed in my hearing, but in the hearing of a person by whom it was almost immediately communicated to me. So far from being self-contradictory, it was a shrewd and perfectly true one. By that distinguished functionary, the state of the government was thoroughly understood. By the obscure individual, at that time not so much as to be supposed to be so, his disquisitions had not been as yet applied with anything like a comprehensive view to the field of constitutional law, nor therefore to those features of the English government by which the greatest happiness of the ruling one, with or without that of a favoured few, are now so plainly seen to be the only ends to which the course of it has at any time been directed. The principle of utility was an appellative, at that time employed by me, as it had been by others, to designate that which in a more perspicuous and instructive manner may as above be designated by the name of the greatest happiness principle. That principle, says Wedderburn, is a dangerous one. Saying so, he said that which to a certain extent is strictly true, a principle which lays down as the only right and justifiable end of government the greatest happiness of the greatest number. How can it be denied to be a dangerous one? Dangerous it unquestionably is to every government which has for its actual end or object the greatest happiness of a certain one, with or without the addition of some comparatively small number of others, whom it is matter of pleasure or accommodation to him to admit each of them to share in the concern of the footing of so many junior partners. Dangerous it therefore really was to the interest, the sinister interest, of all those functionaries, himself included, whose interest it was to maximize delay, vexation, and expense in judicial and other modes of procedure for the sake of the profit extractable out of the expense. In a government which had for its end in view the greatest happiness of the greatest number, Alexander Wedderburn might have been Attorney General and then Chancellor, but he would not have been Attorney General with £15,000 a year, nor Chancellor with a peerage with veto upon all justice with £25,000 a year, and with 500 sinecures at his disposal, under the name of ecclesiastical benefices, besides etceteras. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation by Jeremy Bentham. Chapter 2 of Principles adverse to that of Utility. If the principle of utility be a right principle to be governed by, and that in all cases, it follows from what has been just observed that whatever principle differs from it in any case must necessarily be a wrong one. To prove any other principle therefore to be a wrong one, there needs no more than just to show it to be what it is, a principle of which the dictates are in some point or other different from those of the principle of utility. To state it is to confute it. A principle may be different from that of utility in two ways. One, by being constantly opposed to it. This is the case with a principle which may be termed the principle of asceticism. Footnote: ascetic is a term that has been sometimes applied to monks. It comes from a Greek word which signifies exercise. The practices by which monks sought to distinguish themselves from other men were called their exercises. These exercises consisted in so many contrivances they had for tormenting themselves. By this they thought to ingratiate themselves with the deity. For the deity, said they, is a being of infinite benevolence. Now a being of the most ordinary benevolence is pleased to see others make themselves as happy as they can. Therefore, to make ourselves as unhappy as we can is the way to please the deity. If anybody asked them what motive they could find for doing all this, "Oh," said they, "you are not to imagine that we are punishing ourselves for nothing. We know very well what we are about. You are to know that for every grain of pain costs us now, we are to have 100 grains of pleasure by and by. The case is that God loves to see us torment ourselves at present. Indeed, he has as good as told us so. But this is done only to try us, in order just to see how we should behave. which it is plain he could not know without making the experiment. Now then, from the satisfaction it gives him to see us make ourselves as unhappy as we can make ourselves in this present life, we have a sure proof of the satisfaction it will give him to see us as happy as he can make us in a life to come. 2. By being sometimes opposed to it and sometimes not, as it may happen. This is the case with another, which may be termed the principle of sympathy and antipathy. By the principle of asceticism I mean that principle which, like the principle of utility, approves or disapproves of any action according to the tendency which it appears to have to augment or diminish the happiness of the party whose interest is in question, but in an inverse manner, approving of actions in as far as they tend to diminish his happiness, disapproving of them in as far as they tend to augment it. It is evident that any one who reprobates any the least particle of pleasure, as such, from whatever source derived, is pro tanto a partisan of the principle of asceticism. It is only upon that principle, and not from the principle of utility, that the most abominable pleasure which the vilest of malefactors ever reaped from his crime would be to be reprobated if it stood alone. The case is that it never does stand alone, but is necessarily followed by such a quantity of pain, or, what comes to the same thing, such a chance for a certain quantity of pain, that the pleasure in comparison of it is as nothing, and this is the true and sole, but perfectly sufficient, reason for making it a ground for punishment. There are two classes of men of very different complexions by whom the principle of asceticism appears to have been embraced, the one a set of moralists, the other a set of religionists. Different, accordingly, have been the motives which appear to have recommended it to the notice of these different parties. Hope, that is, the prospect of pleasure, seems to have animated the former. Hope, the element of philosophic pride, the hope of honour and reputation at the hands of men. Fear, that is, the prospect of pain, the latter. Fear, the offspring of superstitious fancy, the fear of future punishment at the hands of a splenetic and revengeful deity. I say in this case fear, for of the invisible future fear is more powerful than hope. These circumstances characterize the two different parties among the partisans of the principle of asceticism, the parties and their motives different, the principle the same. The religious party, however, appear to have carried it farther than the philosophical. They have acted more consistently and less wisely. The philosophical party have scarcely gone farther than to reprobate pleasure. The religious party have frequently gone so far as to make it a matter of merit and of duty to court pain. The philosophical party have hardly gone farther than the making pain a matter of indifference. It is no evil, they have said. They have not said it is a good. They have not so much as reprobated all pleasure in the lump. They have discarded only what they have called the gross, that is, such as are organical, or of which the origin is easily traced up to such as are organical. They have even cherished and magnified the refined. Yet this, however, not under the name of pleasure. To cleanse itself from the swords of its impure original, it was necessary it should change its name. The honourable, the glorious, the reputable, the becoming, the honestum, the decorum it was to be called, in short, anything but pleasure. From these two sources have flowed the doctrines from it which the sentiments of the bulk of mankind have all along received a tincture of this principle, some from the philosophical, some from the religious, some from both. Men of education more frequently from the philosophical, as more suited to the elevation of their sentiments; the vulgar more frequently from the superstitious, as more suited to the narrowness of their intellect, undilated by knowledge and to the abjectness of their condition continually open to the attacks of fear. The tinctures, however, derived from the two sources would naturally intermingle, insomuch that a man would not always know by which of them he was most influenced, and they would often serve to corroborate and enliven one another. It was this conformity that made a kind of alliance between parties of a complexion otherwise so dissimilar, and disposed them to unite upon various occasions against the common enemy, the partisan of the principle of utility, whom they joined in branding with the odious name of Epicurean. The principle of asceticism, however, with whatever warmth it may have been embraced by its partisans as a rule of private conduct, seems not to have been carried to any considerable length when applied to the business of government. In a few instances it has been carried a little way by the philosophical party, witness the Spartan regimen, though then perhaps it may be considered as having been a measure of security, and an application, though a precipitate and perverse application, of the principle of utility; scarcely in any instances to any considerable length by the religious, for the various monastic orders and the societies of the Quakers, Templars, Moravians, and other religionists have been free societies, whose regimen no man has been restricted to without the intervention of his own consent. Whatever merit a man may have thought there would be in making himself miserable, no such notion seems ever to have occurred to any of them that it may be a merit, much less a duty, to make others miserable, although it should seem that if a certain quantity of misery were a thing so desirable, it would not matter much whether it were brought by each man upon himself or by one man upon another. It is true that from the same source from whence, among the religionists, the attachment to the principle of asceticism took its rise, flowed other doctrines and practices, from which misery in abundance was produced in one man by the instrumentality of another, witness the holy wars and the persecutions for religion. But the passion for producing misery in these cases proceeded upon some special ground; the exercise of it was confined to persons of particular descriptions; they were tormented, not as men, but as heretics and infidels. To have inflicted the same miseries on their fellow believers and fellow sectaries would have been as blamable in the eyes even of these religionists as in those of a partisan of the principle of utility. For a man to give himself a certain number of stripes was indeed meritorious, but to give the same number of stripes to another man, not consenting, would have been a sin. We read of saints who for the good of their souls and the mortification of their bodies have voluntarily yielded themselves a prey to vermin. But though many persons of this class have wielded the reins of empire, we read of none who have set themselves to work and made laws on purpose with a view of stocking the body politic with a breed of highwaymen, housebreakers, or incendiaries. If at any time they have suffered the nation to be preyed upon by swarms of idle pensioners or useless placemen, it has rather been from negligence and imbecility than from any settled plan for oppressing and plundering of the people. If at any time they have sapped the sources of national wealth by cramping commerce and driving the inhabitants into emigration, it has been with other views and in pursuit of other ends. If they have declaimed against the pursuit of pleasure and the use of wealth, they have commonly stopped at declamation. They have not, like Lycurgus, made express ordinances for the purpose of banishing the precious metals. If they have established idleness by a law, it has been not because idleness, the mother of vice and misery, is itself a virtue, but because idleness, say they, is the road to holiness. If under the notion of fasting they have joined in the plan of confining their subjects to a diet, thought by some to be of the most nourishing and prolific nature, it has been not for the sake of making them tributaries to the nations by whom that diet was to be supplied, but for the sake of manifesting their own power and exercising the obedience of the people. If they have established, or suffered to be established, punishments for the breach of celibacy, they have done no more than comply with the petitions of those deluded rigorists who, dupes to the ambitious and deep-laid policy of their rulers, first laid themselves under that idle obligation by a vow. The principle of asceticism seems originally to have been the reverie of certain hasty speculators, who having perceived or fancied that certain pleasures, when reaped in certain circumstances, have, at the long run, been attended with pains more than equivalent to them, took occasion to quarrel with everything that offered itself under the name of pleasure. Having then got thus far, and having forgot the point which they set out from, they pushed on, and went so much further as to think it meritorious to fall in love with pain. Even this, we see, is at bottom but the principle of utility misapplied. The principle of utility is capable of being consistently pursued, and it is but tautology to say that the more consistently it is pursued, the better it must ever be for humankind. The principle of asceticism never was, nor ever can be, consistently pursued by any living creature. Let but 1/10 part of the inhabitants of this earth pursue it consistently, and in a day's time they will have turned it into a hell. Among principles adverse to that of utility, that which at this day seems to have most influence in matters of government is what may be called the principle of sympathy and antipathy. [Footnote: The following note was first printed in January 1789. It ought rather to have been styled more extensively the principle of caprice. Where it applies to the choice of actions to be marked out for injunction or prohibition, for reward or punishment, to stand, in a word, as subjects for obligations to be imposed, it may indeed with propriety be termed, as in the text, the principle of sympathy and antipathy. But this appellative does not so well apply to it when occupied in the choice of the events which are to serve as sources of title with respect to rights. Where the actions prohibited and allowed, the obligations and rights being already fixed, the only question is, under what circumstances a man is to be invested with the one or subjected to the other, from what incidents occasion is to be taken to invest a man or to refuse to invest him with the one or to subject him to the other. In this latter case it may more appositely be characterized by the name of the fantastic principle. Sympathy and antipathy are affections of the sensible faculty, but the choice of titles with respect to rights, especially with respect to proprietary rights, upon grounds unconnected with utility, has been in many instances the work not of the affections, but of the imagination. When, in justification of an article of English common law, calling uncles to succeed in certain cases in preference to fathers, Lord Coke produced a sort of ponderosity he had discovered in rights, disqualifying them from ascending in a straight line. It was not that he loved uncles particularly, or hated fathers, but because the analogy, such as it was what his imagination presented him with, instead of a reason, and because, to a judgment unobservant of the standard of utility, or unacquainted with the art of consulting it, where affection is out of the way, imagination is the only guide. When I know not what ingenious grammarian invented the proposition delegatus non potest delegare, to serve as a rule of law, it was not surely that he had any antipathy to delegates of the second order, or that it was any pleasure to him to think of the ruin which, for want of a manager at home, may befall the affairs of a traveller whom an unforeseen accident has deprived of the object of his choice. It was that the incongruity of giving the same law to objects so contrasted as active and passive are was not to be surmounted, and that atus chimes as well as it contrasts with are. When that inexorable maxim, of which the dominion is no more to be defined than the date of its birth or the name of its father is to be found, was imported from England for the government of Bengal, and the whole fabric of judicature was crushed by the thunders of ex post facto justice, it was not surely that the prospect of a blameless magistracy perishing in prison afforded any enjoyment to the unoffended authors of their misery, but that the music of the maxim, absorbing the whole imagination, had drowned the cries of humanity along with the dictates of common sense. Footnote in footnote. Additional note by the author, July 1822. Add, and that the bad system of Mahometan and other native law was to be put down at all events, to make way for the inapplicable and still more mischievous system of English judge-made law, and by the hand of his accomplice Hastings was to be put into the pocket of Impey, importer of this instrument of subversion, £8,000 a year contrary to law, in addition to the £8,000 a year lavished upon him, with the customary profusion by the hand of law. See the account of the transaction in Mill's British India. To this governor a statue is erecting by a vote of East India directors and proprietors. On it should be inscribed, "Let it but put money into our pockets, no tyranny too flagitious to be worshipped by us." To this statue of the arch malefactor should be added, for a companion, that of the long-robed accomplice, the one lodging the bribe in the hand of the other. The 100 millions of plundered and oppressed Hindus and Mahometans pay for the one, a Westminster Hall subscription might pay for the other. what they have done for Ireland with her 7 millions of souls, the authorized deniers and perverters of justice have done for Hindustan with her 100 millions. In this there is nothing wonderful. The wonder is that under such institutions men, though in ever such small number, should be found, whom the view of the injustices which, by English judge-made law, they are compelled to commit, and the miseries they are thus compelled to produce, deprive of health and rest. Witness the letter of an English Hindustan judge, September 1st, 1819, which lies before me. I will not make so cruel a requital for his honesty as to put his name in print. Indeed, the House of Commons documents already published leave little need of it. End of footnote in footnote. Fiat justitia ruat coelum, says another maxim, as full of extravagance as it is of harmony. Go heaven to wrack, so justice be but done. And what is the ruin of kingdoms in comparison of the wreck of heaven? So again, when the Prussian Chancellor, inspired with the wisdom of I know not what Roman sage, proclaimed in good Latin, for the edification of German ears, Servitus servitutis non datur, it was not that he had conceded any aversion to the life-holder who, during the continuance of his term, should wish to gratify a neighbour with a right of way or water, or to the neighbour who should wish to accept of the indulgence, but that to a jurisprudential ear tus, tutis, sound little less melodious than atus, are. Whether the melody of the maxim was the real reason of the rule is not left open to dispute, for it is ushered in by the conjunction quia, reason's appointed harbinger, quia servitus servitutis non datur. Neither would equal melody have been produced, nor indeed could similar melody have been called for, in either of these instances, by the opposite provision. It is only when they are opposed to general rules, and not when by their conformity they are absorbed in them, that more specific ones can obtain a separate existence. Delegatus potest delegare, and servitus servitutis datur, provisions already included under the general adoption of contracts, would have been as unnecessary to the apprehension and the memory as, in comparison of their energetic negatives, they are insipid to the ear. Were the inquiry diligently made, it would be found that the goddess of harmony has exercised more influence, however latent, over the dispensations of Themis than her most diligent historiographers, or even her most passionate panegyrists, seem to have been aware of. Every one knows how, by the ministry of Orpheus, it was she who first collected the sons of men beneath the shadow of the sceptre. Yet, in the midst of continual experience, men seem yet to learn with what successful diligence she has labored to guide it in its course. Every one knows that measured numbers were the language of the infancy of law. None seem to have observed with what imperious sway they have governed her maturer age. In English jurisprudence in particular, the connection betwixt law and music, however less perceived than in Spartan legislation, is not perhaps less real, nor less close. The music of the office, though not of the same kind, is not less musical in its kind than the music of the theatre, that which hardens the heart than that which softens it. Sostenutos as long, cadences as sonorous, and those governed by rules, though not yet promulgated, not less determinate. Search indictments, pleadings, proceedings in chancery, conveyances. Whatever trespasses you may find against truth or common sense, you will find none against the laws of harmony. The English liturgy, justly as this quality has been extolled in that sacred office, possesses not a greater measure of it than is commonly to be found in an English Act of Parliament. Dignity, simplicity, brevity, precision, intelligibility, possibility of being retained or so much as apprehended, everything yields to harmony. Volumes might be filled, shelves loaded, with the sacrifices that are made to this insatiate power. Expletives, her ministers in Grecian poetry are not less busy, though in different shape and bulk, in English legislation. In the former they are monosyllables, in the latter they are whole lines. To return to the principle of sympathy and antipathy, a term preferred at first, on account of its impartiality, to the principle of caprice. The choice of an appellative in the above respects too narrow was owing to my not having at that time extended my views over the civil branch of law, any otherwise than as I had found it inseparably involved in the penal. But when we come to the former branch, we shall see the fantastic principle making at least as great a figure there as the principle of sympathy and antipathy in the latter. In the days of Lord Coke, the light of utility can scarcely be said to have as yet shone upon the face of common law. If a faint ray of it, under the name of the argumentum ab inconvenienti, is to be found in a list of about 20 topics exhibited by that great lawyer as the coordinate leaders of that all-perfect system, the admission, so circumstanced, is as sure a proof of neglect as, to the statutes of Brutus and Cassius, exclusion was a cause of notice. It stands neither in the front nor in the rear nor in any post of honour, but huddled in towards the middle, without the smallest mark of preference. Nor is this Latin inconvenience by any means the same thing with the English one. It stands distinguished from mischief, and because by the vulgar it is taken for something less bad, it is given by the learned as something worse. The law prefers a mischief to an inconvenience, says an admired maxim, and the more admired because as nothing is expressed by it, the more is supposed to be understood. Not that there is any avowed, much less a constant opposition between the prescriptions of utility and the operations of the common law. Such constancy we have seen to be too much even for ascetic fervour. From time to time instinct would unavoidably betray them into the paths of reason, instinct which, however it may be cramped, can never be killed by education. The cobwebs spun out of the materials brought together by the competition of opposite analogies can never have ceased being warped by the silent attraction of the rational principle, though it should have been, as the needle is by the magnet, without the privity of conscience. By the principle of sympathy and antipathy, I mean that principle which approves or disapproves of certain actions, not on account of their tending to augment the happiness, nor yet on account of their tending to diminish the happiness of the party whose interest is in question, but merely because a man finds himself disposed to approve or disapprove of them, holding up that approbation or disapprobation as a sufficient reason for itself, and disclaiming the necessity of looking out for any extrinsic ground. Thus far in the general department of morals, and in the particular department of politics, measuring out the quantum, as well as determining the ground, of punishment by the degree of the disapprobation. It is manifest that this is rather a principle in name than in reality. It is not a positive principle of itself, so much as a term employed to signify the negation of all principle. What one expects to find in a principle is something that points out some external consideration, as a means of warranting and guiding the internal sentiments of approbation and disapprobation. This expectation is but ill fulfilled by a proposition which does neither more nor less than hold up each of those sentiments as a ground and standard for itself. In looking over the catalogue of human actions, says a partisan of this principle, in order to determine which of them are to be marked with the seal of disapprobation, you need but take counsel of your own feelings. Whatever you find in yourself a propensity to condemn is wrong for that very reason. For the same reason it is also meet for punishment. In what proportion it is adverse to utility, or whether it be adverse to utility at all, is a matter that makes no difference. In that same proportion also is it meet for punishment. If you hate much, punish much. If you hate little, punish little. Punish as you hate. If you hate not at all, punish not at all. The fine feelings of the soul are not to be overborne and tyrannized by the harsh and rugged dictates of political utility. The various systems that have been formed concerning the standard of right may all be reduced to the principle of sympathy and antipathy. One account may serve for all of them. They consist all of them in so many contrivances for avoiding the obligation of appealing to any external standard, and for prevailing upon the reader to accept of the author's sentiment or opinion as a reason for itself. The phrase is different, but the principle the same. It is curious enough to observe the variety of inventions men have hit upon, and the variety of phrases they have brought forward in order to conceal from the world, and if possible from themselves, this very general and therefore very pardonable self-sufficiency. One man says he has a thing made on purpose to tell him what is right and what is wrong, and that it is called a moral sense, and then he goes to work at his ease and says such a thing is right and such a thing is wrong. Why? Because my moral sense tells me it is. Another man comes and alters the phrase, leaving out moral and putting in common in the room of it. He then tells you that his common sense teaches him what is right and wrong as surely as the other's moral sense did, meaning by common sense a sense of some kind or other which he says is possessed by all mankind, the sense of those whose sense is not the same as the author's being struck out of the account as not worth taking. This contrivance does better than the other, for a moral sense being a new thing, a man may feel about him a good while without being able to find it out, but common sense is as old as the creation, and there is no man but would be ashamed to be thought not to have as much of it as his neighbours. It has another great advantage. By appearing to share power it lessens envy. For when a man gets up upon this ground in order to anathematize those who differ from him, it is not by a sic volo sic jubeo, but by a velitis jubiatus. Another man comes and says that as to a moral sense indeed he cannot find that he has any such thing, that however he has an understanding, which will do quite as well. This understanding, he says, is the standard of right and wrong, it tells him so and so. All good and wise men understand as he does. If other men's understandings differ in any point from his, so much the worse for them, it is a sure sign they are either defective or corrupt. Another man says that there is an eternal and immutable rule of right, that rule of right dictates so, and then he begins giving you his sentiments upon anything that comes uppermost, and these sentiments, you are to take for granted, are so many branches of the eternal rule of right. Another man, or perhaps the same man, it's no matter, says that there are certain practices conformable and others repugnant to the fitness of things, and then he tells you at his leisure what practices are conformable and what repugnant, just as he happens to like a practice or dislike it. A great multitude of people are continually talking of the law of nature, and then they go on giving you their sentiments about what is right and what is wrong, and these sentiments, you are to understand, are so many chapters and sections of the law of nature. Instead of the phrase law of nature, you have sometimes law of reason, right reason, natural justice, natural equity, good order. Any of them will do equally well. This latter is most used in politics. The three last are much more tolerable than the others, because they do not very explicitly claim to be anything more than phrases. They insist but feebly upon being looked upon as so many positive standards of themselves, and seem content to be taken upon occasion for phrases expressive of the conformity of the thing in question to the proper standard, whatever that may be. On most occasions, however, it will be better to say utility. Utility is clearer, as referring more explicitly to pain and pleasure. We have one philosopher who says there is no harm in anything in the world but in telling a lie, and that if, for example, you were to murder your own father, this would only be a particular way of saying he was not your father. Of course, when this philosopher sees anything that he does not like, he says it is a particular way of telling a lie. It is saying that the act ought to be done, or may be done, when, in truth, it ought not to be done. The fairest and openest of them all is that sort of man who speaks out and says, I am of the number of the elect. Now God himself takes care to inform the elect what is right, and that with so good effect, and let them strive ever so, they cannot help not only knowing it, but practising it. If therefore a man wants to know what is right and what is wrong, he has nothing to do but to come to me. It is upon the principle of antipathy that such and such acts are often reprobated on the score of their being unnatural. The practice of exposing children, established among the Greeks and Romans, was an unnatural practice. Unnatural, when it means anything, means unfrequent, and there it means something, although nothing to the present purpose. But here it means no such thing, for the frequency of such acts is perhaps the great complaint. It therefore means nothing, I mean, which there is in the act itself. All it can serve to express is the disposition of the person who is talking of it. the disposition he is in to be angry at the thoughts of it. Does it merit his anger? Very likely it may, but whether it does or no is a question which, to be answered rightly, can only be answered upon the principle of utility. Unnatural is as good a word as moral sense, or common sense, and would be as good a foundation for a system. Such an act is unnatural, that is, repugnant to nature, for I do not like to practice it, and consequently do not practice it. It is therefore repugnant to what ought to be the nature of everybody else. The mischief common to all these ways of thinking and arguing, which, in truth, as we have seen, are but one and the same method, couched in different forms of words, is then serving as a cloak and pretence and element to despotism, if not a despotism in practice, a despotism, however, in disposition, which is but too apt, when pretence and power offer, to show itself in practice. The consequence is, that with intentions very commonly of the purest kind, a man becomes a torment either to himself or his fellow creatures. If he be of the melancholy cast, he sits in silent grief, bewailing their blindness and depravity. If of the irascible, he declaims with fury and virulence against all who differ from him, blowing up the coals of fanaticism, and branding with the charge of corruption and insincerity every man who does not think, or profess to think, as he does. If such a man happens to possess the advantages of style, his book may do a considerable deal of mischief before the nothingness of it is understood. These principles, if such they can be called, it is more frequent to see applied to morals than to politics, but their influence extends itself to both. In politics as well as morals, a man will be at least equally glad of a pretence for deciding any question in the manner that best pleases him without the trouble of inquiry. If a man is an infallible judge of what is right and wrong in the actions of private individuals, why not in the measures to be observed by public men in the direction of those actions accordingly, not to mention other chimeras? I have more than once known the pretended law of nature set up in legislative debates, in opposition to arguments derived from the principle of utility. But is it never, then, from any other considerations than those of utility that we derive our notions of right and wrong? I do not know. I do not care. Whether a moral sentiment can be originally conceived from any other source than a view of utility is one question. Whether upon examination and reflection it can, in point of fact, be actually persisted in and justified on any other ground by a person reflecting within himself is another. Whether in point of right it can properly be justified on any other ground by a person addressing himself to the community is a third. The two first are questions of speculation. It matters not, comparatively speaking, how they are decided. The last is a question of practice. The decision of it is of as much importance as that of any can be. I feel in myself, say you, a disposition to approve of such or such an action in a moral view, but this is not owing to any notions I have of its being a useful one to the community. I do not pretend to know whether it be a useful one or not. It may be, for aught I know, a mischievous one. But is it then, says I, a mischievous one? Examine, and if you can make yourself sensible that it is so, then, if duty means anything, that is, moral duty, is your duty at least to abstain from it, and more than that, if it is what lies in your power, and can be done without too great a sacrifice, to endeavour to prevent it. It is not your cherishing the notion of it in your bosom, and giving it the name of virtue, that will excuse you. I feel in myself, say you again, a disposition to detest such or such an action in a moral view, but this is not owing to any notions I have of its being a mischievous one to the community. I do not pretend to know whether it be a mischievous one or not. It may be not a mischievous one. It may be, for aught I know, a useful one. May it indeed, says I, a useful one? But let me tell you then that unless duty and right and wrong be just what you please to make them, if it really be not a mischievous one, and anybody has a mind to do it, it is no duty of yours, but, on the contrary, it would be very wrong in you to take upon you to prevent him. Detest it within yourself as much as you please, that may be a very good reason, unless it be also a useful one, for your not doing it yourself. But if you go about by word or deed to do anything to hinder him, or make him suffer for it, it is you and not he that have done wrong. It is not your setting yourself to blame his conduct or branding it with the name of vice that will make him culpable or you blameless. Therefore, if you can make yourself content that he shall be of one mind and you of another about that matter, and so continue, it is well. But if nothing will serve you but that you and he must needs be of the same mind, I'll tell you what you have to do. It is for you to get the better of your antipathy, not for him to truckle to it. It is manifest that the dictates of this principle will frequently coincide with those of utility, though perhaps without intending any such thing, probably more frequently than not, and hence it is that the business of penal justice is carried upon that tolerable sort of footing upon which we see it carried on in common at this day. For what more natural or more general ground of hatred to a practice can there be than the mischievousness of such practice? What all men are exposed to suffer by, all men will be disposed to hate. It is far yet, however, from being a constant ground. For when a man suffers, it is not always that he knows what it is he suffers by. A man may suffer grievously, for instance, by a new tax, without being able to trace up the cause of his sufferings to the injustice of some neighbor who has eluded the payment of an old one. The principle of sympathy and antipathy is most apt to err on the side of severity. It is for applying punishment in many cases which deserve none. In many cases which deserve some, it is for applying more than they deserve. There is no incident imaginable, be it ever so trivial, and so remote from mischief, from which this principle may not extract a ground of punishment. Any difference in taste, any difference in opinion, upon one subject as well as upon another. No disagreement so trifling which perseverance and altercation will not render serious. Each becomes in the other's eyes an enemy, and, if laws permit, a criminal. This is one of the circumstances by which the human race is distinguished, not much indeed to its advantage, from the brute creation. King James I of England had conceived a violent antipathy against Arians, 2 of whom he burned. This gratification he procured himself without much difficulty. The notions of the times were favourable to it. He wrote a furious book against Vorstius for being what was called an Arminian, for Vorstius was at a distance. He also wrote a furious book called A Counterblast to Tobacco, against the use of that drug which Sir Walter Raleigh had then lately introduced. Had the notions of the times co-operated with him, he would have burned the Anabaptist and the smoker of tobacco in the same fire. However, he had the satisfaction of putting Raleigh to death afterwards, though for another crime. Disputes concerning the comparative excellence of French and Italian music have occasioned very serious bickerings at Paris. One of the parties would not have been sorry, says M. d'Alembert, to have brought government into the quarrel. Pretences were sought after and urged. Long before that, a dispute of like nature, and of at least equal warmth, had been kindled at London upon the comparative merits of 2 composers at London, where riots between the approvers and disapprovers of a new play are, at this day, not unfrequent. The ground of quarrel between the big Endians and the little Endians in the fable was not more frivolous than many a one which has laid empires desolate. In Russia, it is said, there was a time when some thousands of persons lost their lives in a quarrel, in which the government had taken part, about the number of fingers to be used in making the sign of the cross. This was in days of yore. The ministers of Catherine II are better instructed than to take any other part in such disputes than that of preventing the parties concerned from doing one another a mischief. It is not, however, by any means unexampled for this principle to err on the side of lenity. A near and perceptible mischief moves antipathy. A remote and imperceptible mischief, though not less real, has no effect. Instances in proof of this will occur in numbers in the course of the work. It would be breaking in upon the order of it to give them here. It may be wondered, perhaps, that in all this no mention has been made of the theological principle, meaning that principle which professes to recur for the standard of right and wrong to the will of God. But the case is, this is not in fact a distinct principle. it is never anything more or less than one or other of the three before mentioned principles presenting itself under another shape. The will of God here meant cannot be his revealed will, as contained in the sacred writings, for that is a system which nobody ever thinks of recurring to at this time of day, for the details of political administration, and even before it can be applied to the details of private conduct, it is universally allowed, by the most eminent divines of all persuasions, to stand in need of pretty ample interpretations. Else to what use are the works of those divines? And for the guidance of these interpretations, it is also allowed that some other standard must be assumed. The will, then, which is meant on this occasion is that which may be called the presumptive will; that is to say, that which is presumed to be his will by virtue of the conformity of its dictates to those of some other principle. What, then, may be this other principle? It must be one or other of the three mentioned above, for there cannot, as we have seen, be any more. It is plain, therefore, that, setting revelation out of the question, no light can ever be thrown upon the standard of right and wrong, by anything that can be said upon the question what is God's will. We may be perfectly sure, indeed, that whatever is right is conformable to the will of God. But so far is that from answering the purpose of showing us what is right, that it is necessary to know first whether a thing is right, in order to know from thence whether it be conformable to the will of God. [Footnote: The principle of theology refers everything to God's pleasure. But what is God's pleasure? God does not, he confessedly does not now either speak or write to us. How then are we to know what is his pleasure? By observing what is our own pleasure, and pronouncing it to be his. Accordingly, what is called the pleasure of God is and must necessarily be, revelation apart, neither more nor less than the good pleasure of the person, whoever he be, who is pronouncing what he believes or pretends to be God's pleasure. How know you it to be God's pleasure that such or such an act should be abstained from? Whence come you even to suppose as much? Because the engaging in it would, I imagine, be prejudicial upon the whole to the happiness of mankind, says the partisan of the principle of utility. Because the commission of it is attended with a gross and sensual, or at least with a trifling and transient satisfaction, says the partisan of the principle of asceticism. Because I detest the thoughts of it, and I cannot, neither ought I to be called upon to tell why, says he who proceeds upon the principle of antipathy. In the words of one or other of these must that person necessarily answer, revelation apart, who professes to take for his standard the will of God. There are two things which are very apt to be confounded, but which it imports us carefully to distinguish: the motive or cause which, by operating on the mind of an individual, is productive of any act, and the ground or reason which warrants a legislator or other bystander in regarding that act with an eye of approbation. When the act happens, in the particular instance in question, to be productive of effects which we approve of, much more if we happen to observe that the same motive may frequently be productive, in other instances, of the like effects, we are apt to transfer our approbation to the motive itself, and to assume, as the just ground for the approbation we bestow on the act, the circumstance of its originating from that motive. It is in this way that the sentiment of antipathy has often been considered as a just ground of action. Antipathy, for instance, in such or such a case, is the cause of an action which is attended with good effects, but this does not make it a right ground of action in that case any more than in any other. Still farther, not only the effects are good, but the agent sees beforehand that they will be so. This may make the action indeed a perfectly right action, but it does not make antipathy a right ground of action. For the same sentiment of antipathy, if implicitly deferred to, may be, and very frequently is, productive of the very worst effects. Antipathy, therefore, can never be a right ground of action. No more, therefore, can resentment, which, as will be seen more particularly hereafter, is but a modification of antipathy. The only right ground of action that can possibly subsist is, after all, the consideration of utility which, if it is a right principle of actions and of approbation in any one case, is so in every other. Other principles, in abundance, that is, other motives, may be the reasons why such and such an act has been done, that is, the reasons or causes of its being done, but it is this alone that can be the reason why it might or ought to have been done. Antipathy or resentment requires always to be regulated, to prevent it doing mischief. To be regulated by what? Always by the principle of utility. The principle of utility neither requires nor admits of any other regulator than itself. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of an Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation by Jeremy Bentham. Chapter 3 of the 4 sanctions or sources of pain and pleasure. It has been shown that the happiness of the individuals of whom a community is composed, that is, their pleasures and their security, is the end and the sole end which the legislator ought to have in view, the sole standard in conformity to which each individual ought, as far as depends upon the legislator, to be made to fashion his behaviour. But whether it be this or anything else that is to be done, there is nothing by which a man can ultimately be made to do it but either pain or pleasure. Having taken a general view of these 2 grand objects, viz., pleasure and what comes to the same thing, immunity from pain, in the character of final causes, it will be necessary to take a view of pleasure and pain itself in the character of efficient causes or means. There are 4 distinguishable sources from which pleasure and pain are in use to flow. Considered separately, they may be termed the physical, the political, the moral, and the religious, and inasmuch as the pleasures and pains belonging to each of them are capable of giving a binding force to any law or rule of conduct, they may all of them be termed sanctions. If it be in the present life, and from the ordinary course of nature, not purposely modified by the interposition of the will of any human being, nor by any extraordinary interposition of any superior invisible being, that the pleasure or the pain takes place or is expected, it may be said to issue from or to belong to the physical sanction. If at the hands of a particular person or set of persons in the community, who under names correspondent to that of judge, are chosen for the particular purpose of dispensing it according to the will of the sovereign or supreme ruling power in the state, it may be said to issue from the political sanction. If at the hands of such chance persons in the community as the party in question may happen in the course of his life to have concerns with, according to each man's spontaneous disposition, and not according to any settled or concerted rule, it may be said to issue from the moral or popular sanction. If from the immediate hand of a superior invisible being, either in the present life or in a future, it may be said to issue from the religious sanction. Pleasures or pains which may be expected to issue from the physical, political, or moral sanctions must all of them be expected to be experienced, if ever, in the present life. Those which may be expected to issue from the religious sanction may be expected to be experienced either in the present life or in a future. Those which can be experienced in the present life can, of course, be no others than such as human nature in the course of the present life is susceptible of, and from each of these sources may flow all the pleasures or pains of which, in the course of the present life, human nature is susceptible. With regard to these, then, with which alone we have in this place any concern, those of them which belong to any one of those sanctions differ not ultimately in kind from those which belong to any one of the other three. The only difference there is among them lies in the circumstances that accompany their production. A suffering which befalls a man in the natural and spontaneous course of things shall be styled, for instance, a calamity, in which case, if it be supposed to befall him through any imprudence of his, it may be styled a punishment issuing from the physical sanction. Now, this same suffering, if inflicted by the law, will be what is commonly called a punishment. If incurred for want of any friendly assistance, which the misconduct or supposed misconduct of the sufferer has occasioned to be withholden, a punishment issuing from the moral sanction. If through the immediate interposition of a particular providence, a punishment issuing from the religious sanction. A man's goods or his person are consumed by fire. If this happened to him by what is called an accident, it was a calamity. If by reason of his own imprudence, for instance from his neglecting to put his candle out, it may be styled a punishment of the physical sanction. If it happened to him by the sentence of the political magistrate, a punishment belonging to the political sanction, that is, what is commonly called a punishment. If for want of any assistance which his neighbour withheld from him out of some dislike to his moral character, a punishment of the moral sanction. If by an immediate act of God's displeasure, manifested on account of some sin committed by him, or through any distraction of mind occasioned by the dread of such displeasure, a punishment of the religious sanction. As to such of the pleasures and pains belonging to the religious sanction, as regard a future life, of what kind these may be we cannot know. These lie not open to our observation. During the present life they are matter only of expectation, and whether that expectation be derived from natural or revealed religion, the particular kind of pleasure or pain, if it be different from all those which lie open to our observation, is what we can have no idea of. The best ideas we can obtain of such pains and pleasures are altogether unliquidated in point of quality. In what other respects our ideas of them may be liquidated will be considered in another place. Of these four sanctions, the physical is altogether, we may observe, the groundwork of the political and the moral. So is it also of the religious, in as far as the latter bears relation to the present life. It is included in each of those other three. This may operate in any case, that is, any of the pains or pleasures belonging to it may operate independently of them. None of them can operate but by means of this. In a word, the powers of nature may operate of themselves, but neither the magistrate nor men at large can operate, nor is God in the case in question supposed to operate, but through the powers of nature. For these four objects, which in their nature have so much in common, it seemed of use to find a common name. It seemed of use, in the first place, for the convenience of giving a name to certain pleasures and pains, for which a name equally characteristic could hardly otherwise have been found. In the second place, for the sake of holding up the efficacy of certain moral forces, the influence of which is apt not to be sufficiently attended to. Does the political sanction exert an influence over the conduct of mankind? The moral, the religious sanctions do so too. In every inch of his career are the operations of the political magistrate liable to be aided or impeded by these two foreign powers, who, one or other of them, or both, are sure to be either his rivals or his allies. Does it happen to him to leave them out in his calculations? He will be sure almost to find himself mistaken in the result. Of all this we shall find abundant proofs in the sequel of this work. It behoves him, therefore, to have them continually before his eyes, and that under such a name as exhibits the relation they bear to his own purposes and designs. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4. Of an Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation by Jeremy Bentham. Chapter 4. Value of a lot of pleasure or pain. How to be measured. 1. Pleasures, then, and the avoidance of pains are the ends that the legislator has in view. It behooves him, therefore, to understand their value. Pleasures and pains are the instruments he has to work with. It behooves him, therefore, to understand their force, which is again, in other words, their value. 2. To a person considered by himself, the value of a pleasure or pain considered by itself will be greater or less, according to the four following circumstances. [Footnote: These circumstances have since been denominated elements or dimensions of value in a pleasure or a pain. Not long after the publication of the first edition, the following memorative verses were framed, in the view of lodging more effectually in the memory these points, on which the whole fabric of morals and legislation may be seen to rest. Intense, long, certain, speedy, fruitful, pure, such marks in pleasures and in pains endure. Such pleasures seek, if private be thy end; if it be public, wide let them extend. Such pains avoid, whichever be thy view; if pains must come, let them extend to few. 1. Its intensity. 2. Its duration. 3. Its certainty or uncertainty. 4. Its propinquity or remoteness. 3. These are the circumstances which are to be considered, in estimating a pleasure or a pain, considered each of them by itself. But when the value of any pleasure or pain is considered for the purpose of estimating the tendency of any act by which it is produced, there are two other circumstances to be taken into the account. These are: 5. Its fecundity, or the chance it has of being followed by sensations of the same kind, that is, pleasures, if it be a pleasure; pains, if it be a pain. 6. Its purity, or the chance it has of not being followed by sensations of the opposite kind, that is, pains, if it be a pleasure; pleasures, if it be a pain. These two last, however, are in strictness scarcely to be deemed properties of the pleasure or the pain itself. They are not, therefore, in strictness to be taken into the account of the value of that pleasure or that pain. They are in strictness to be deemed properties only of the act, or other event, by which such pleasure or pain has been produced, and accordingly are only to be taken into the account of the tendency of such act or such event. 4. To a number of persons, with reference to each of whom to the value of a pleasure or a pain is considered, it will be greater or less, according to 7 circumstances, to wit, the 6 preceding ones, viz. 1. Its intensity. 2. Its duration. 3. Its certainty or uncertainty. 4. Its propinquity or remoteness. 5. Its fecundity. 6. Its purity. And one other, to wit, 7. Its extent, that is, the number of persons to whom it extends, or, in other words, who are affected by it. 5. To take an exact account, then, of the general tendency of any act, by which the interests of a community are affected, proceed as follows. Begin with any one person of those whose interests seem most immediately to be affected by it, and take an account: 1. Of the value of each distinguishable pleasure which appears to be produced by it in the first instance. 2. Of the value of each pain which appears to be produced by it in the first instance. 3. Of the value of each pleasure which appears to be produced by it after the first. This constitutes the fecundity of the first pleasure, and the impurity of the first pain. 4. Of the value of each pain which appears to be produced by it after the first. This constitutes the fecundity of the first pain, and the impurity of the first pleasure. 5. Sum up all the values of all the pleasures on the one side, and those of all the pains on the other. The balance, if it be on the side of pleasure, will give the good tendency of the act upon the whole, with respect to the interests of that individual person; if on the side of pain, the bad tendency of it upon the whole. 6. Take an account of the number of persons whose interests appear to be concerned, and repeat the above process with respect to each. Sum up the numbers expressive of the degrees of good tendency which the act has with respect to each individual, in regard to whom the tendency of it is good upon the whole. Do this again with respect to each individual, in regard to whom the tendency of it is good upon the whole. Do this again with respect to each individual, in regard to whom the tendency of it is bad upon the whole. Take the balance which, if on the side of pleasure, will give the general good tendency of the act, with respect to the total number of community of individuals concerned; if on the side of pain, the general evil tendency with respect to the same community. 6. It is not to be expected that this process should be strictly pursued previously to every moral judgment, or to every legislative or judicial operation. It may, however, be always kept in view, and as near as the process actually pursued on these occasions approaches to it, so near will such process approach to the character of an exact one. 7. The same process is alike applicable to pleasure and pain, in whatever shape they appear, and by whatever denomination they are distinguished. To pleasure, whether it be called good, which is properly the cause of or instrument of pleasure; or profit, which is distant pleasure, or the cause or instrument of distant pleasure; or convenience or advantage, benefit, emolument, happiness, and so forth. To pain, whether it be called evil, which corresponds to good; or mischief, or inconvenience, or disadvantage, or loss, or unhappiness, and so forth. 8. Nor is this a novel and unwarranted, any more than it is a useless theory. In all this there is nothing but what the practice of mankind, wheresoever they have a clear view of their own interest, is perfectly conformable to. An article of property, an estate in land, for instance, is valuable on what account? On account of the pleasures of all kinds which enables a man to produce, and, what comes to the same thing, the pains of all kinds which it enables him to avert. But the value of such an article of property is universally understood to rise or fall according to the length or shortness of the time which a man has in it, the certainty or uncertainty of its coming into possession, and the nearness or remoteness of the time at which, if at all, it is to come into possession. As to the intensity of the pleasures which a man may derive from it, this is never thought of, because it depends upon the use which each particular person may come to make of it, which cannot be estimated till the particular pleasures he may come to derive from it, or the particular pains he may come to exclude by means of it, are brought to view. For the same reason, neither does he think of the fecundity or purity of those pleasures. Thus much for pleasure and pain, happiness and unhappiness in general. We come now to consider the several particular kinds of pain and pleasure. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of an Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation by Jeremy Bentham. Chapter 5. Pleasures and Pains, their Kinds. Having represented what belongs to all sorts of pleasures and pains alike, we come now to exhibit, each by itself, the several sorts of pains and pleasures. Pains and pleasures may be called by one general word, interesting perceptions. Interesting perceptions are either simple or complex. The simple ones are those which cannot any one of them be resolved into more. Complex are those which are resolvable into divers simple ones. A complex interesting perception may accordingly be composed either 1. Of pleasures alone, 2. Of pains alone, or 3. Of a pleasure or pleasures and a pain or pains together. What determines a lot of pleasure, for example, to be regarded as one complex pleasure rather than as divers simple ones, is the nature of the exciting cause. Whatever pleasures are excited all at once by the action of the same cause are apt to be looked upon as constituting altogether but one pleasure. The several simple pleasures of which human nature is susceptible seem to be as follows: 1. The pleasures of sense. 2. The pleasures of wealth. 3. The pleasures of skill. 4. The pleasures of amity. 5. The pleasures of a good name. 6. The pleasures of power. 7. The pleasures of piety. 8. The pleasures of benevolence. 9. The pleasures of malevolence. 10. The pleasures of memory. 11. The pleasures of imagination. 12. The pleasures of expectation. 13. The pleasures dependent on association. 14. The pleasures of relief. The several simple pains seem to be as follows: 1. The pains of privation. 2. The pains of the senses. 3. The pains of awkwardness. 4. The pains of enmity. 5. The pains of an ill name. 6. The pains of piety. 7. The pains of benevolence. 8. The pains of malevolence. 9. The pains of the memory. 10. The pains of the imagination. 11. The pains of expectation. 12. The pains dependent on association. The pleasures of sense seem to be as follows: 1. The pleasures of the taste or palate, including whatever pleasures are experienced in satisfying the appetites of hunger and thirst. 2. The pleasure of intoxication. 3. The pleasures of the organ of smelling. 4. The pleasures of the touch. 5. The simple pleasures of the ear, independent of association. 6. The simple pleasures of the eye, independent of association. 7. The pleasure of the sexual sense. 8. The pleasure of health, or the internal pleasurable feeling or flow of spirits, as it is called, which accompanies a state of full health and vigour, especially at times of moderate bodily exertion. 9. The pleasures of novelty, or the pleasures derived from the gratification of the appetite of curiosity by the application of new objects to any of the senses. By the pleasures of wealth may be meant those pleasures which a man is apt to derive from the consciousness of possessing any article or articles which stand in the list of instruments of enjoyment or security, and more particularly at the time of his first acquiring them; at which time the pleasure may be styled a pleasure of gain, or a pleasure of acquisition; at other times, a pleasure of possession. The pleasures of skill as exercised upon particular objects, are those which accompany the application of such particular instruments of enjoyment to their uses, as cannot be so applied without a greater or less share of difficulty or exertion. The pleasures of amity or self-recommendation are the pleasures that may accompany the persuasion of a man's being in the acquisition or the possession of the good will of such or such assignable person or persons in particular, or, as the phrase is, of being upon good terms with him or them, and, as a fruit of it, of his being in a way to have the benefit of their spontaneous and gratuitous services. The pleasures of a good name are the pleasures that accompany the persuasion of a man's being in the acquisition or the possession of the good will of the world about him, that is, of such members of society as he is likely to have concerns with, and as a means of it, either their love or their esteem, or both, and as a fruit of it, of his being in the way to have the benefit of their spontaneous and gratuitous services. These may likewise be called the pleasures of good repute, the pleasures of honour, or the pleasures of the moral sanction. The pleasures of power are the pleasures that accompany the persuasion of a man's being in a condition to dispose people by means of their hopes and fears to give him the benefit of their services, that is, by the hope of some service or by the fear of some disservice that he may be in the way to render them. The pleasures of piety are the pleasures that accompany the belief of a man's being in the acquisition or in possession of the good will or favour of the Supreme Being, and as a fruit of it, of his being in a way of enjoying pleasures to be received by God's special appointment, either in this life or in a life to come. These may also be called the pleasures of religion, the pleasures of a religious disposition, or the pleasures of the religious sanction. The pleasures of benevolence are the pleasures resulting from the view of any pleasures supposed to be possessed by the beings who may be the objects of benevolence, to wit, the sensitive beings we are acquainted with, under which are commonly included 1. The Supreme Being, 2. Human beings, 3. Other animals. These may also be called the pleasures of goodwill, the pleasures of sympathy, or the pleasures of the benevolent or social affections. The pleasures of malevolence are the pleasures resulting from the view of any pain supposed to be suffered by the beings who may become the objects of malevolence, to wit, 1. Human beings, 2. Other animals. These may also be styled the pleasures of ill will, the pleasures of the irascible appetite, the pleasures of antipathy, or the pleasures of the malevolent or dissocial affections. The pleasures of the memory are the pleasures which, after having enjoyed such and such pleasures, or even, in some case, after having suffered such and such pains, a man will now and then experience, at recollecting them exactly in the order and in the circumstances in which they were actually enjoyed or suffered. These derivative pleasures may, of course, be distinguished into as many species as there are of original perceptions from whence they may be copied. They may also be styled pleasures of simple recollection. The pleasures of the imagination are the pleasures which may be derived from the contemplation of any such pleasures as may happen to be suggested by the memory, but in a different order, and accompanied by different groups of circumstances. These may accordingly be referred to any one of the 3 cardinal points of time, present, past, or future. It is evident they may admit of as many distinctions as those of the former class. The pleasures of expectation are the pleasures that result from the contemplation of any sort of pleasure, referred to time future, and accompanied with the sentiment of belief. These also may admit of the same distinctions. The pleasures of association are the pleasures which certain objects or incidents may happen to afford, not of themselves, but merely in virtue of some association they have contracted in the mind with certain objects or incidents which are in themselves pleasurable. Such is the case, for instance, with the pleasure of skill, when afforded by such a set of incidents as compose a game of chess. This derives its pleasurable quality from its association partly with the pleasures of skill, as exercised in the production of incidents pleasurable of themselves, partly from its association with the pleasures of power. Such is the case also with the pleasure of good luck, when afforded by such incidents as compose the game of hazard, or any other game of chance, when played at for nothing. This derives its pleasurable quality from its association with one of the pleasures of wealth, to wit, with the pleasure of acquiring it. Farther on we shall see pains grounded upon pleasures. In like manner may we now see pleasures grounded upon pains. To the catalogue of pleasures may accordingly be added the pleasures of relief, or the pleasures which a man experiences when, after he has been enduring a pain of any kind for a certain time, it comes to cease or to abate. These may, of course, be distinguished into as many species as there are of pains, and may give rise to so many pleasures of memory, of imagination, and of expectation. Pains of privation are the pains that may result from the thought of not possessing in the time present any of the several kinds of pleasures. Pains of privation may accordingly be resolved into as many kinds as there are of pleasures to which they may correspond, and from the absence whereof they may be derived. There are three sorts of pains which are only so many modifications of the several pains of privation. When the enjoyment of any particular pleasure happens to be particularly desired, but without any expectation approaching to assurance, the pain of privation which thereupon results takes a particular name, and is called the pain of desire, or of unsatisfied desire. Where the enjoyment happens to have been looked for with a degree of expectation approaching to assurance, and that expectation is made suddenly to cease, it is called a pain of disappointment. A pain of privation takes the name of a pain of regret in two cases: one, where it is grounded on the memory of a pleasure which, having been once enjoyed, appears not likely to be enjoyed again; two, where it is grounded on the idea of a pleasure which was never actually enjoyed, nor perhaps so much as expected, but which might have been enjoyed, it is supposed, had such or such a contingency happened, which, in fact, did not happen. The several pains of the senses seem to be as follows: 1. The pains of hunger and thirst, or the disagreeable sensations produced by the want of suitable substances which need at times to be applied to the alimentary canal. 2. The pains of the taste, or the disagreeable sensations produced by the application of various substances to the palate and other superior parts of the same canal. 3. The pains of the organ of smell, or the disagreeable sensations produced by the effluvia of various substances when applied to that organ. 4. The pains of the touch, or the disagreeable sensations produced by the application of various substances to the skin. 5. The simple pains of the hearing, or the disagreeable sensations excited in the organ of that sense by various kinds of sounds, independently, as before, of association. 6. The simple pains of the sight, or the disagreeable sensations, if any such there be, that may be excited in the organ of that sense by visible images, independent of the principle of association. 7. The pains resulting from excessive heat or cold, unless these be referable to the touch. 8. The pains of disease, or the acute and uneasy sensations resulting from the several diseases and indispositions to which human nature is liable. 9. The pain of exertion, whether bodily or mental, or the uneasy sensation which is apt to accompany any intense effort, whether of mind or body. The pains of awkwardness are the pains which sometimes result from the unsuccessful endeavour to apply any particular instruments of enjoyment or security to their uses, or from the difficulty a man experiences in applying them. The pains of enmity are the pains that may accompany the persuasion of a man's being obnoxious to the ill will of such or such an assignable person or persons in particular, or, as the phrase is, of being upon ill terms with him or them, and in consequence of being obnoxious to certain pains of some sort or other of which he may be the cause. The pains of an ill name are the pains that accompany the persuasion of a man's being obnoxious, or in a way to be obnoxious, to the ill will of the world about him. These may likewise be called the pains of ill repute, the pains of dishonour, or the pains of the moral sanction. The pains of piety are the pains that accompany the belief of a man's being obnoxious to the displeasure of the Supreme Being, and in consequence to certain pains to be inflicted by his especial appointment, either in this life or in a life to come. These may also be called the pains of religion, the pains of a religious disposition, or the pains of the religious sanction. When the belief is looked upon as well grounded, these pains are commonly called religious terrors; when looked upon as ill grounded, superstitious terrors. The pains of benevolence are the pains resulting from the view of any pains supposed to be endured by other beings. These may also be called the pains of goodwill, of sympathy, or the pains of the benevolent or social affections. The pains of malevolence are the pains resulting from the view of any pleasures supposed to be enjoyed by any beings who happen to be the objects of a man's displeasure. These may also be styled the pains of ill will, of antipathy, or the pains of the malevolent or dissocial affections. The pains of the memory may be grounded on every one of the above kinds, as well of pains of privation as of positive pains. These correspond exactly to the pleasures of the memory. The pains of the imagination may also be grounded on any one of the above kinds, as well of pains of privation as of positive pains. In other respects they correspond exactly to the pleasures of the imagination. The pains of expectation may be grounded on each one of the above kinds, as well of pains of privation as of positive pains. These may also be termed pains of apprehension. The pains of association correspond exactly to the pleasures of association. Of the above list there are certain pleasures and pains which suppose the existence of some pleasure or pain of some other person, to which the pleasure or pain of the person in question has regard. Such pleasures and pains may be termed extra regarding. Others do not suppose any such thing. These may be termed self-regarding. The only pleasures and pains of the extra regarding class are those of benevolence and those of malevolence. All the rest are self-regarding. Of all these several sorts of pleasures and pains, there is scarce any one which is not liable, on more accounts than one, to come under the consideration of the law. Is an offence committed? It is the tendency which it has to destroy, in such or such persons, some of these pleasures, or to produce some of these pains, that constitutes the mischief of it, and the ground for punishing it. It is the prospect of some of these pleasures, or of security from some of these pains, that constitutes the motive or temptation. It is the attainment of them that constitutes the profit of the offence. Is the offender to be punished? It can be only by the production of one or more of these pains that the punishment can be inflicted. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6, Part A, of an Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation by Jeremy Bentham. Chapter 6, of Circumstances Influencing Sensibility. Pain and pleasure are produced in men's minds by the action of certain causes. But the quantity of pleasure and pain runs not uniformly in proportion to the cause, in other words, to the quantity of force exerted by such cause. The truth of this observation rests not upon any metaphysical nicety in the import given to the terms cause, quantity, and force. It will be equally true in whatsoever manner such force be measured. The disposition which any one has to feel such or such a quantity of pleasure or pain, upon the application of a cause of given force, is what we term the degree or quantum of his sensibility. This may be either general, referring to the sum of the causes that act upon him during a given period, or particular, referring to the action of any one particular cause or sort of cause. But in the same mind such and such causes of pain or pleasure will produce more pain or pleasure than such or such other cause of pain or pleasure, and this proportion will in different minds be different. The disposition which any one has to have the proportion in which he is affected by two such causes, different from that in which another man is affected by the same two causes, may be termed the quality or bias of his sensibility. One man, for instance, may be most affected by the pleasures of the taste, another by those of the ear. So also, if there be a difference in the nature or proportion of two pains or pleasures which they respectively experience from the same cause, a case not so frequent as the former. From the same injury, for instance, one man may feel the same quantity of grief and resentment together as another man, but one of them shall feel a greater share of grief than of resentment, the other a greater share of resentment than of grief. Any incident which serves as a cause, either of pleasure or of pain, may be termed an exciting cause; if of pleasure, a pleasurable cause; if of pain, a painful, afflictive, or dolorific cause. [Footnote: The exciting cause, the pleasure or pain produced by it, and the intention produced by such pleasure or pain in the character of a motive, are objects so intimately connected that in what follows I fear I have not, on every occasion, been able to keep them sufficiently distinct. I thought it necessary to give the reader this warning, after which, should there be found any such mistakes, it is to be hoped they will not be productive of much confusion. Now the quantity of pleasure or of pain which a man is liable to experience upon the application of an exciting cause, since they will not depend altogether upon that cause, will depend in some measure upon some other circumstance or circumstances. These circumstances, whatsoever they be, may be termed circumstances influencing sensibility. Thus, in physical bodies, the momentum of a ball put in motion by impulse will be influenced by the circumstance of gravity, being in some direction increased, in other diminished by it. So in a ship put in motion by the wind, the momentum and direction will be influenced not only by the attraction of gravity, but by the motion and resistance of the water, and several other circumstances. These circumstances will apply differently to different exciting causes, insomuch that to a certain exciting cause a certain circumstance shall not apply at all, which shall apply with great force to another exciting cause. But Without entering for the present into these distinctions, it may be of use to sum up all the circumstances which can be found to influence the effect of any exciting cause. These, on a former occasion, it may be as well first to sum up together in the concisest manner possible, and afterwards to allot a few words to the separate explanation of each article. They seem to be as follows: 1. Health. 2. Strength. 3. Hardiness. 4. Bodily imperfection. 5. Quantity and quality of knowledge. 6. Strength of intellectual powers. 7. Firmness of mind. 8. Steadiness of mind. 9. Bent of inclination. 10. Moral sensibility. 11. Moral biases. 12. Religious sensibility. 13. Religious biases. 14. Sympathetic sensibility. 15. Sympathetic biases. 16. Antipathic sensibility. 17. Antipathic biases. 18. Insanity. 19. Habitual occupations. 20. Pecuniary circumstances. 21. Connections in the way of sympathy. 22. Connections in the way of antipathy. 23. Radical frame of body. 24. Radical frame of mind. 25. Sex. 26. Age. 27. Rank. 28. Education. 29. Climate. 30. Lineage. 31. Government. 32. Religious profession. Footnote. An analytical view of all these circumstances will be given at the conclusion of the chapter, to which place it was necessary to refer it, as it could not well have been understood till some of them had been previously explained. To search out the vast variety of exciting or moderating causes, by which the degree or bias of a man's sensibility may be influenced, to define the boundaries of each, to extricate them from the entanglements in which they are involved, to lay the effect of each article distinctly before the reader's eye, is perhaps, if not absolutely the most difficult task, at least one of the most difficult tasks within the compass of moral physiology. Disquisitions on this head can never be completely satisfactory without examples. To provide a sufficient collection of such examples would be a work of great labor, as well as nicety. History and biography would need to be ransacked. A vast course of reading would need to be travelled through on purpose. By such a process the present work would doubtless have been rendered more amusing, but in point of bulk so enormous that this single chapter would have been swelled into a considerable volume. Faint cases, although they may upon occasion serve to render the general matter tolerably intelligible, can never be sufficient to render it palatable. On this, therefore, as on so many other occasions, I must confine myself to dry and general instructions, discarding illustration, although sensible that without it instruction cannot manifest half its efficacy. The subject, however, is so difficult and so new that I shall think I have not ill succeeded, if, without pretending to exhaust it, I shall have been able to mark out the principal points of view, and to put the matter in such a method as may facilitate the researches of happier inquirers. The great difficulty lies in the nature of the words, which are not, like pain and pleasure, names of homogeneous real entities, but names of various fictitious entities, for which no common genus is to be found, and which therefore, without a vast and roundabout chain of investigation, can never be brought under any exhaustive plan of arrangement, but must be picked up here and there as they happen to occur. 1. Health is the absence of disease, and consequently of all those kinds of pain which are among the symptoms of disease. A man may be said to be in a state of health when he is not conscious of any uneasy sensations, the primary seat of which can be perceived to be anywhere in his body. It may be thought that in a certain degree of health this negative account of the matter hardly comes up to the case. In a certain degree of health there is often such a kind of feeling diffused over the whole frame, such a comfortable feel, or flow of spirit, as it is called, as may with propriety come under the head of positive pleasure. But without experiencing any such pleasurable feeling, if a man experiences no painful one, he may be well enough said to be in health. In point of general sensibility, a man who is under the pressure of any bodily indisposition, or, as the phrase is in any ill state of health, is less sensible to the influence of any pleasurable cause, and more so to that of any afflictive one, than if he were well. 2. The circumstance of strength, though in point of causality closely connected with that of health, is perfectly distinguishable from it. The same man will indeed generally be stronger in a good state of health than in a bad one, but one man, even in a bad state of health, may be stronger than another even in a good one. Weakness is a common concomitant of disease, but in consequence of his radical frame of body, a man may be weak all his life long, without experiencing any disease. Health, as we have observed, is principally a negative circumstance, strength a positive one. The degree of a man's strength can be measured with tolerable accuracy. The most accurate measure that can be given of a man's strength seems to be that which is taken from the weight or number of pounds and ounces he can lift with his hands in a given attitude. This indeed relates immediately only to his arms, but these are the organs of strength which are most employed, of which the strength corresponds with most exactness to the general state of the body with regard to strength, and in which the quantum of strength is easiest measured. Strength may accordingly be distinguished into general and particular. Weakness is a negative term, and imports the absence of strength. It is, besides, a relative term, and accordingly imports the absence of such a quantity of strength as makes the share possessed by the person in question less than that of some person he is compared to. Weakness, when it is at such a degree as to make it painful for a man to perform the motions necessary to the going through the ordinary functions of life, such as to get up, to walk, to dress oneself, and so forth, brings the circumstance of health into question, and puts a man into that sort of condition in which he is said to be in ill health. 3. Hardiness is a circumstance which, though closely connected with that of strength, is distinguishable from it. Hardiness is the absence of irritability. Irritability respects either pain, resulting from the action of mechanical causes, or disease, resulting from the action of causes purely physiological. Irritability, in the former sense, is the disposition to undergo a greater or less degree of pain upon the application of a mechanical cause, such as are most of those applications by which simple afflictive punishments are inflicted, as whipping, beating, and the like. In the latter sense, it is the disposition to contract disease with greater or less facility upon the application of any instrument acting on the body by its physiological properties, as in the case of fevers, or of colds, or other inflammatory diseases, produced by the application of damp air, or to experience immediate uneasiness, as in the case of relaxation or chilliness produced by an over or under proportion of the matter of heat. Hardiness, even in the sense which it is opposed to the action of mechanical causes, is distinguishable from strength. The external indications of strength are the abundance and firmness of the muscular fibres. Those of hardiness, in this sense, are the firmness of the muscular fibres and the callosity of the skin. Strength is more peculiarly the gift of nature, hardiness of education. If two persons who have had, the one the education of a gentleman, the other that of a common sailor, the first may be stronger, at the same time that the other is the hardier. 4. By bodily imperfection may be understood that condition which a person is in, who either stands distinguished by any remarkable deformity, or wants any of those parts or faculties which the ordinary run of persons of the same sex and age are furnished with; who, for instance, has a hair lip, is deaf, or has lost a hand. This circumstance, like that of ill health, tends in general to diminish more or less the effect of any pleasurable circumstance, and to increase that of any afflictive one. The effect of this circumstance, however, admits of great variety, inasmuch as there are a great variety of ways in which a man may suffer in his personal appearance and in his body organs and faculties, all which differences will be taken notice of in their proper places. [Footnote: Cb. 1, title Irreparable Corporal Injuries.] 5. So much for circumstances belonging to the condition of the body. We come now to those which concern the condition of the mind. The use of mentioning these will be seen hereafter. In the first place may be reckoned the quantity and quality of the knowledge the person in question happens to possess, that is, of the ideas which he has actually in stores ready upon occasion to call to mind, meaning such ideas as are in some way or other of an interesting nature, that is, of a nature in some way or other to influence his happiness, or that of other men. When these ideas are many, and of importance, a man is said to be a man of knowledge; when few, or not of importance, ignorant. 6. By strength of intellectual powers may be understood the degree of facility which a man experiences in his endeavours to call to mind as well such ideas as have been already aggregated to his stock of knowledge, as any others, which upon any occasion that may happen, he may conceive a desire to place there. It seems to be on some such occasion as this that the words parts and talents are commonly employed. To this head may be referred the several quantities of readiness of apprehension, accuracy and tenacity of memory, strength of attention, clearness of discernment, amplitude of comprehension, vividity and rapidity of imagination. Strength of intellectual powers in general seems to correspond pretty exactly to general strength of body, as any of these qualities in particular does to particular strength. 7. Firmness of mind, on the other hand, and irritability on the other, regard the proportion between the degrees of efficacy with which a man is acted upon by an exciting cause, of which the value lies chiefly in magnitude, and one of which the value lies chiefly in propinquity. [Footnote: See Chapter 4, Value.] A man might be said to be of a firm mind when small pleasures or pains which are present or near do not affect him in a greater proportion to their value than greater pleasures or pains which are uncertain or remote. [Footnote: When, for instance, having been determined by the prospect of some inconvenience not to disclose the fact, although he should be put to the rack, he perseveres in such resolution after the rack is brought into his presence and even applied to him. Of an irritable mind, when the contrary is the case. 8. Steadiness regards the time during which a given exciting cause, of a given value, continues to affect a man in nearly the same manner and degree as at first, no assignable external event or change of circumstances intervening to make an alteration in its force. [Footnote: The facility with which children grow tired of their playthings and throw them away is an instance of unsteadiness. The perseverance with which a merchant applies himself to his traffic, or an author to his book, may be taken for an instance of the contrary. It is difficult to judge of the quantity of pleasure or pain in these cases, but from the effects which it produces in the character of motive, and even then it is difficult to pronounce whether the change of conduct happens by the extinction of the old pleasure or pain, or by the intervention of a new one. 9. 9. By the bent of a man's inclinations may be understood the propensity he has to expect pleasure or pain from certain objects, rather than from others. A man's inclinations may be said to have such or such a bent, when, amongst the several sorts of objects which afford pleasure in some degree to all men, he is apt to expect more pleasure from one particular sort than from another particular sort, or more from any given particular sort than another man would expect from that sort, or when, amongst the several sorts of objects which to one man afford pleasure, whilst to another they afford none, he is apt to expect, or not to expect, pleasure from an object of such or such a sort. So also with regard to pains. This circumstance, though intimately connected with that of the bias of a man's sensibility, is not undistinguishable from it. The quantity of pleasure or pain which on any given occasion a man may experience from an application of any sort may be greatly influenced by the expectations he has been used to entertain of pleasure or pain from that quarter, but it will not be absolutely determined by them, for pleasure or pain may come upon him from a quarter from which he was not accustomed to expect it. 10. The circumstances of moral, religious, sympathetic, and antipathetic sensibility, when closely considered, will appear to be included in some sort under that of bent of inclination. On account of their particular importance, they may, however, be worth mentioning apart. A man's moral sensibility may be said to be strong when the pains and pleasures of the moral sanction (Footnote: see Chapter 5, Pleasures and Pains) show greater in his eyes, in comparison with other pleasures and pains, and consequently exert a stronger influence, than in the eyes of the persons he is compared with. In other words, when he is acted on with more than ordinary efficacy by the sense of honour, it may be said to be weak, when the contrary is the case. 11. Moral sensibility seems to regard the average effect or influence of the pains and pleasures of the moral sanction, upon all sorts of occasions to which it is applicable, or happens to be applied. It regards the average force or quantity of the impulses the mind receives from that source during a given period. Moral bias regards the particular acts on which, upon so many particular occasions, the force of that sanction is looked upon as attaching. It regards the quality or direction of those impulses. It admits of as many varieties, therefore, as there are dictates which the moral sanction may be conceived to issue forth. A man may be said to have such or such a moral bias, or to have a moral bias in favour of such or such an action, when he looks upon it as being of the number of those of which the performance is dictated by the moral sanction. 12. What has been said with regard to moral sensibility may be applied mutatis mutandis to religious. 13. What has been said with regard to moral biases may also be applied mutatis mutandis to religious biases. 14. By sympathetic sensibility is to be understood the propensity that a man has to derive pleasure from the happiness and pain from the unhappiness of other sensitive beings. It is the stronger, the greater the ratio of the pleasure or pain he feels on their account is to that of the pleasure or pain which, according to what appears to him, they feel for themselves. 15. Sympathetic bias regards the description of the parties who are the objects of a man's sympathy, and of the acts or other circumstances of, or belonging to those persons, by which the sympathy is excited. These parties may be 1. Certain individuals, 2. Any subordinate class of individuals, 3. The whole nation, 4. Humankind in general, 5. The whole sensitive creation. According as these objects of sympathy are more numerous, the affection by which the man is biased may be said to be the more enlarged. 16-17. Antipathetic sensibility and antipathetic biases are just the reverse of sympathetic sensibility and sympathetic biases. By antipathetic sensibility is to be understood the propensity that a man has to derive pain from the happiness and pleasure from the unhappiness of other sensitive beings. 18. The circumstance of insanity of mind corresponds to that of bodily imperfection. It admits, however, of much less variety, inasmuch as the soul is, for aught we can perceive, one indivisible thing, not distinguishable, like the body, into parts. What lesser degrees of imperfection the mind may be susceptible of seem to be comprisable under the already mentioned heads of ignorance, weakness of mind, irritability, or unsteadiness, or under such others as are reducible to them. Those which are here in view are those extraordinary species and degrees of mental imperfection, which, wherever they take place, are as conspicuous and as unquestionable as lameness or blindness in the body, operating partly, it should seem, by inducing an extraordinary degree of the imperfections above mentioned, partly by giving an extraordinary and preposterous bent to the inclinations. 19. Under the head of a man's habitual occupations are to be understood, on this occasion, as well those which he pursues for the sake of profit as those which he pursues for the sake of present pleasure. The consideration of the profit itself belongs to the head of a man's pecuniary circumstances. It is evident that if by any means a punishment, or any other exciting cause, has the effect of putting it out of his power to continue in the pursuit of any such occupation, it must on that account be much the more distressing. A man's habitual occupations, though intimately connected in point of causality with the bent of his inclinations, are not to be looked upon as precisely the same circumstance. An amusement, or channel of profit, may be the object of a man's inclinations, which has never been the subject of his habitual occupations. For it may be that though he wished to betake himself to it, he never did, it not being in his power, a circumstance which may make a good deal of difference in the effect of any incident by which he happens to be debarred from it. 20. Under the head of pecuniary circumstances, I mean to bring to view the proportion which a man's means bear to his wants, the sum total of his means of every kind, to the sum total of his wants of every kind. A man's means depend upon three circumstances: 1. His property; 2. The profit of his labours; 3. His connections in the way of support. His wants seem to depend upon four circumstances: 1. His habits of expense; 2. His connections in the way of burden; 3. Any present casual demand he may have; 4. The strength of his expectation. By a man's property is to be understood whatever he has in store independent of his labour. By the profit of his labour is to be understood the growing profit. As to labour, it may be either of the body principally, or of the mind principally, or of both indifferently. Nor does it matter in what manner, nor on what subject, it be applied, so it produce a profit. By a man's connections in the way of support are to be understood the pecuniary assistances of whatever kind which he is in a way of receiving from any persons who, on whatever account and in whatever proportion, he has reason to expect should contribute gratis to his maintenance, such as his parents, patrons, and relations. It seems manifest that a man can have no other means than these. What he uses, he must have either of his own, or from other people. if from other people, either gratis or for a price. As to habits of expense, it is well known that a man's desires are governed in a great degree by his habits. Many are the cases in which desire, and consequently the pain of privation connected with it, [Footnote: See Chapter 5, Pleasures and Pains.] would not even subsist at all, but for previous enjoyment. By a man's connections in the way of burden are to be understood whatever expense he has reason to look upon himself as bound to be at in the support of those who by law, or the customs of the world, are warranted in looking up to him for assistance, such as children, poor relations, superannuated servants, or any other dependents whatsoever. As to present casual demand, it is manifest that there are occasions on which a given sum will be worth infinitely more to a man than the same sum would at another time, where, for example, in a case of extremity, a man stands in need of extraordinary medical assistance, or wants money to carry on a lawsuit, on which his all depends, or has got a livelihood waiting for him in a distant country, and wants money for the charges of conveyance. In such cases, any piece of good or ill fortune, in the pecuniary way, might have a very different effect from what it would have at another time. With regard to strength of expectation, when one man expects to gain or to keep a thing which another does not, it is plain, the circumstance of not having it will affect the former very differently from the latter, who indeed, commonly, will not be affected by it at all. 21. Under the head of a man's connections in the way of sympathy, I would bring to view the number and description of the persons in whose welfare he takes such a concern, as the idea of their happiness should be productive of pleasure, and that of their unhappiness of pain to him. For instance, a man's wife, his children, his parents, his near relations, and intimate friends. This class of persons, it is obvious, will for the most part include the two classes by which his pecuniary circumstances are affected, those, to wit, from whose means he may expect support, and those whose wants operate on him as a burden. But it is obvious that besides these, it may very well include others, with whom he has no such pecuniary connection, and even with regard to these, it is evident that the pecuniary dependence and the union of affections are circumstances perfectly distinguishable. Accordingly, the connections here in question, independently of any influence they may have on a man's pecuniary circumstances, have an influence on the effect of any exciting causes whatsoever. The tendency of them is to increase a man's general sensibility, to increase on the one hand the pleasure produced by all pleasurable causes, on the other the pain produced by all afflictive ones. When any pleasurable incident happens to a man, he naturally, in the first moment, thinks of the pleasure it will afford immediately to himself. Presently afterwards, however, except in a few cases which is not worth while here to insist on, he begins to think of the pleasure which his friends will feel upon their coming to know of it. And this secondary pleasure is commonly no mean addition to the primary one. First comes the self-regarding pleasure, then comes the idea of the pleasure of sympathy, which you suppose that pleasure of yours will give birth in the bosom of your friend. And this idea excites again in yours a new pleasure of sympathy, grounded upon his. The first pleasure, issuing from your own bosom, as it were from a radiant point, illuminates the bosom of your friend, reverberated from thence. It is reflected, with augmented warmth, to the point from whence it first proceeded, and so it is with pains. [Footnote: This is one reason why legislators in general like better to have married people to deal with than single, and people that have children than such as are childless. It is manifest that the stronger and more numerous a man's connection in the way of sympathy are, the stronger is the hold which the law has upon him. A wife and children are so many pledges a man gives to the world for his good behavior. Nor does this effect depend wholly upon affection, Among near relations, although there should be no kindness, the pleasures and pains of the moral sanction are quickly propagated by a peculiar kind of sympathy. No article, either of honor or disgrace, can well fall upon a man, without extending to a certain distance within the circle of his family. What reflects honor upon the father, reflects honor upon the son. What reflects disgrace, disgrace. The cause of this singular and seemingly unreasonable circumstance, that is, its analogy to the rest of the phenomena of the human mind, belongs not to the present purpose. It is sufficient if the effect be beyond dispute. 22. Of a man's connections in the way of antipathy, there needs not anything very particular to be observed. Happily there is no primeval and constant source of antipathy in a human nature, as there is of sympathy. There are no permanent sets of persons who are naturally and of course the objects of antipathy to a man, as there are who are the objects of the contrary affection. Sources, however, but too many, of antipathy are apt to spring up upon various occasions during the course of a man's life, and whenever they do, this circumstance may have a very considerable influence on the effects of various exciting causes. As on the one hand a punishment, for instance, which tends to separate a man from those with whom he is connected in the way of sympathy, so on the other hand one which tends to force him into the company of those with whom he is connected in the way of antipathy will, on that account, be so much the more distressing. It is to be observed that sympathy itself multiplies the sources of antipathy. Sympathy for your friend gives birth to antipathy, on your part, against all those who are objects of antipathy, as well as to sympathy for those who are objects of sympathy to him. In the same manner does antipathy multiply the sources of sympathy, though commonly perhaps with rather a less degree of efficacy. Antipathy against your enemy is apt to give birth to sympathy on your part towards those who are objects of antipathy, as well as to antipathy against those who are objects of sympathy to him. End of Part A of Chapter 6. Part B of Chapter 6 of an Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation by Jeremy Bentham. Chapter 6, Part B. 23. Thus much for the circumstances by which the effect of any exciting cause may be influenced, when applied upon any given occasion, at any given period. But besides these supervening incidents, there are other circumstances relative to a man that may have their influence, and which are coeval to his birth. In the first place, it seems to be universally agreed that in the original frame or texture of every man's body there is something which, independently of all subsequently intervening circumstances, renders him liable to be affected by causes producing bodily pleasure or pain, in a manner different from that in which another man would be affected by the same causes. To the catalogue of circumstances influencing a man's sensibility, we may therefore add his original or radical frame, texture, constitution, or temperament of body. 24. In the next place, it seems to be pretty well agreed that there is something also in the original frame or texture of every man's mind, which, independently of all exterior and subsequently intervening circumstances, and even of his radical frame of body, makes him liable to be differently affected by the same exciting causes, from what another man would be. To the catalogue of circumstances influencing a man's sensibility, we may therefore further add his original or radical frame, texture, constitution, or temperament of mind. [Footnote: The characteristic circumstances whereby one man's frame of body or mind, considered at any given period, stands distinguished from that of another, have been comprised by metaphysicians and physiologists under the name of idiosyncrasy. from idios, peculiar, and synkrasis, composition.] It seems pretty certain, all this while, that a man's sensibility to causes producing pleasure or pain, even of mind, may depend, in a considerable degree, upon his original and acquired frame of body. But we have no reason to think that it can depend altogether upon that frame, since, on the one hand, we see persons whose frame of body is as much alike as can be conceived, differing very considerably in respect of their mental frame, and, on the other hand, persons whose frame of mind is as much alike as can be conceived, differing very conspicuously in regard to their bodily frame. [Footnote: Those who maintain that the mind and the body are one substance may here object that upon that supposition the distinction between frame of mind and frame of body is but nominal, and that accordingly there is no such thing as a frame of mind distinct from the frame of body. But granting, for argument's sake, the antecedent, we may dispute the consequence, for if the mind be but a part of the body, it is at any rate of a nature very different from the other part of the body. A man's frame of body cannot in any part of it undergo any considerable alteration without its being immediately indicated by phenomena discernible by the senses. A man's frame of mind may undergo very considerable alterations, his frame of body remaining the same to all appearance, that is, for anything that is indicated to the contrary by phenomena cognizable to the senses, meaning those of other men. It seems indisputable also that the different sets of external occurrences that may befall a man in the course of his life will make great differences in the subsequent texture of his mind at any given period, yet still those differences are not solely to be attributed to such occurrences. Equally far from the truth seems that opinion to be, if any such be maintained, which attributes all to nature, and that which attributes all to education. The two circumstances will therefore still remain distinct, as well from one another as from all others. Distinct, however, as they are, it is manifest that at no period in the active part of a man's life can they either of them make their appearance by themselves. All they do is to constitute the latent groundwork which the other supervening circumstances have to work upon, and whatever influence those original principles may have is so changed and modified and covered over, as it were, by those other circumstances, as never to be separately discernible. The effects of the one influence are indistinguishably blended with those of the other. The emotions of the body are received, and with reason, as probable indications of the temperature of the mind, but they are far enough from conclusive. A man may exhibit, for instance, the exterior appearances of grief, without really grieving at all, or at least in anything near the proportion in which he appears to grieve. Oliver Cromwell, whose conduct indicated a heart more than ordinarily callous, was as remarkably profuse in tears. [Footnote: Hume's Histories.] Many men can command the external appearances of sensibility with very little real feeling. [Footnote: The quantity of the sort of pain which is called grief is indeed hardly to be measured by any external indications. It is neither to be measured, for instance, by the quantity of the tears, nor by the number of moments spent in crying. Indications rather less equivocal may, perhaps, be afforded by the pulse. A man has not the motions of his heart at command as he has those of the muscles of his face. But the particular significancy of these indications is still very uncertain. All they can express is that the man is affected. They cannot express in what manner, nor from what cause. To an affection resulting in reality from such or such a cause, he may give an artificial coloring, and attribute it to such or such another cause. To an affection directed in reality to such or such a person as its object, he may give an artificial bias, and represent it as if directed to such or such another object. Tears of rage he may attribute to contrition. The concern he feels at the thoughts of a punishment that awails him, he may impute to a sympathetic concern for the mischief produced by his offence. A very tolerable judgment, however, may commonly be formed by a discerning mind upon laying all the external indications exhibited by a man together, and at the same time comparing them with his actions. A remarkable instance of the power of the will over the external indications of sensibility is to be found in Tacitus's story of the Roman soldier who raised a mutiny in the camp, pretending to have lost a brother by the lawless cruelty of the general. The truth was, he never had had a brother. The female sex commonly with greater facility than the male. Hence the proverbial expression of a woman's tears. To have this kind of command over one's self was the characteristic excellence of the orator of ancient times, and is still that of the player in our own. The remaining circumstances may, with reference to those already mentioned, be termed secondary influencing circumstances. These have an influence, it is true, on the quantum or bias of a man's sensibility, but it is only by means of the other primary ones. The matter in which these two sets of circumstances are concerned is such that the primary ones do the business, while the secondary ones lie most open to observation. The secondary ones, therefore, are those which are most heard of, on which account it will be necessary to take notice of them, at the same time that it is only by means of the primary ones that their influence can be explained, whereas the influence of the primary ones will be apparent enough without any mention of the secondary ones. 25. Among such of the primitive modifications of the corporeal frame as may appear to influence the quantum and bias of sensibility, the most obvious and conspicuous are those which constitute the sex. In point of quantity, the sensibility of the female sex appears in general to be greater than that of the male. The health of the female is more delicate than that of the male. In point of strength and hardiness of body, in point of quantity and quality of knowledge, in point of strength of intellectual powers, and firmness of mind, she is commonly inferior. Moral, religious, sympathetic, and antipathetic sensibility are commonly stronger in her than in the male. The quality of her knowledge and the bent of her inclinations are commonly in many respects different. Her moral biases are also, in certain respects, remarkably different. Chastity, modesty, and delicacy, for instance, are prized more than courage in a woman, courage more than any of those qualities in a man. The religious biases in the two sexes are not apt to be remarkably different, except that the female is rather more inclined than the male to superstition, that is, to observances not dictated by the principle of utility, a difference that may be pretty well accounted for by some of the before-mentioned circumstances. Her sympathetic biases are in many respects different for her own offspring all their lives long, and for children in general while young. Her affection is commonly stronger than that of the male. Her affections are apt to be less enlarged, seldom expanding themselves so much as to take in the welfare of her country in general, much less that of mankind, or the whole sensitive creation, seldom embracing any extensive class or division, even of her own countrymen, unless it be in virtue of her sympathy for some particular individuals that belong to it. In general, her antipathetic as well as sympathetic biases are apt to be less conformable to the principle of utility than those of the male, owing chiefly to some deficiency in point of knowledge, discernment, and comprehension. Her habitual occupations of the amusing kind are apt to be in many respects different from those of the male. With regard to her connections in the way of sympathy, there can be no difference. In point of pecuniary circumstances, according to the customs of perhaps all countries, she is in general less independent. 26. Age is, of course, divided into diverse periods, of which the number and limits are by no means uniformly ascertained. One might distinguish it, for the present purpose, into 1. Infancy, 2. Adolescence, 3. Youth, 4. Maturity, 5. Decline, 6. Decrepitude. It were lost time to stop on the present occasion to examine it at each period, and to observe the indications it gives, with respect to the several primary circumstances just reviewed. Infancy and decrepitude are commonly inferior to the other periods, in point of health, strength, hardiness, and so forth. In infancy, on the part of the female, the imperfections of that sex are enhanced; on the part of the male, imperfections take place mostly similar in quality, but greater in quantity, to those attending the states of adolescence, youth, and maturity in the female. In the stage of decrepitude both sexes relapse into many of the imperfections of infancy. The generality of these observations may easily be corrected upon a particular review. 27. Station or rank in life is a circumstance that among a civilized people will commonly undergo a multiplicity of variations. Caeteris paribus, the quantum of sensibility appears to be greater in higher ranks of men than in the lower. The primary circumstances in respect of which this secondary circumstance is apt to induce or indicate a difference seem principally to be as follows: 1. Quantity and quality of knowledge; 2. Strength of mind; 3. Bent of inclination; 4. Moral sensibility; 5. Moral biases; 6. Religious sensibility; 7. Religious biases; 8. Sympathetic sensibility; 9. Sympathetic biases; 10. Antipathetic sensibility; 11. Antipathetic biases; 12. Habitual occupations; 13. Nature and productiveness of a man's means of livelihood; 14. Connections importing profit; 15. Habit of expense; 16. Connections importing burden. A man of a certain rank will frequently have a number of dependents besides those whose dependency is the result of natural relationship. As to health, strength, and hardiness, if rank has any influence on these circumstances, it is but in a remote way, chiefly by the influence it may have on its habitual occupations. 28. The influence of education is still more extensive. Education stands upon a footing somewhat different from that of the circumstances of age, sex, and rank. These words, though the influence of the circumstances they respectively denote exerts itself principally, if not entirely, through the medium of certain of the primary circumstances before mentioned, present, however, each of them a circumstance which has a separate existence of itself. This is not the case with the word education, which means nothing any further than as it serves to call up to view some one or more of those primary circumstances. Education may be distinguished into physical and mental, the education of the body and that of the mind; mental again into intellectual and moral, the culture of the understanding and the culture of the affections. The education a man receives is given to him partly by others, partly by himself. By education, then, nothing more can be expressed than the condition a man is in respect of those primary circumstances, as resulting partly from the management and contrivance of others, principally of those who in the early periods of his life have had dominion over him, partly from his own. To the principal part of his education belong the circumstances of health, strength, and hardiness, sometimes by accident that of bodily imperfection, as where by intemperance or negligence an irreparable mischief happens to his person; to the intellectual part, those of quantity and quality of knowledge, and in some measure perhaps those of firmness of mind and steadiness; to the moral part, the bent of his inclinations, the quantity and quality of his moral, religious, sympathetic, and antipathetic sensibility; to all three branches indiscriminately, but under the superior control of external occurrences, his habitual recreations, his property, his means of livelihood, his connections in the way of profit and of burden, and his habits of expense. With respect indeed to all these points, the influence of education is modified, in a manner more or less apparent, by that of exterior occurrences, and in a manner scarcely at all apparent, and altogether out of the reach of calculation, by the original texture and constitution as well of his body as of his mind. 29. Among the external circumstances by which the influence of education is modified, the principal are those which come under the head of climate. This circumstance places itself in front and demands a separate denomination, not merely on account of the magnitude of its influence, but also on account of its being conspicuous to everybody, and of its applying indiscriminately to great numbers at a time. This circumstance depends for its essence upon the situation of that part of the earth which is in question, with respect to the course taken by the whole planet in its revolution round the sun; but for its influence it depends upon the condition of the bodies which compose the earth's surface at that part, principally upon the quantities of sensible heat at different periods, and upon the density, and purity, and dryness or moisture of the circumambient air. Of the so often mentioned primary circumstances, there are few of which the production is not introduced by this secondary one, partly by its manifest effects upon the body, partly by its less perceptible effects upon the mind. In hot climates men's health is apt to be more precarious than in cold, their strength and hardiness less, their vigour, firmness, and steadiness of mind less, and thence, indirectly, their quantity of knowledge. The bent of their inclinations is different, most remarkably so in respect of their superior propensity to sexual enjoyments, and in respect of the earliness of the period at which that propensity begins to manifest itself, their sensibilities of all kinds more intense, their habitual occupations savouring more of sloth than of activity, their radical frame of body less strong, probably, and less hardy, their radical frame of mind less vigorous, less firm, less steady. 30. Another article in the catalogue of secondary circumstances is that of race or lineage, the national race or lineage a man issues from. This circumstance, independently of that of climate, will commonly make some difference in point of radical frame of mind and body. A man of Negro race, born in France or England, is a very different being, in many respects, from a man of French or English race. A man of Spanish race, born in Mexico or Peru, is at the hour of his birth a different sort of being, in many respects, from a man of the original Mexican or Peruvian race. This circumstance, as far as it is distinct from climate, rank, and education, and from the two just mentioned, operates chiefly through the medium of moral, religious, sympathetic, and antipathetic biases. 31. The last circumstance but one is that of government, the government a man lives under at the time in question, or rather that under which he has been accustomed most to live. This circumstance operates principally through the medium of education, the magistrate operating in the character of a tutor upon all the members of the state, by the direction he gives to their hopes and to their fears. Indeed, under a solicitous and attentive government, the ordinary preceptor, nay, even the parent himself, is but a deputy, as it were, to the magistrate, whose controlling influence, different in this respect from that of the ordinary preceptor, dwells with a man to his life's end. This effect of the peculiar power of the magistrate are seen more particularly in the influence it exerts over the quantity and bias of men's moral, religious, sympathetic, and antipathetic sensibilities. Under a well-constituted, or even under a well-administered, though ill-constituted government, men's moral sensibility is commonly stronger, and their moral biases more conformable to the dictates of utility; their religious sensibility frequently weaker, but their religious biases less unconformable to the dictates of utility; their sympathetic affections more enlarged, directed to the magistrate more than to small parties or to individuals, and more to the whole community than to either; their antipathetic sensibilities less violent, and being more obsequious to the influence of well-directed moral biases, and less apt to be excited by that of ill-directed religious ones; their antipathetic biases more conformable to well-directed moral ones, more apt in proportion to be grounded on enlarged and sympathetic than on narrow and self-regarding affections, and accordingly, upon the whole, more conformable to the dictates of utility. 32. The last circumstance is that of religious profession. The religious profession a man is of, the religious fraternity of which he is a member. This circumstance operates principally through the medium of religious sensibility and religious biases. It operates, however, as an indication more or less conclusive with respect to several other circumstances. With respect to some, scarcely but through the medium of the two just mentioned. This is the case with regard to the quantum and bias of a man's moral, sympathetic, and antipathetic sensibility. Perhaps in some cases with regard to quantity and quality of knowledge, strength of intellectual powers, and bent of inclination. With respect to others, it may operate immediately of itself. This seems to be the case with regard to a man's habitual occupations, pecuniary circumstances, and connections in the way of sympathy and antipathy. A man who pays very little inward regard to the dictates of the religion which he finds it necessary to profess, may find it difficult to avoid joining in the ceremonies of it, and bearing a part in the pecuniary burdens it imposes. [Footnote: The way in which a religion may lessen a man's means or augment his wants are various. Sometimes it will prevent him from making a profit of his money, sometimes from setting his hand to labor, sometimes it will oblige him to buy dearer food instead of cheaper, sometimes to purchase useless labor, sometimes to pay men for not laboring, sometimes to purchase trinkets, on which imagination alone has set a value, sometimes to purchase exemptions from punishment or titles to felicity in the world to come. By the force of habit and example, he may even be led to entertain a partiality for persons of the same profession, and a proportionate antipathy against those of a rival one. In particular, the antipathy against persons of different persuasions is one of the last points of religion which men part with. Lastly, it is obvious that the religious profession a man is of cannot but have a considerable influence on his education. But, considering the import of the term education, to say this is perhaps no more than saying in other words what has been said already. These circumstances, all or many of them, will tend to be attended to as often as upon any occasion any account is taken of any quantity of pain or pleasure, as resulting from any cause. Has any person sustained an injury? They will need to be considered in estimating the mischief of the offence. Is satisfaction to be made to him? They will need to be attended to in adjusting the quantum of that satisfaction. Is the injurer to be punished? They will need to be attended to in estimating the force of the impression that will be made on him by any given punishment. It is to be observed that though they seem all of them, on some account or other, to merit a place in the catalogue, they are not all of equal use in practice. Different articles among them are applicable to different exciting causes. Of those that may influence the effect of the same exciting cause, some apply indiscriminately to whole classes of persons together, being applicable to all, without any remarkable difference in degree. These may be directly and pretty fully provided for by the legislator. This is the case, for instance, with the primary circumstances of bodily imperfection and insanity, with the second circumstance of sex, perhaps with that of age, at any rate with those of rank, of climate, of lineage, and of religious profession. Others, however, they may apply to whole classes of persons, yet in their application to different individuals are susceptible of perhaps an indefinite variety of degrees. These cannot be fully provided for by the legislator, but, as the existence of them in every sort of case is capable of being ascertained, and the degree in which they take place is capable of being measured, provision may be made for them by the judge, or other executive magistrate, to whom the several individuals that happen to be concerned may be made known. This is the case, 1. with circumstance of health, 2. in some sort with that of strength, 3. scarcely with that of hardiness, still less with those of quantity and quality of knowledge. Strength of intellectual powers, firmness or steadiness of mind, except in as far as a man's condition, in respect to those circumstances, may be indicated by the secondary circumstances of sex, age, or rank, hardly with that of bent of inclination, except in as far as that latent circumstance is indicated by the more manifest one of habitual occupations, hardly with that of a man's moral sensibility or biases, except in as far as they may be indicated by his sex, age, rank, and education, not at all with his religious sensibility and religious biases, except in as far as they may be indicated by the religious profession he belongs to, not at all with the quantity or quality of his sympathetic or antipathetic sensibilities, except in as far as they may be presumed from his sex, age, rank, education, lineage, or religious profession. It is the case, however, with his habitual occupations, with his pecuniary circumstances, and with his connections in the way of sympathy. Of others, again, either the existence cannot be ascertained, or the degree cannot be measured. These, therefore, cannot be taken into account, either by the legislator or the executive magistrate. Accordingly, they would have no claim to be taken notice of, were it not for those secondary circumstances by which they were indicated, and whose influence could not well be understood without them. What these are has been already mentioned. It has already been observed that different articles in this list of circumstances apply to different exciting causes. The circumstance of bodily strength, for instance, has scarcely any influence of itself, whatever it may have in a roundabout way and by accident, on the effect of an incident which should increase or diminish the quantum of a man's property. It remains to be considered what the exciting causes are with which the legislator has to do. These may, by some accident or other, be any whatsoever, but those which he has principally to do are those of the painful or afflictive kind. With pleasurable ones he has little to do, except now and then by accident, the reasons of which may be easily enough perceived, at the same time that it would take up too much room to unfold them here. The exciting causes with which he has principally to do are, on the one hand, the mischievous acts, which it is his business to prevent; on the other hand, the punishments, by the terror of which it is his endeavour to prevent them. Now of these two sets of exciting causes, the latter only is of his production, being produced partly by his own special appointment, partly in conformity to his general appointment, by the special appointment of the judge. For the legislator, therefore, as well as for the judge, it is necessary, if they would know what it is they are doing when they are appointing punishment, to have an eye to all these circumstances. For the legislator, lest, meaning to apply a certain quantity of punishment to all persons who shall put themselves in a given predicament, he should unawares apply to some of those persons much more or much less than he himself intended; for the judge, lest, in applying to a particular person a particular measure of punishment, he should apply much more or much less than was intended, perhaps by himself, and at any rate by the legislature. They ought each of them, therefore, to have before him, on the one hand, a list of the several circumstances by which sensibility may be influenced, on the other hand, a list of the several species and degrees of punishment which they purpose to make use of, and then, by making a comparison between the two, to form a detailed estimate of the influence of each of the circumstances in question, upon the effect of each species and degree of punishment. There are two plans or orders of distribution, either of which might be pursued in the drawing up this estimate. This one is to make the name of the circumstance take the lead, and under it to represent the different influences it exerts over the effects of the several modes of punishment. The other is to make the name of the punishment take the lead, and under it to represent the different influences which are exerted over the effects of it by the several circumstances above mentioned. Now of these two sorts of objects, the punishment is that to which the intention of the legislator is directed in the first instance. This is of his own creation, and will be whatsoever he thinks fit to make it. The influencing circumstance exists independently of him, and is what it is whether he will or not. What he has occasion to do is to establish a certain species and degree of punishment, and it is only with reference to that punishment that he has occasion to make any inquiry concerning any of the circumstances here in question. The latter of the two plans, therefore, is that which appears by far the most useful and commodious, but neither upon the one nor the other plan can any such estimate be delivered here. [Footnote: This is far from being a visionary proposal, not reducible to practice. I speak from experience, having actually drawn up such an estimate, though upon the least commodious of the two plans, and before the several circumstances in question had been reduced to the precise number and order in which they are here enumerated. This is a part of the matter destined for another work. There are some of these circumstances that bestow particular denominations on the persons they relate to. Thus, from the circumstance of bodily imperfections, persons are denominated deaf, dumb, blind, and so forth; from the circumstance of insanity, idiots and maniacs; from the circumstance of age, infants; for all which classes of persons particular provision is made in the Code. See Book I, title Exemptions. Persons thus distinguished will form so many articles in the Catalogus Personarum Privilegiatarum. See Appendix, title Composition.] Of the several circumstances contained in this catalogue, it may be of use to give some sort of analytic view, in order that it may be the more easily discovered if any which ought to have been inserted are omitted, and that, with regard to those which are inserted, it may be seen how they differ and agree. In the first place, they may be distinguished into primary and secondary. Those may be termed primary which operate immediately of themselves; those secondary which operate not but by the medium of the former. To this latter head belong the circumstances of sex, age, station in life, education, climate, lineage, government, and religious profession. The rest are primary. These again are either connate or adventitious. Those which are connate are radical frame of body and radical frame of mind. Those which are adventitious are either personal or exterior. The personal again concern either a man's dispositions or his actions. Those which concern his dispositions concern either his body or his mind. Those which concern his body are health, strength, hardiness, and bodily imperfection. Those which concern his mind, again, concern either his understanding or his affections. To the former head belong the circumstances of quantity and quality of knowledge, strength of understanding and insanity. To the latter belong the circumstances of firmness of mind, steadiness, bent of inclination, moral sensibility, moral biases, religious sensibility, religious biases, sympathetic sensibility, sympathetic biases, antipathetic sensibility, and antipathetic biases. Those which regard his actions are his habitual occupations. Those which are exterior to him regard either the things or the persons which he is concerned with. Under the former head come his pecuniary circumstances. [Footnote: As to a man's pecuniary circumstances, the causes on which those circumstances depend do not come all of them under the same class. The absolute quantum of a man's property does indeed come under the same class as with his pecuniary circumstances in general. So does the profit he makes from the occupation which furnishes him with the means of a livelihood. But the occupation itself concerns his own person, and comes under the same head as his habitual amusements, as likewise his habits of expense, his connections in the ways of profit and of burden, under the same head as his connections in the way of sympathy, and the circumstances of his present demand for money and strength of expectation come under the head of those circumstances relative to his person which regard his affections. Under the latter, his connections in the way of sympathy and antipathy. Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of an Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gogo Blue. An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation by Jeremy Bentham. Chapter 7. of human actions in general. 1. The business of government is to promote the happiness of the society by punishing and rewarding. That part of its business which consists in punishing is more particularly the subject of penal law. In proportion as an act tends to disturb that happiness, in proportion as the tendency of it is pernicious, will be the demand it creates for punishment. What happiness consists of we have already seen: enjoyment of pleasures, security from pains. 2. The general tendency of an act is more or less pernicious, according to the sum total of its consequences, that is, according to the difference between the sum of such as are good and the sum of such as are evil. 3. It is to be observed that here, as well as henceforward, wherever consequences are spoken of, such only are meant as are material. Of the consequences of any act, the multitude and variety must needs be infinite, but such of them only as are material are worth regarding. Now among the consequences of an act, be they what they may, such only, by one who views them in the capacity of a legislator, can be said to be material. Footnote, or of importance, as either consist of pain or pleasure, or have an influence in the production of pain or pleasure. Footnote, in certain cases the consequences of an act may be material by serving as evidences indicating the existence of some other material fact, which is even antecedent to the act of which they are the consequences, but even here they are material only because, in virtue of such their evidentiary quality, they have an influence, at a subsequent period of time, in the production of pain and pleasure, for example, by serving as grounds for conviction, and thence for punishment. See title Simple Falsehoods, Verbal Material. End of footnote. 4. It is also to be observed that into the account of the consequences of the act are to be taken not such only as might have ensued, were intention out of the question, but such also as depend upon the connection there may be between these first mentioned consequences and the intention. The connection there is between the intention and certain consequences is, as we shall see hereafter. Footnote, see B.1, title Exemptions and title Extenuations, and footnote, a means of producing other consequences. In this lies the difference between rational agency and irrational. 5. Now the intention, with regard to the consequences of an act, will depend upon two things: 1. The state of the will or intention with respect to the act itself, and 2. The state of the understanding or perceptive faculties with regard to the circumstances which it is, or may appear to be, accompanied with. Now with respect to these circumstances, the perceptive faculty is susceptible of three states: consciousness, unconsciousness, and false consciousness. Consciousness, when the party believes precisely those circumstances and no others to subsist which really do subsist. Unconsciousness, when he fails of perceiving certain circumstances to subsist which, however, do subsist. False consciousness, when he believes or imagines certain circumstances to subsist which in truth do not subsist. 6. In every transaction, therefore, which is examined with a view to punishment, there are 4 articles to be considered: 1. The act itself which is done; 2. The circumstances in which it is done; 3. The intentionality that may have accompanied it; 4. The consciousness, unconsciousness, or false consciousness that may have accompanied it. What regards the act and the circumstances will be the subject of the present chapter. What regards the intention and consciousness, that of the two succeeding. 7. There are also two other articles on which the general tendency of an act depends, and on that, as well as on other accounts, the demand which it creates for punishment. These are: 1. The particular motive or motives which gave birth to it. 2. The general disposition which it indicates. These articles will be the subject of two other chapters. 8. Acts may be distinguished in several ways for several purposes. They may be distinguished, in the first place, into positive and negative. By positive are meant such as consist in motion or exertion; by negative, such as consist in keeping at rest, that is, in forbearing to move or exert oneself in such and such circumstances. Thus, to strike is a positive act, not to strike on a certain occasion a negative one. Positive acts are styled also acts of commission; negative, acts of omission or forbearance. Footnote: the distinction between positive and negative acts runs through the whole system of offences, and sometimes makes a material difference with regard to their consequences. To reconcile us the better to the extensive, and, as it may appear on some occasions, the inconsistent signification here given to the word act, it may be considered: 1. That in many cases where no exterior or overt act is exercised, the state which the mind is in at the time when the supposed act is said to happen is as truly and directly the result of the will as any exterior act, how plain and conspicuous soever. The not revealing a conspiracy or instance may be as perfectly the act of the will as the joining in it. In the next place, that even though the mind should never have had the incident in question in contemplation, insomuch that the event of its not happening should not have been so much as obliquely intentional, still the state the person's mind was in at the time when, if he had so willed, the incident might have happened, is in many cases productive of as material consequences, and not only as likely, but as fit to call for the interposition of other agents, as the opposite one. Thus, when a tax is imposed, your not paying it is an act which at any rate must be punished in a certain manner, whether you happened to think of paying it or not. 9. Such acts again as are negative may either be absolutely so or relatively. Absolutely, when they import the negation of all positive agency whatsoever, for instance, not to strike at all; relatively, when they import the negation of such or such a particular mode of agency, for instance, not to strike such a person or such a thing, or in such a direction. 10. It is to be observed that the nature of the act, whether positive or negative, is not to be determined immediately by the form of the discourse made use of to express it. An act which is positive in its nature may be characterized by a negative expression. Thus, not to be at rest is as much as to say to move. So also an act which is negative in its nature may be characterized by a positive expression. Thus, to forbear or omit to bring food to a person in certain circumstances is signified by the single and positive term to starve. 11. In the second place, acts may be distinguished into external and internal. By external are meant corporal acts, acts of the body; by internal, mental acts, acts of the mind. Thus, to strike is an external or exterior. Footnote: an exterior act is also called by lawyers a vert. Act. To intend to strike, an internal or exterior one. 12. Acts of discourse are a sort of mixture of the two, external acts which are no ways material, nor attended with any consequences any farther than as they serve to express the existence of internal ones. To speak to another to strike, to write to him to strike, to make signs to him to strike, are all so many acts of discourse. 13. Third, acts that are external may be distinguished into transitive and intransitive. Acts may be called transitive when the motion is communicated from the person of the agent to some foreign body, that is, to such a foreign body on which the effects of it are considered as being material, as where a man runs against you or throws water in your face. Acts may be called intransitive when the motion is communicated to no other body on which the effects of it are regarded as material than some part of the same person in whom it originated, as where a man runs or washes himself. Footnote: the distinction is well known to the later grammarians. It is with them indeed that it took its rise, though by them it has been applied rather to the names than to the things themselves, to verbs signifying transitive acts, as here described. They have given the name of transitive verbs. Those significative of intransitive acts they have termed intransitive. These last are still more frequently called neuter, that is, neither active nor passive. The appellation seems improper, since instead of their being neither, they are both in one. To the class of acts that are here termed intransitive belong those which constitute the third class in the system of offences. See Chapter 16, Division, and B1, Title, Self-regarding offences. End of footnote. 14. An act of the transitive kind may be said to be in its commencement, or in the first stage of its progress, while the motion is confined to the person of the agent and has not yet been communicated to any foreign body on which the effects of it can be material. It may be said to be in its termination, or to be in the last stage of its progress. As soon as the motion or impulse has been communicated to some such foreign body, it may be said to be in the middle or intermediate stage or stages of its progress, while the motion, having passed from the person of the agent, has not yet been communicated to any such foreign body. Thus, as soon as a man has lifted up his hand to strike, the act he performs in striking you is in its commencement. As soon as his hand has reached you, it is in its termination. If the act be the motion of a body which is separated from the person of the agent before it reaches the object, it may be said, during that interval, to be in its intermediate progress, footnote, or in its migration, or in transitu, end of footnote, or in gradu mediativo, as in the case where a man throws a stone or fires a bullet at you. 15. An act of the intransitive kind may be said to be in its commencement, when the motion or impulse is as yet confined to the member or organ in which it originated, and has not yet been communicated to any member or organ that is distinguishable from the former. It may be said to be in its termination as soon as it has been applied to any other part of the same person. Thus, where a man poisons himself while he is lifting up the poison to his mouth, the act is in its commencement. As soon as it has reached his lips, it is in its termination. Footnote: these distinctions will be referred to in the next chapter, Intentionality, and applied in practice in B1, title Extenuations. End of footnote. 16. In the third place, acts may be distinguished into transient and continued. Thus, to strike is a transient act, to lean a continued one; to buy, a transient act; to keep in one's possession, a continued one. 17. In strictness of speech there is a difference between a continued act and a repetition of acts. It is a repetition of acts when there are intervals filled up by acts of different natures, a continued act when there are no such intervals. Thus to lean is continued act, to keep striking a repetition of acts. 18. There is a difference, again, between a repetition of acts and a habit or practice. The term repetition of acts may be employed, let the acts in question be separated by ever such short intervals, and let the sum total of them occupy ever so short a space of time. The term habit is not employed but when the acts in question are supposed to be separated by long continued intervals, and the sum total of them to occupy a considerable space of time. It is not, for instance, the drinking ever so many times, nor ever so much at a time, in the course of the same sitting, that will constitute a habit of drunkenness. It is necessary that such sittings themselves be frequently repeated. Every habit is a repetition of acts. Or, to speak more strictly, when a man has frequently repeated such and such acts after considerable intervals, he is said to have persevered in or contracted a habit. But every repetition of acts is not a habit. Footnote: a habit, it should seem, can hardly in strictness be termed an aggregate of acts, acts being a sort of real archetypal entities, and habits a kind of fictitious entities or imaginary beings supposed to be constituted by or to result as it were out of the former. End of footnote. 19. Fourth, acts may be distinguished into indivisible and divisible. Indivisible acts are merely imaginary. They may be easily conceived, but can never be known to be exemplified. Such as are divisible may be so, with regard either to matter or to motion. An act indivisible with regard to matter is the motion or rest of one single atom of matter. An act indivisible with regard to motion is the motion of anybody from one single atom of space to the next to it. Fifth, acts may be distinguished into simple and complex. Simple, such as the act of striking, the act of leaning, or the act of drinking, above instanced. Complex, consisting each of a multitude of simple acts which, though numerous and heterogeneous, derive a sort of unity from the relation they bear to some common design or end, such as the act of giving a dinner, the act of maintaining a child, the act of exhibiting a triumph, the act of bearing arms, the act of holding a court, and so forth. 20. It has been every now and then made a question what it is in such a case that constitutes one act, where one act has ended and another act has begun, whether what was happened has been one act or many. Footnote: distinctions like these come frequently in question in the course of procedure. And footnote: these questions, it is now evident, may frequently be answered, with equal propriety, in opposite ways, and if there be any occasions on which they can be answered only in one way, the answer will depend upon the nature of the occasion, and the purpose for which the question is proposed. A man is wounded in 2 fingers at one stroke. Is it one wound or several? A man is beaten at 12 o'clock, and again at 8 minutes after 12. Is it one beating or several? You beat one man, and instantly in the same breath you beat another. Is this one beating or several? In any of these cases it may be one, perhaps as to some purposes, and several as to others. These examples are given that men may be aware of the ambiguity of language, and neither harass themselves with unsolvable doubts, nor one another with interminable disputes. 21. So much with regard to acts considered in themselves. We come now to speak of the circumstances with which they may have been accompanied. These must necessarily be taken into the account before anything can be determined relative to the consequences. What the consequences of an act may be upon the whole can never otherwise be ascertained. It can never be known whether it is beneficial or indifferent or mischievous. In some circumstances even to kill a man may be a beneficial act, in others to set food before him may be a pernicious one. 22. Now the circumstances of an act are what? An objects footnote, or in titles, see B2 title evidence, section facts, and the footnote, whatsoever. Take any act whatsoever. There is nothing in the nature of things that excludes any imaginable object from being a circumstance to it. Any given object may be a circumstance to any other. Footnote: the etymology of the word circumstance is perfectly characteristic of its import. Circumstantia, things standing round, objects standing round a given object. I forget what mathematician it was that defined God to be a circle, of which the centre is everywhere, but the circumference nowhere. In like manner, the field of circumstances belonging to any act may be defined a circle, of which the circumference is nowhere, but of which the act in question is the centre. Now then, as any act may, for the purpose of discourse, be considered as a centre, any other act or object whatsoever may be considered as of the number of those that are standing round it. And the footnote. 23. We have already had occasion to make mention for a moment of the consequences of an act. These were distinguished into material and immaterial. In like manner may the circumstances of it be distinguished. Now materiality is a relative term applied to the consequences of an act. It bore relation to pain and pleasure. Applied to the circumstances, it bears relation to the consequences. A circumstance may be said to be material when it bears a visible relation in point of causality to the consequences, immaterial when it bears no such visible relation. 24. The consequences of an act are events. Footnote: see B2 title evidence, section facts, and the footnote. A circumstance may be related to an event in point of causality in any one of four ways: 1. In the way of causation or production; 2. In the way of derivation; 3. In the way of collateral condition; 4. In the way of conjunct influence. It may be said to be related to the event in the way of causation when it is of the number of those that contribute to the production of such event; in the way of derivation when it is of the number of the events to the production of which that in question has been contributory; in the way of collateral connection, where the circumstance in question and the event in question, without being either of them instrumental in the production of the other, are related, each of them to some common object which has been concerned in the production of them both; in the way of conjunct influence, when, whether related in any other way or not, they have both of them concurred in the production of some common consequence. 25. An example may be of use. In the year 1628, Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, favoured and minister of Charles I of England, received a wound and died. The man who gave it him was one Felton, who, exasperated at the maladministration of which that minister was accused, went down from London to Portsmouth, where Buckingham happened then to be, made his way into his antechamber, and finding him busily engaged in conversation with a number of people round him, got close to him, drew a knife, and stabbed him. In the effort the assassin's hat fell off, which was found soon after, and upon searching him the bloody knife. In the crown of the hat were found scraps of paper, with sentences expressive of the purpose he was come upon. Here, then, suppose the event in question is the wound received by Buckingham, Felton's drawing out his knife, his making his way into the chamber, his going down to Portsmouth, his conceiving an indignation at the idea of Buckingham's administration, that administration itself, Charles's appointing such a minister, and so on, higher and higher without end, are so many circumstances related to the event of Buckingham's receiving the wound, in the way of causation or production, the bloodiness of the knife, a circumstance related to the same event in the way of derivation, the finding of the hat upon the ground, the finding the sentences in the hat, and the writing them, so many circumstances related to it in the way of collateral connection, and the situation and conversations of the people about Buckingham, were circumstances related to the circumstances of Felton's making his way into the room, going down to Portsmouth, and so forth, in the way of conjunct influence, inasmuch as they contributed in common to the event of Buckingham's receiving the wound, by preventing him from putting himself upon his guard upon the first appearance of the intruder. Footnote: the division may be farther illustrated and confirmed by the more simple and particular case of animal generation. To production corresponds paternity, to derivation filiation, to collateral connection collateral consanguinity, to conjunct influence marriage and copulation. If necessary, it might be again illustrated by the material image of a chain, such as that which, according to the ingenious fiction of the ancients, is attached to the throne of Jupiter. A section of this chain should then be exhibited by way of specimen, in the manner of the diagram of a pedigree. Such a figure I should accordingly have exhibited, had it not been for the apprehension that in exhibition of this sort, while it made the subject a small matter clearer to one man out of 100, might, like the mathematical formularies we see some things employed for the like purpose, make it more obscure and formidable for the other 99. 26. These several relations do not all of them attach upon an event with equal certainty. In the first place, it is plain, indeed, that every event must have some circumstance or other, and in truth an indefinite multitude of circumstances related to it in the way of production. It must of course have a still greater multitude of circumstances related to it in the way of collateral connection, but it does not appear necessary that every event should have circumstances related to it in the way of derivation, nor therefore that it should have any related to it in the way of conjunct influence, but of the circumstances of all kinds which actually do attach upon an event, it is only a very small number that can be discovered by the utmost exertion of the human faculties. It is a still smaller number that ever actually do attract our notice. When occasion happens, more or fewer of them will be discovered by a man in proportion to the strength, partly of his intellectual powers, partly of his inclination. Footnote: the more remote a connection of this sort is, of course the more obscure. It will often happen that a connection, the idea of which would at first sight appear extravagant and absurd, shall be rendered highly probable, and indeed indisputable, merely by the suggestion of a few intermediate circumstances. At Rome, 390 years before the Christian era, a goose sets up a cackling. 2000 years afterwards a king of France is murdered. To consider these two events, and nothing more, what can appear more extravagant than the notion that the former of them should have had any influence on the production of the latter? Fill up the gap, bring to mind a few intermediate circumstances, and nothing can appear more probable. It was the cackling of a parcel of geese, at the time the Gauls had surprised the capital, that saved the Roman commonwealth. Had it not been for the ascendancy that commonwealths acquired afterwards over most of the nations of Europe, amongst others over France, the Christian religion, humanly speaking, could not have established itself in the manner it did in that country. Grant then that such a man as Henry IV would have existed, no man, however, would have had those motives by which Ravaillac, misled by a mischievous notion concerning the dictates of that religion, was prompted to assassinate him. It appears, therefore, that the multitude and description of such of the circumstances belonging to an act as may appear to be material will be determined by two considerations: 1. By the nature of things themselves; 2. By the strength or weakness of the faculties of those who happen to consider them. 27. Thus much it seemed necessary to premise in general concerning acts and their circumstances, previously to the consideration of the particular sorts of acts with their particular circumstances, with which we shall have to do in the body of the work. An act of some sort or other is necessarily included in the notion of every offence. Together with this act, under the notion of the same offence, are included certain circumstances, which circumstances enter into the essence of the offence, contribute by their conjunct influence to the production of its consequences, and in conjunction with the act are brought into view by the name by which it stands distinguished. These we shall have occasion to distinguish hereafter by the name of criminative circumstances. Footnote: see B1, title Crime Circumstances. Other circumstances again entering into combination with the act and the former set of circumstances are productive of still further consequences. These additional consequences, if they are of the beneficial kind, bestow, according to the value they bear in that capacity, upon the circumstances to which they owe their birth, the appellation of exculpative. Footnote: see B1, title Justifications, or extenuative circumstances. Footnote: see B1, title Extenuations, if of the mischievous kind, they bestow on them the appellation of aggravative circumstances. Footnote: see B1, title Aggravations, of all these different sets of circumstances, the criminative are connected with the consequences of the original offence in the way of production, with the act, and with one another in the way of conjunct influence the consequences of the original offence with them and with the act respectively in the way of derivation. The consequences of the modified offence with the criminative, exculpative, and extenuative circumstances respectively, in the way also of derivation, these different sets of circumstances with the consequences of the modified act or offence in the way of production, and with one another, in respect of the consequences of the modified act or offence in the way of conjunct influence. Lastly, whatever circumstances can be seen to be connected with the consequences of the offence, whether directly in the way of derivation or obliquely in the way of collateral affinity, to wit, in virtue of its being connected in the way of derivation with some of the circumstances with which they stand connected in the same manner, bear a material relation to the offence in the way of evidence. They may accordingly be styled evidentiary circumstances, and may become of use by being held forth upon occasion as so many proofs, indications, or evidences of its having been committed. Footnote: see B1 title Accessory Offences and B2 title Evidence. It is evident that this analysis is equally applicable to incidents of a purely physical nature as to those in which moral agency is concerned. If therefore it be just and useful here, it might be found not impossible, perhaps, to find some use for it in natural philosophy. End of footnote. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of an Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation by Jeremy Bentham. Chapter 8 of Intentionality. So much with regard to the two first of the articles upon which the evil tendency of an action may depend, viz., the act itself, and the general assemblage of the circumstances with which it may have been accompanied. We come now to consider the ways in which the particular circumstance of intention may be concerned in it. First, then, the intention or will may regard either of two objects: one, the act itself, or two, its consequences. Of these objects, that which the intention regards may be styled intentional. If it regards the act, then the act may be said to be intentional. Footnote: on this occasion the words voluntary and involuntary are commonly employed. These, however, I purposely abstain from, on account of the extreme ambiguity of their signification. By a voluntary act is meant sometimes any act in the performance of which the will has had any concern at all. In this sense it is synonymous to intentional. Sometimes such acts only, in the production of which the will has been determined by motives not of a painful nature. In this sense it is synonymous to unconstrained or uncoerced. Sometimes such acts only, in the production of which the will has been determined by motives which, whether of the pleasurable or painful kind, occurred to a man himself, without being suggested by anybody else. In this sense it is synonymous to spontaneous. The sense of the word involuntary does not correspond completely to that of the word voluntary. Involuntary is used in opposition to intentional and to unconstrained, but not to spontaneous. It might be of use to confine the signification of the words voluntary and involuntary to one single and very narrow case, which will be mentioned in the next note. If the consequences, so also then may the consequences. If it regards both the act and consequences, the whole action may be said to be intentional. Whichever of those articles is not the object of the intention may of course be said to be unintentional. The act may very easily be intentional without the consequences, and often is so. Thus you may intend to touch a man without intending to hurt him, and yet as the consequences turn out, you may chance to hurt him. The consequences of an act may also be intentional, without the act's being intentional throughout, that is, without its being intentional in every stage of it. But it is not so frequent a case as the former. You intend to hurt a man, suppose, by running against him, and pushing him down, and you run towards him accordingly. But a second man coming in on a sudden between you and the first man, before you can stop yourself, you run against the second man, and by him push down the first. But the consequences of an act cannot be intentional, without the act's being itself intentional in at least the first stage. If the act be not intentional in the first stage, it is no act of yours. There is accordingly no intention on your part to produce the consequences, that is to say, the individual consequences. All there can have been on your part is a distant intention to produce other consequences, of the same nature, by some act of yours, at a future time, or else, without any intention, a bare wish to see such event take place. The second man, suppose, runs of his own accord against the first, and pushes him down. You had intentions of doing a thing of the same nature, viz., to run against him, and push him down yourself, but you had done nothing in pursuance of those intentions. The individual consequences, therefore, of the act, which the second man performed in pushing down the first, cannot be said to have been on your part intentional. [Footnote: To render the analysis here given of the possible states of mind in point of intentionality absolutely complete, it must be pushed to such a farther degree of minuteness as to some eyes will be apt to appear trifling. On this account it seemed advisable to discard what follows from the text to a place where any one who thinks proper may pass by it. Any act of the body, one of the positive kind, is motion. Now in motion there are always three articles to be considered: 1. The quantity of matter that moves; 2. The direction in which it moves; and 3. The velocity with which it moved. Correspondent to these three articles are so many modes of intentionality with regard to an act, considered as being only in its first stage. To be completely unintentional, it must be unintentional with respect to every one of these three particulars. It is the case with those acts which alone are properly termed involuntary, acts in the performance of which the will has no sort of share, such as the contraction of the heart and arteries. Upon this principle, acts that are unintentional in their first stage may be distinguished into such as are completely unintentional, and such as are incompletely unintentional, and these again may be unintentional, either in the point of quantity of matter alone, in point of direction alone, in point of velocity alone, or in any two of these points together. The example given further on may easily be extended to this part of the analysis by any one who thinks it worth the while. There seem to be occasions in which even these disquisitions, minute as they may appear, may not be without their use in practice. In the case of homicide, for example, and other corporal injuries, all the distinctions here specified may occur, and in the course of trial may, for some purpose or other, require to be brought to mind, and made the subject of discourse. What may contribute to render the mention of them pardonable is the use that might possibly be made of them in natural philosophy. In the hands of an expert metaphysician, these, together with the foregoing chapter on human actions, and the section on the facts in general, in the title Evidence of the Book of Procedure, might perhaps be made to contribute something towards an exhaustive analysis of the possible varieties of mechanical inventions. Second, a consequence, when it is intentional, may either be directly so, or only obliquely. It may be said to be directly or linearly intentional, when the prospect of producing it constituted one of the links in the chain of causes by which the person was determined to do the act. It may be said to be obliquely or collaterally intentional, when, although the consequence was in contemplation, and appeared likely to ensue in case of the act's being performed, yet the prospect of producing such consequence did not constitute a link in the aforesaid chain. Third, an incident, which is directly intentional, may or either be ultimately so, or only mediately. It may be said to be ultimately intentional when it stands last of all exterior events in the aforesaid chain of motives, insomuch that the prospect of the production of such incident, could there be a certainty of its taking place, would be sufficient to determine the will, without the prospect of its producing any other. It may be said to be mediately intentional, and no more, when there is some other incident, the prospect of producing which forms a subsequent link in the same chain, insomuch that the prospect of producing the former would not have operated as a motive, but for the tendency which it seemed to have towards the production of the latter. Fourth, when an incident is directly intentional, it may either be exclusively so, or inexclusively. It may be said to be exclusively intentional, when no other but that very individual incident would have answered the purpose, insomuch that no other incident had any share in determining the will to the act in question. It may be said to have been inexclusively or concurrently intentional, when there was some other incident, the prospect of which was acting upon the will at the same time. Fifth, when an incident is inexclusively intentional, it may be either conjunctively so, or disjunctively, or indiscriminately. It may be said to be conjunctively intentional with regard to such other incident, when the intention is to produce both; disjunctively, when the intention is to produce either the one or the other indifferently, but not both; indiscriminately, when the intention is indifferently to produce either the one or the other, or both, as it may happen. Sixth, when two incidents are disjunctively intentional, there may be so with or without preference. They may be said to be so with preference, when the intention is, that one of them in particular should happen rather than the other; without preference, when the intention is equally fulfilled, whichever of them happens. [Footnote: There is a difference between the case where an incident is altogether unintentional, and that in which, it being disjunctively intentional with reference to another, the preference is in favour of that other. In the first case, it is not the intention of the party that the incident in question should happen at all; in the latter case, the intention is rather that the other should happen. But if that cannot be, then that this case in question should happen rather than that this in question should happen rather than that neither should, and that both, at any rate, should not happen. All these are distinctions to be attended to in the use of the particle or, a particle of very ambiguous import and of great importance in legislation. One example will make all this clear. William II, King of England, being out a stag hunting, received from Sir Walter Tyrrell a wound, of which he died. Hume's History. Let us take this case, and diversify it with a variety of suppositions correspondent to the distinctions just laid down. 1. First, then, Tyrrell did not so much as entertain a thought of the king's death, or if he did, looked upon it as an event of which there was no danger. In either of these cases, the incident of his killing the king was altogether unintentional. 2. He saw a stag running that way, and he saw the king riding that way at the same time. What he aimed at was to kill the stag. He did not wish to kill the king. At the same time he saw that if he shot, it was as likely he should kill the king as the stag. Yet, for all that he shot and killed the king accordingly. In this case, the incident of his killing the king was intentional, but obliquely so. 3. He killed the king on account of the hatred he bore him, and for no other reason than the pleasure of destroying him. In this case, the incident of the king's death was not only directly, but ultimately intentional. 4. He killed the king, intending fully to do so, not for any hatred he bore him, but for the sake of plundering him when dead. In this case, the incident of the king's death was directly intentional, but not ultimately. It was mediately intentional. 5. He intended neither more nor less than to kill the king. He had no other aim nor wish. In this case, it was exclusively as well as directly intentional. Exclusively, to wit, with regard to every other material incident. 6. Sir Walter shot the king in the right leg, as he was plucking a thorn out of it with his left hand. His intention was, by shooting the arrow into his leg through his hand, to cripple him in both those limbs at the same time. In this case, the incident of the king's being shot in the leg was intentional, and that conjunctively with another which did not happen, viz., his being shot in the hand. 7. The intention of Tyrrell was to shoot the king either in the hand or in the leg, but not in both, and rather in the hand than in the leg. In this case, the intention of shooting in the hand was disjunctively concurrent with regard to the other incident, and that with preference. 8. His intention was to shoot the king either in the leg or the hand, whichever might happen, but not in both. In this case, the intention was inexclusive, but disjunctively so, yet that, however, without preference. 9. His intention was to shoot the king either in the leg or the hand, or both, as it might happen. In this case, the intention was indiscriminately concurrent with respect to the two incidents. It is to be observed that an act may be unintentional in any stage or stages of it, though intentional in the preceding, and on the other hand it may be intentional in any stage or stages of it, and yet unintentional in the succeeding. [Footnote: See Chapter 7, Actions, paragraph 14. End footnote.] But whether it be intentional or no in any preceding stage is immaterial with respect to the consequences, so it be unintentional in the last. The only point with respect to which it is material is the proof. The more stages the act is unintentional in, the more apparent it will commonly be that it was unintentional with respect to the last. If a man, intending to strike you on the cheek, strikes you in the eye and puts it out, it will probably be difficult for him to prove that it was not his intention to strike you in the eye. It will probably be easier if his intention was really not to strike you, or even not to strike at all. It is frequent to hear men speak of a good intention, of a bad intention, of the goodness and badness of a man's intention, a circumstance on which great stress is generally laid. It is indeed of no small importance when properly understood, but the import of it is to the last degree ambiguous and obscure. Strictly speaking, nothing can be said to the good or bad, but either in itself, which is the case only with pain or pleasure, or on account of its effects, which the case only with things that are the causes or preventives of pain and pleasure. But in a figurative and less proper way of speech, a thing may also be styled good or bad in consideration of its cause. Now the effects of an intention to do such or such an act are the same objects which we have been speaking of under the appellation of its consequences, and the causes of intention are called motives. A man's intention, then, on any occasion, may be styled good or bad, with reference either to the consequences of the act, or with reference to his motives. If it be deemed good or bad in any sense, it must be either because it is deemed to be productive of good or bad consequences, or because it is deemed to originate from a good or from a bad motive. But the goodness or badness of the consequences depend upon the circumstances. Now the circumstances are no object of the intention. A man intends the act, and by his intention produces the act. But as to the circumstances, he does not intend them. He does not, inasmuch as they are circumstances of it, produce them. If by accident there be a few which he has been instrumental in producing, it has been by former intentions, directed to former acts, productive of those circumstances as the consequences. At the time in question he takes them as he finds them. Acts, with their consequences, are objects of the will as well as of the understanding. Circumstances, as such, are objects of the understanding only. All he can do with these, as such, is to know or not to know them; in other words, to be conscious of them, or not conscious. To the title of consciousness belong what is to be said of the goodness or badness of a man's intention, as resulting from the consequences of the act, and to the head of motives, what is to be said of his intention, as resulting from the motive. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of an Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation by Jeremy Bentham. Chapter 9 of Consciousness. So far, with regard to the ways in which the will or intention may be concerned in the production of an incident, we now come to consider the part which the understanding or perceptive faculty may have borne with relation to such incident. A certain act has been done, and that intentionally. That act was attended with certain circumstances. Upon these circumstances depended certain of its consequences, and amongst the rest all those which were of a nature purely physical. Now, then, take any one of these circumstances. It is plain that a man, at the time of doing the act from whence such consequences ensued, may have been either conscious, with respect to the circumstance, or unconscious. In other words, he may either have been aware of the circumstance, or not aware. It may either have been present to his mind, or not present. In the first case, the act may be said to have been an advised act, with respect to that circumstance; in the other case, an unadvised one. There are 2 points with regard to which an act may have been advised or unadvised: 1, the existence of the circumstance itself; 2, the materiality of it. [Footnote: See Chapter 7, Actions, paragraph 3.] It is manifest that with reference to the time of the act, such circumstance may have been either present, past, or future. An act which is unadvised is either heedless or not heedless. It is termed heedless when the case is thought to be such that a person of ordinary prudence [Footnote: See Chapter 6, Sensibility, paragraph 12.] if prompted by an ordinary share of benevolence, would have been likely to have bestowed such and so much attention and reflection upon the material circumstances as would have effectually disposed him to prevent the mischievous incident from taking place; not heedless, when the case is not thought to be such as above mentioned. [Footnote: CBI, title Extenuations.] Again, whether a man did or did not suppose the existence or materiality of a given circumstance, it may be that he did suppose the existence and materiality of some circumstance, which either did not exist, or which, though existing, was not material. In such case the act may be said to be misadvised with respect to such imagined circumstance, and it may be said that there has been an erroneous supposition or a missupposal in the case. Now a circumstance, the existence of which is thus erroneously supposed, may be material either, 1. in the way of prevention, or 2. in that of compensation. It may be said to be material in the way of prevention, when its effect or tendency, had it existed, would have been to prevent the obnoxious consequences; in the way of compensation, when that effect or tendency would have been to produce other consequences, the beneficialness of which would have outweighed the mischievousness of the others. It is manifest that, with reference to the time of the act, such imaginary circumstance may in either case have been supposed either to be present, past, or future. To return to the example exhibited in the preceding chapter. No. 10. Tyrrell intended to shoot in the direction in which he shot, but he did not know that the king was riding so near that way. In this case, the act he performed in shooting, the act of shooting, was unadvised, with respect to the existence of the circumstance of the king's being so near riding that way. No. 11. He knew that the king was riding that way, but at the distance at which the king was, he knew not of the probability there was that the arrow would reach him. In this case, the act was unadvised, with respect to the materiality of the circumstance. 12. Somebody had dipped the arrow in poison, without Tyrrell's knowing of it. In this case, the act was unadvised, with respect to the existence of a past circumstance. 13. At the very instant that Tyrrell drew the bow, the king, being screened from his view by the foliage of some bushes, was riding furiously, in such a manner as to meet the arrow in a direct line, which circumstance was also more than Tyrrell knew of. In this case, the act was unadvised, with respect to the existence of a present circumstance. 14. The king, being at a distance from court, could get nobody to dress his wound till the next day, of which circumstance Tyrrell was not aware. In this case the act was unadvised, with respect to what was then future circumstance. 15. Tyrrell knew of the king's being riding that way, of his being so near, and so forth, but being deceived by the foliage of the bushes, he thought he saw a bank between the spot from which he shot and that to which the king was riding. In this case the act was misadvised, proceeding on this missupposal of a preventive circumstance. 16. Tyrrell knew that everything was as above, nor was he deceived by the supposition of any preventive circumstance, but he believed the king to be an usurper, and supposed he was coming up to attack a person whom Tyrrell believed to be the rightful king, and who was riding by Tyrrell's side. In this case the act was also misadvised, but proceeded on the missupposal of a compensative circumstance. Let us observe the connection there is between intentionality and consciousness. When the act itself is intentional, and with respect to the existence of all the circumstances advised, as also with respect to the materiality of those circumstances in relation to a given consequence, and there is no missupposal with regard to any preventive circumstance, that consequence must also be intentional. In other words, advisedness, with respect to the circumstances, if clear from the missupposal of any preventive circumstance, extends the intentionality from the act to the consequences. Those consequences may be either directly intentional or only obliquely so, but at any rate they cannot be but intentional. To go on with the example, if Tyrrell intended to shoot in the direction in which the king was riding up, and knew that the king was coming to meet the arrow, and knew the probability there was of his being shot in that same part in which he was shot, or in another as dangerous, and with that same degree of force, and so forth, and was not misled by the erroneous supposition of a circumstance by which the shot would have been prevented from taking place, or any such other preventive circumstance, it is plain he could not but have intended the king's death. Perhaps he did not positively wish it, but for all that, in a certain sense, he intended it. What heedlessness is in the case of an unadvised act, rashness is in the case of a misadvised one. A misadvised act, then, may be either rash or not rash. It may be termed rash when the case is thought to be such that a person of ordinary prudence, if prompted by an ordinary share of benevolence, would have employed such and so much attention and reflection to the imagined circumstance, as by discovering to him the non-existence, improbability, or immateriality of it, would have effectually disposed him to prevent the mischievous incident from taking place. In ordinary discourse, when a man does an act of which the consequences prove mischievous, it is a common thing to speak of him as having acted with a good intention, or with a bad intention, of his intentions being a good one or a bad one. The epithets good and bad are all this while applied, we see, to the intention, but the application of them is most commonly governed by a supposition formed with regard to the nature of the motive. The act, though eventually it proves mischievous, is said to be done with a good intention, when it is supposed to issue from a motive which is looked upon as a good motive; with a bad intention, when it is supposed to be the result of a motive which is looked upon as a bad motive. But the nature of the consequences intended, and the nature of the motive which gave birth to the intention, are objects which, though intimately connected, are perfectly distinguishable. The intention might therefore with perfect propriety be styled a good one, whatever were the motive. It might be styled a good one when not only the consequences of the act prove mischievous, but the motive which gave birth to it was what is called a bad one. To warrant the speaking of the intention as being a good one, it is sufficient if the consequences of the act, had they proved what to the agent they seemed likely to be, would have been of a beneficial nature; and in the same manner the intention may be bad when not only the consequences of the act prove beneficial, but the motive which gave birth to it was a good one. Now when a man has a mind to speak of your intention as being good or bad, with reference to the consequences, if he speak of it at all he must use the word intention, for there is no other. But if a man means to speak of the motive from which your intention originated, as being a good or bad one, he is certainly not obliged to use the word intention; it is at least as well to use the word motive. By the supposition he means the motive, and very likely he may not mean the intention. For what is true of the one is very often not true of the other. The motive may be good when the intention is bad; the intention may be good when the motive is bad. Whether they are both good or both bad, or the one good and the other bad, makes, as we shall see hereafter, a very essential difference with regard to the consequences. [Footnote: See Chapter 7, Consequences.] It is therefore much better, when motive is meant, never to say intention. An example will make this clear. Out of malice a man prosecutes you for a crime of which he believes you to be guilty, but of which in fact you are not guilty. Here the consequences of his conduct are mischievous, for they are mischievous to you, at any rate, in virtue of the shame and anxiety which you are made to suffer while the prosecution is depending; to which is to be added, in case of you being convicted, the evil of the punishment. To you, therefore, they are mischievous, nor is there any one to whom they are beneficial. The man's motive was also what is called a bad one, for malice will be allowed to everybody to be a bad motive. However, the consequences of his conduct, had they proved such as he believed them likely to be, would have been good, for in them would have been included the punishment of a criminal, which is a benefit to all who are exposed to suffer by a crime of the like nature. The intention, therefore, in this case, though not in a common way of speaking the motive, might be styled a good one. But of motives more particularly in the next chapter. In the same sense, the intention, whether it be positively good or no, so long as it is not bad, may be termed innocent. Accordingly, let the consequences have proved mischievous, and let the motive have been what it will, the intention may be termed innocent in either of two cases: one, in the case of unadvisedness with respect to any of the circumstances on which the mischievousness of the consequences depended; two, in the case of misadvisedness with respect to any circumstance, which, had it been what it appeared to be, would have served either to prevent or to outweigh the mischief. A few words for the purpose of applying what has been said to the Roman law. Unintentionally, and innocence of intention, seem both to be included in the case of infortunium, where there is neither dolus nor culpa. Unadvisedness coupled with heedlessness, and misadvisedness coupled with rashness, correspond to the culpa sine dolo. Direct intentionality correspond to dolus. Oblique intentionality seems hardly to have been distinguished from direct. Were it to occur, it would probably be deemed also to correspond to dolus. The division into culpa, lata, levis, and levissima is such as nothing certain can correspond to. What is it that it expresses? A distinction, not in the case itself, but only in the sentiments which any person, a judge for instance, may find himself disposed to entertain with relation to it, supposing it already distinguished into three subordinate cases by other means. The word dolus seems ill enough contrived, the word culpa as indifferently. Dolus, upon any other occasion, would be understood to imply deceit, concealment. [Footnote: CB title theft, verbo amenable.] Clandestinity. [Footnote: Dolus an virtus quis in oste requirit. By Virgil. Doloi ehe kai amphadon. By Homer.] But here it is extended to open force. Culpa, upon any other occasion, would be understood to extend to blame of every kind. It would therefore include dolus. [Footnote: I pretend not here to give any determinate explanation of a set of words of which the great misfortune is that the import of them is confused and indeterminate. I speak only by approximation. To attempt to determine the precise import that has been given them by a hundredth part of the authors that have used them would be an endless task, would any one talk intelligibly on this subject in Latin. Let him throw out dolus altogether. Let him keep culpa for the purpose of expressing not the case itself, but the sentiment that is entertained concerning a case described by other means. For intentionality, let him coin a word boldly, and say intentionalitas; for unintentionality, non-intentionalitas; for unadvisedness, he has already the word insitia, though the words imprudentia, inobservantia, were it not for the other senses they are used in, would do better. For unadvisedness coupled with heedlessness, let him say insitia culpabilis; for unadvisedness without heedlessness, insitia inculpabilis; for misadvisedness coupled with rashness, error culpabilis, error temerarius, or error cum temeritate; for misadvisedness without rashness, error inculpabilis, error non temerarius, or error sine temeritate. It is not unfrequent likewise to meet with the phrase malo animo, a phrase still more indeterminate, if possible, than any of the former. It seems to have reference either to intentionality, or to consciousness, or to the motive, or to the disposition, or to any two or more of these taken together. Nobody can tell, which, these being objects which seem to have never hitherto been properly distinguished and defined. The above-mentioned definitions and distinctions are far from being mere matters of speculation. They are capable of the most extensive and constant application, as well to moral discourse as to legislative practice. Upon the degree and bias of a man's intention, upon the absence or presence of consciousness or missupposal, depend a great part of the good and bad, more especially of the bad consequences of an act; and on this, as well as other grounds, a great part of the demand for punishment. [Footnote: See Chapter 13, Cases on Meat.] The presence of intention with regard to such or such a consequence, and of consciousness with regard to such or such a circumstance, of the act, will form so many criminative circumstances. [Footnote: See B.I. title Circumstances influencing.] or essential ingredients in the composition of this or that offence. Applied to other circumstances, consciousness will form a ground of aggravation annexable to the like offence. [Footnote: See B.I. title Aggravations.] In almost all cases, the absence of intention with regard to certain consequences, and the absence of consciousness, or the presence of missupposal with regard to certain circumstances, will constitute so many grounds of extenuation. [Footnote: See B.I. title Extenuations.] End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of an Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation by Jeremy Bentham. Chapter 10 of Motives. Section 1. Different senses of the word motive. [Footnote: Note by the author, July 1822. For a tabular simultaneous view of the whole list of motives, in conjunction with the correspondent pleasures and pains, interests and desires, see by the same author, Table of the Springs of Actions, etc., with explanatory notes and observations. London, 1817. Hunter St. Paul's Churchyard, 8 volumes, page 32. The word inducement has of late presented itself as being in its signification more comprehensive than the word motive, and on some occasions more apposite. It is an acknowledged truth that every kind of act whatever, and consequently every kind of offence, is apt to assume a different character, and be attended with different effects, according to the nature of the motive which gives birth to it. This makes it requisite to take a view of the several motives by which human conduct is liable to be influenced. By a motive, in the most extensive sense in which the word is ever used with reference to a thinking being, is meant any thing that can contribute to give birth to, or even to prevent, any kind of action. Now the actions of a thinking being is the act either of the body or only of the mind, and an act of the mind is an act either of the intellectual faculty or of the will. Acts of the intellectual faculty will sometimes rest in the understanding merely, without exerting any influence in the production of any acts of the will. Motives, which are not of a nature to influence any other act than those, may be styled purely speculative motives, or motives resting in speculation. But as to these acts, neither do they exercise any influence over external acts, or over their consequences, nor consequently over any pain or any pleasure that may be in the number of such consequences. Now it is only on account of their tendency to produce either pain or pleasure that any acts can be material. With acts, therefore, that rest purely in the understanding, we have not here any concern; nor therefore with any object, if any such there be, which, in the character of a motive, can have no influence on any other acts than those. The motives with which alone we have any concern are such as are of a nature to act upon the will. By a motive, then, in this sense of the word, is to be understood anything whatsoever which, by influencing the will of a sensitive being, is supposed to serve as a means of determining him to act, or voluntarily to forbear to act, upon any occasion. [Footnote: When the effect or tendency of a motive is to determine a man to forbear to act, it may seem improper to make use of the term motive, since motive, properly speaking, means that which disposes an object to move. We must however use that improper term, or a term which, though proper enough, is caused in use, the word determinative. By way of justification, or at least apology, for the popular usage in this behalf, it may be observed that even forbearance to act, or the negation of motion, that is, of bodily motion, supposes an act done when such forbearance is voluntary. It supposes, to wit, an act of the will, which is as much a positive act, as much motion, as any other act of the thinking substance. Motives of this sort, in contradistinction to the former, may be styled practical motives, or motives applying to practice. Owing to the poverty and unsettled state of language, the word motive is employed indiscriminately to denote two kinds of objects, which, for the better understanding of the subject, it is necessary should be distinguished. On some occasions it is employed to denote any of those really existing incidents from whence the act in question is supposed to take its rise. The sense it bears on these occasions may be styled its literal or unfigurative sense. On other occasions it is employed to denote a certain fictitious entity, a passion, an affection of the mind, an ideal being which, upon the happening of any such incident, is considered as operating upon the mind, and prompting it to take that course, towards which it is impelled by the influence of such incident. Motives of this case are avarice, indolence, benevolence, and so forth, as we shall see more particularly further on. This latter may be styled the figurative sense of the term motive. As to the real incidents to which the name of motive is also given, these two are of two very different kinds. They may be either 1. The internal perception of any individual lot of pleasure or pain, the expectation of which is looked upon as calculated to determine you to act in such or such a manner, as the pleasure of acquiring such a sum of money, the pain of exerting yourself on such an occasion, and so forth; or 2. Any external event, the happening whereof is regarded as having a tendency to bring about the perception of such pleasure or such pain, for instance, the coming up of a lottery ticket, by which the possession of the money devolves to you, or the breaking out of a fire in the house you are in, which makes it necessary for you to quit it. The former kind of motives may be termed interior or internal, the latter exterior or external. Two other senses of the term motive need also to be distinguished. Motive refers necessarily to action. It is a pleasure, pain, or other event that prompts to action. Motive, then, in one sense of the word, must be previous to such event. But for a man to be governed by any motive, he must in every case look beyond that event which is called in action. He must look to the consequences of it. And it is only in this way that the idea of pleasure, of pain, or of any other event can give birth to it. He must look, therefore, in every case, to some event posterior to the act in contemplation, an event which, as yet, exists not, but stands only in prospect. Now, as it is in all cases difficult, and in most cases unnecessary, to distinguish between objects so intimately connected, as the posterior possible object which is thus looked forward to, and the present existing object, or event, which takes place upon a man's looking forward to the other, they are both of them spoken of under the same appellation, motive. To distinguish them, the one first mentioned may be termed a motive in prospect, the other a motive in esse. And under each of these denominations will come as well exterior as internal motives. A fire breaks out in your neighbour's house. You are under apprehension of its extending to your own. You are apprehensive that if you stay in, you will be burnt. You accordingly run out of it. This, then, is the act. The others are all motives to it. The event of the fire's breaking out in your neighbour's house is an external motive, and that in esse. The idea or belief of the probability of the fire's extending to your own house, that of your being burnt if you continue, and the pain you feel at the thought of such a catastrophe, are all so many internal events, but still in esse. The event of the fire's actually extending to your own house, and that of your being actually burnt by it, external motives in prospect. The pain you would feel at seeing your house burning, and the pain you would feel while you yourself were burning, internal motives in prospect. Which events, according as the matter turns out, may come to be in esse, but then of course they will cease to act as motives. Of all these motives which stand nearest to the act, to the production of which they all contribute, is that internal motive in esse which consists in the expectation of the internal motive in prospect, the pain or uneasiness you feel at the thoughts of being burnt. [Footnote: Whether it be the expectation of being burnt, or the pain that accompanies that expectation, that is, the immediate internal motive spoken of, may be difficult to determine. It may even be questioned, perhaps, whether they are distinct entities. Both questions, however, seem to be mere questions of words, and the solution of them altogether immaterial. Even the other kinds of motives, though for some purposes they demand a separate consideration, are, however, so intimately allied that it will often be scarce practicable, and not always material, to avoid confounding them, as they have always hitherto been confounded. All other motives are more or less remote, the motives in prospect, in proportion as the period at which they are expected to happen is more distant from the period at which the act takes place, and consequently later in point of time. The motives in esse, in proportion as they also are more distant from that period, are consequently rather earlier in point of time. [Footnote: Under the term esse must be included as well past existence, with reference to a given period as present. They are equally real, in comparison, with what is as yet but future. A language is materially deficient in not enabling us to distinguish with precision between existence as opposed to unreality, and present existence as opposed to past. The word existence in English and esse, adopted by lawyers from the Latin, have the inconvenience of appearing to confine the existence in question to some single period considered as being present. It has already been observed that with motives of which the influence terminates altogether in the understanding, we have nothing here to do. If then, amongst objects that are spoken of as motives with reference to the understanding, there be any which concern us here, it is only in as far as such objects may, through the medium of the understanding, exercise an influence over the will. It is in this way, and in this way only, that any objects, in virtue of any tendency they may have to influence the sentiment of belief, may in a practical sense act in the character of motives. Any objects, by tending to induce a belief concerning the existence, actual or probable, of a practical motive, that is, concerning the probability of a motive in prospect, or the existence of a motive in esse, may exercise an influence on the will, and rank with those other motives that have been placed under the name of practical. The pointing out of motives such as these is what we frequently mean when we talk of giving reasons. Your neighbour's house is on fire as before. I observe to you that at the lower part of your neighbour's house is some woodwork which joins on to yours, that the flames have caught this woodwork, and so forth, which I do in order to dispose you to believe, as I believe, that if you stay in your house much longer you will be burnt. In doing this, then, I suggest motives to your understanding, which motives, by the tendency they have to give birth to, or strengthen a pain, which operates upon you in the character of an internal motive in esse, join their force and act as motives upon the will. Section 2. No motives either constantly good or constantly bad. In all this chain of motives, the principal or original link seems to be the last internal motive in prospect. It is to this that all the other motives in prospect owe their materiality, and the immediately acting motive its existence. This motive in prospect, we see, is always some pleasure or some pain, some pleasure which the act in question is expected to be a means of continuing or producing, some pain which it is expected to be a means of discontinuing or preventing. A motive is substantially nothing more than pleasure or pain, operating in a certain manner. Now pleasure is in itself a good, nay, even setting aside immunity from pain, the only good. Pain is in itself an evil, and indeed, without exception, the only evil, or else the words good and evil have no meaning. And this is alike true of every sort of pain, and of every sort of pleasure. It follows, therefore, immediately and incontestably, that there is no such thing as any sort of motive that is in itself a bad one. Let a man's motive be ill will, call it even malice, envy, cruelty, it is still a kind of pleasure that is his motive, the pleasure he takes at the thought of the pain which he sees, or expects to see, his adversary undergo. Now even this wretched pleasure, taken by itself, is good. It may be faint, it may be short, it must at any rate be impure. Yet, while it lasts, and before any bad consequences arrive, it is as good as any other that is not more intense. It is common, however, to speak of actions as proceeding from good or bad motives, in which case the motives meant are such as are internal. The expression is far from being an accurate one, and as it is apt to occur in the consideration of most every kind of offence, it will be requisite to settle the precise meaning of it, and observe how far it quadrates with the truth of things. With respect to goodness and badness, as it is with everything else that is not itself either pain or pleasure, so it is with motives. If they are good or bad, it is only on account of their effects: good, on account of their tendency to produce pleasure, or avert pain; bad, on account of their tendency to produce pain, or avert pleasure. Now the case is, that from one and the same motive, and from every kind of motive, may proceed actions that are good, others that are bad, and others that are indifferent. This we shall proceed to show with respect to all the different kinds of motives, as determined by the various kinds of pleasures and pains. Such an analysis, useful as it is, will be found to be a matter of no small difficulty, owing, in great measure, to a certain perversity of structure which prevails more or less throughout all languages. To speak of motives, as of anything else, one must call them by their names. But the misfortune is, that it is rare to meet with a motive of which the name expresses that, and nothing more. Commonly, along with the very name of the motive, is tacitly involved a proposition imputing to it a certain quality, a quality which, in many cases, will appear to include that very goodness or badness, concerning which we are here inquiring whether, properly speaking, it be or be not imputable to motives. To use the common phrase, in most cases, the name of the motive is a word which is employed either only in a good sense, or else only in a bad sense. Now when a word is spoken of as being used in a good sense, all that is necessarily meant is this, that in conjunction with the idea of the object it is put to signify, it conveys an idea of approbation, that is, of a pleasure or satisfaction, entertained by the person who employs the term at the thoughts of such object. In like manner, when a word is spoken of as being used in a bad sense, all that is necessarily meant is of a displeasure entertained by the person who employs the term at the thoughts of such object. Now the circumstance on which such approbation is grounded will, as naturally as any other, be the opinion of the goodness of the object in question, as above explained. Such, at least, it must be, upon the principle of utility. So, on the other hand, the circumstance on which any such disapprobation is grounded will, as naturally as any other, be the opinion of the badness of the object. Such, at least, it must be, in as far as the principle of utility is taken for the standard. Now there are certain motives which, unless in a few particular cases, have scarcely any other name to be expressed by but such a word as is used only in a good sense. This is the case, for example, with the motives of piety and honour. And the consequence of this is, that if, in speaking of such a motive, a man should have occasion to apply the epithet bad to any action which he mentions as apt to result from it, he must appear to be guilty of a contradiction in terms. But the names of motives, which have scarcely any other name to be expressed by but such a word as is used only in a bad sense, are many more. [Footnote: For the reason, see Chapter 11, Dispositions, paragraph 17.] This is the case, for example, with the motives of lust and avarice; and accordingly, if in speaking of any such motive a man should have occasion to apply the epithets good or indifferent to any actions which he mentions as apt to result from it, he must here also appear to be guilty of a similar contradiction. [Footnote: To this imperfection of language, and nothing more, are to be attributed, in great measure, the violent clamours that have from time to time been raised against those ingenious moralists who, travelling out of the beaten track of speculation, have found more or less difficult in disentangling themselves from the shackles of ordinary language, such as Rochefoucauld, Mondeville, and Helvetius. To the unsoundness of their opinions, and with still greater injustice, to the corruption of their hearts, was often imputed, that was most commonly owing either to a want of skill in matters of language on the part of the author, or a want of discernment, possibly now and then, in some instances, a want of probity, on the part of the commentator. This perverse association of ideas cannot, it is evident, but throw great difficulties in the way of the inquiry now before us. Confining himself to the language most in use, a man can scarce avoid running, in appearance, into perpetual contradictions. His propositions will appear, on one hand, repugnant to truth, and on the other hand, adverse to utility. As paradoxes, they will excite contempt; as mischievous paradoxes, indignation. For the truths he labours to convey, however important, and however salutary, his reader is never the better, and he himself is much the worse. To obviate this inconvenience completely, he has but this one unpleasant remedy: to lay aside the old phraseology and invent a new one. Happy the man whose language is ductile enough to permit him this resource. To palliate the inconvenience, where that method of obviating it is impracticable, he has nothing left for it but to enter into a long discussion, to state the whole matter at large, to confess that for the sake of promoting the purposes he has violated the established laws of language, and to throw himself upon the mercy of his readers. Happily, language is not always so intractable, but that by making use of two words instead of one, a man may avoid the inconvenience of fabricating words that are absolutely new. Thus, instead of the word lust, by putting together two words in common use, he may frame the neutral expression sexual desire. Instead of the word avarice, by putting together two other words also in common use, he may frame the neutral expression pecuniary interest. This, accordingly, is the course which I have taken. In these instances, indeed, even the combination is not novel. The only novelty there is consists in the steady adherence to the one neutral expression, by rejecting altogether the terms of which the import is infected by adventitious and unsuitable ideas. In the catalogue of motives corresponding to the several sorts of pains and pleasures, I have inserted such as have occurred to me. I cannot pretend to warrant it complete. To make sure of rendering it so, the only way would be to turn over the dictionary from beginning to end, an operation which, in a view to perfection, would be necessary for more purposes than this. End of Part A of Section 10. Section 10, Part B, of an Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation by Jeremy Bentham. Chapter 10. Section 3. Catalogue of motives corresponding to that of pleasures and pains. From the pleasures of the senses, considered in the gross, results the motive which, in a neutral sense, may be termed physical desire. In a bad sense, it is termed sensuality. Name used in a good sense, it has none. Of this, nothing can be determined, till it be considered separately, with reference to the several species of pleasures to which it corresponds. In particular, then, to the pleasures of the taste or palate corresponds a motive, which, in a neutral sense, having received no name, that can serve to express it in all cases can only be termed by circumlocution the love of the pleasures of the palate. In particular cases it is styled hunger, in others thirst. [Footnote: Hunger and thirst, considered in the light of motives, import not so much the desire of a particular kind of pleasure, as the desire of removing a positive kind of pain. They do not extend to the desire of that kind of pleasure which depends on the choice of foods and liquors.] The love of good cheer expresses this motive, but seems to go beyond intimating that the pleasure is to be partaken of in company, and involving a kind of sympathy. In a bad sense, it is styled in some cases greediness, voraciousness, gluttony; in others, principally when applied to children, lickorishness. It may in some cases also be represented by the word daintiness. Name used in a good sense, it has none. 1. A boy who does not want for victuals steals a cake out of a pastry-cook's shop and eats it. In this case, his motive will be universally deemed a bad one, and if it be asked what it is, it may be answered perhaps lickorishness. 2. A boy buys a cake out of a pastry-cook's shop and eats it. In this case, his motive can scarcely be looked upon as either good or bad, unless his masters should be out of humour with him, and then perhaps he may call it lickorishness, as before. In both cases, however, his motive is the same. It is neither more or less than the motive corresponding to the pleasures of the palate. [Footnote: It will not be worth while in every case to give an instance in which the action may be indifferent. If good as well as bad actions may result from the same motive, it is easy to conceive that also may be indifferent.] To the pleasures of the sexual sense corresponds the motive which, in a neutral sense, may be termed sexual desire. In a bad sense, it is spoken of under the name of lasciviousness, and a variety of other names of reprobation. Name used in a good sense, it has none. [Footnote: Love indeed includes sometimes this idea, but then it can never answer the purpose of exhibiting it separately, since there are three motives, at least, that may all of them be included in it, besides this: the love of beauty, corresponding to the pleasures of the eye, and the motives corresponding to those of amity and benevolence. We speak of the love of children, of the love of parents, of the love of God. These pious uses protect the appellation, and preserve it from the ignominy poured forth upon its profane associates. Even sensual love would not answer the purpose, since that would include the love of beauty. 1. A man ravishes a virgin. In this case, the motive is, without scruple, termed by the name of lust, lasciviousness, and so forth, and is universally looked upon as a bad one. 2. The same man, at another time, exercises the rites of marriage with his wife. In this case, the motive is accounted perhaps a good one, or at least indifferent, and here people will scruple to call it by any of those names. In both cases, however, the motive may be precisely the same. In both cases it may be neither more nor less than sexual desire. To the pleasures of curiosity corresponds the motive known by the same name, and which may be otherwise called the love of novelty, or the love of experiment, and on particular occasions sport, and sometimes play. 1. A boy, in order to divert himself, reads an improving book. The motive is accounted perhaps a good one, at any rate not a bad one. 2. He sets his top a spinning. The motive is deemed, at any rate, not a bad one. 3. He sets loose a mad ox among a crowd. His motive is now, perhaps, termed an abominable one. Yet in all three cases the motive may be the very same. It may be, neither more nor less than curiosity. As to the other pleasures of sense, they are of too little consequence to have given any separate denomination to the corresponding motives. To the pleasures of wealth corresponds the sort of motive which, in a neutral sense, may be termed pecuniary interest. In a bad sense, it is termed, in some cases, avarice, covetousness, rapacity, or lucre; in other cases, niggardliness; in a good sense, but only in particular cases, economy and frugality; and in some cases the word industry may be applied to it, in a sense nearly indifferent, but rather bad than otherwise. It is styled, though only in particular cases, parsimony. 1. For money you gratify a man's hatred, by putting his adversary to death. 2. For money you plough his field for him. In the first case, your motive is termed lucre, and is accounted corrupt and abominable; and in the second, for want of a proper appellation, it is styled industry, and is looked upon as innocent at least, if not meritorious. Yet the motive is in both cases precisely the same. It is neither more nor less than pecuniary interest. The pleasures of skill are neither distinct enough nor of consequence enough to have given any name to the corresponding motive. To the pleasures of amity corresponds a motive which, in a neutral sense, may be termed the desire of ingratiating oneself. In a bad sense, it is in certain cases styled servility. In a good sense, it has no name that is peculiar to it. In the cases in which it has been looked on with a favourable eye, it has seldom been distinguished from the motive of sympathy or benevolence, with which, in such cases, it is commonly associated. 1. To acquire the affections of a woman before marriage, to preserve them afterwards, you do every thing that is consistent with other duties, to make her happy. In this case, your motive is looked upon as laudable, though there is no name for it. 2. For the same purpose, you poison a woman with whom she is at enmity. In this case, your motive is looked upon as abominable, though still there is no name for it. 3. To acquire or preserve the favour of a man who is richer or more powerful than yourself, you make yourself subservient to his pleasures. Let them even be lawful pleasures, if people choose to attribute your behaviour to this motive, you will not get them to find any other name for it than servility. Yet, in all three cases, the motive is the same. It is neither more nor less than the desire of ingratiating yourself. To the pleasures of moral sanction, or as they may otherwise be called, the pleasure of a good name, corresponds a motive which, in a neutral sense, has scarcely yet obtained any adequate appellative. It may be styled the love of reputation. It is nearly related to the motive last preceding, being neither more nor less than the desire of ingratiating one's self with, or, as in this case we should rather say, of recommending oneself to, the world at large. In a good sense, it is termed honour, or the sense of honour; or rather, the word honour is introduced somehow or other upon the occasion of its being brought to view, for in strictness the word honour is put rather to signify that imaginary object which a man is spoken of as possessing upon the occasion of his obtaining a conspicuous share of the pleasures that are in question. In particular cases it is styled the love of glory. In a bad sense it is styled in some cases false honour, in others pride, in others vanity. In a sense not decidedly bad, but rather bad than otherwise, ambition. In an indifferent sense, in some cases, the love of fame, in others the sense of shame. And as the pleasures belonging to the moral sanction run undistinguished, into the pains derived from the same source. [Footnote: See Chapter 6, Pleasures and Pains, paragraph 24, note.] It may also be styled, in some cases, the fear of dishonour, the fear of disgrace, the fear of infamy, the fear of ignominy, or the fear of shame. 1. You have received an affront from a man, according to the custom of the country, in order, on the one hand, to save yourself from the shame of being thought to bear it patiently. [Footnote: A man's bearing an affront patiently, that is, without taking this method of doing what is called wiping it off, is thought to import one or other of two things: either that he does not possess that sensibility to the pleasures and pains of the moral sanction, which, in order to render himself a respectable member of society, a man ought to possess; or that he does not possess courage enough to stake his life for the chance of gratifying that resentment which a proper sense of the value of those pleasures and those pains it is thought would not fail to inspire. True it is that there are divers other motives, but any of which the same conduct might equally be produced: the motives corresponding to the religious sanction, and the motives that come under the head of benevolence, piety towards God, the practice in question being generally looked upon as repugnant to the dictates of the religious sanction, sympathy for your antagonist himself, whose life would be put to hazard at the same time with your own, sympathy for his connections, the persons who are dependent on him in the way of support, or connected with him in the way of sympathy, sympathy for your own connections, and even sympathy for the public, in cases where the man is such that the public appears to have a material interest in his life. But in comparison with the love of life, the influence of the religious sanction is known to be in general but weak, especially among people of those classes who are here in question, a sure proof of which is the prevalence of this very custom. Where it is so strong as to preponderate, it is so rare that perhaps it gives a man a place in the calendar, and at any rate exalts him to the rank of martyr. Moreover, the instance in which either private benevolence or public spirit predominate over the love of life will also naturally be but rare, and, owing to the general propensity to detraction, it will also be much rarer for them to be thought to do so. Now, when three or more motives, any of them capable of producing a given mode of conduct, apply at once, that which appears to be the most powerful is that which will, of course, be deemed to have actually done the most; and, as the bulk of mankind, on this and on other occasions, are disposed to decide peremptorily upon superficial estimates, it will generally be looked upon as having done the whole. The consequence is, that when a man of a certain rank forbears to take this chance of revenging an affront, his conduct will, by most people, be imputed to the love of life, which, when it predominates over the love of reputation, is, by a not unsalutary association of ideas, stigmatized with the reproachful name of cowardice. On the other hand, to obtain the reputation of courage, you challenge him to fight with mortal weapons. In this case your motive will by some people be accounted laudable and styled honour, by others it will be accounted blamable, and these, if they call it honour, will prefix an epithet of improbation to it, and call it false honour. 2. In order to obtain a post of rank and dignity, and thereby to increase the respects paid you by the public, you bribe the electors who are to confer it, or the judge before whom the title to it is in dispute. In this case your motive is commonly accounted corrupt and abominable, and is styled, perhaps, by some such name as dishonest or corrupt ambition, as there is no single name for it. 3. In order to obtain the good will of the public, you bestow a large sum in works of private charity or public utility. In this case, people will be apt not to agree about your motive. Your enemies will put a bad color upon it, and call it ostentation. Your friends, to save you from the reproach, will choose to impute your conduct not to this motive but to some other such as that of charity, the denomination in this case given to private sympathy, or that of public spirit. 4. A king, for the sake of gaining the admiration annexed to the name of conqueror, we will suppose power and resentment out of the question, engages his kingdom in a bloody war. His motive, by the multitude, whose sympathy for millions is easily overborne by the pleasure which their imagination finds in gaping at any novelty they observe in the conduct of a single person, is deemed an admirable one. Men of feeling and reflection, who disapprove of the dominion exercised by this motive on this occasion, without always perceiving that it is the same motive which in other instances meets with their approbation, deem it an abominable one; and because the multitude, who are the manufacturers of language, have not given them a simple name to call it by, they will call it by some such compound name as the love of false glory or false ambition. Yet in all four cases the motive is the same. It is neither more nor less than the love of reputation. To the pleasures of power corresponds the motive which, in a neutral sense, may be termed the love of power. People, who are out of humour with it sometimes, call it the lust of power. In a good sense, it is scarcely provided with a name. In certain cases this motive, as well as the love of reputation, are confounded under the same name, ambition. This is not to be wondered at, considering the intimate connection there is between the two motives in many cases, since it commonly happens that the same object which affords the one of pleasure affords the other sort at the same time. For instance, offices, which are at once posts of honour and places of trust; and since at any rate reputation is the road to power. 1. If, in order to gain a place in administration, you poison the man who occupies it. 2. If, in the same view, you propose a salutary plan for the advancement of the public welfare, your motive is, in both cases, the same. Yet in the first case it is accounted criminal and abominable, in the second case allowable and even laudable. To the pleasures as well as to the pains of the religious sanction corresponds a motive which has, strictly speaking, no perfectly neutral name applicable to all cases, unless the word religion can be admitted in this character, though the word religion, strictly speaking, seems to mean not so much the motive itself as a kind of fictitious personage, by whom the motive is supposed to be created, or an assemblage of acts supposed to be dictated by that personage; nor does it seem to be completely settled into a neutral sense. In the same sense it is also, in some cases, styled religious zeal, in other cases the fear of God. The love of God, though commonly contrasted with the fear of God, does not come strictly under this head. It coincides properly with a motive of a different denomination, viz., a kind of sympathy or goodwill, which has the Deity for its object. In a good sense it is styled devotion, piety, and pious zeal; in a bad sense it is styled in some cases superstition or superstitious zeal; in other cases fanaticism or fanatic zeal. In a sense not decidedly bad, because not appropriated to this motive, enthusiasm or enthusiastic zeal. 1. In order to obtain the favour of the Supreme Being, a man assassinates his lawful sovereign. In this case the motive is now almost universally looked upon as abominable, and is termed fanaticism. Formerly it was by great numbers accounted laudable, and was by them called pious zeal. 2. In the same view, a man lashes himself with thongs. In this case, in yonder house, the motive is accounted laudable, and is called pious zeal. In the next house, it is deemed contemptible, and called superstition. 3. In the same view, a man eats a piece of bread, or at least what to external appearance is a piece of bread, with certain ceremonies. In this case, in yonder house, his motive is looked upon as laudable, and is styled piety and devotion. In the next house it is deemed abominable, and styled superstition, as before. Perhaps even it is absurdly styled impiety. For, in the same view, a man holds a cow by the tail while it is dying. On the Thames, the motive would in this case be deemed contemptible, and called superstition. On the Ganges, it is deemed meritorious, and called piety. 5. In the same view, a man bestows a large sum in works of charity, or public utility. In this case, the motive is styled laudable, by those at least to whom the works in question appear to come under this description, and by these at least it would be styled piety. Yet, in all these cases, the motive is precisely the same. It is neither more nor less than the motive belonging to the religious sanction. [Footnote: I am aware, or at least I hope, that people in general, when they see the matter thus stated, will be ready to acknowledge that the motive in these cases, whatever be the tendency of the acts which it reproduces, is not a bad one. But this will not render it less true that hitherto, in popular discourses, it has been common for men to speak of acts which they could not but acknowledge to have originated from this source, as proceeding from a bad motive. The same observation will apply to many of the other cases. To the pleasures of sympathy corresponds the motive which, in a neutral sense, is termed goodwill. The word sympathy may also be used on this occasion, though the sense of it seems to be rather more extensive. In a good sense it is styled benevolence, and in certain cases philanthropy, and in a figurative way brotherly love; in others humanity; in others charity; in others pity and compassion; in others mercy; in others gratitude; in others tenderness; in others patriotism; in others public spirit. Love is also employed in this as in so many other senses. In a bad sense, it has no name applicable to it in all cases. In particular cases it is styled partiality. The word zeal, with certain epithets prefixed to it, might also be employed, sometimes on this occasion, though the sense of it be more extensive, applying sometimes to ill as well as to goodwill. It is thus we speak of party zeal, national zeal, and public zeal. The word attachment is also used with the like epithets. We also say family attachment. The French expression esprit de corps, for which as yet there seems to be scarcely any name in English, might be rendered in some cases, though rather inadequately, by the terms corporation spirit, corporation attachment, or corporation zeal. 1. A man who has set a town on fire is apprehended and committed. Out of regard or compassion for him, you help him to break prison. In this case, the generality of people will probably scarcely know whether to condemn your motive or to applaud it. Those who condemn your conduct will be disposed rather to impute it to some other motive. If they style it benevolence or compassion, they will be for prefixing an epithet, and call it false benevolence or false compassion. [Footnote: Among the Greeks, perhaps the motive, and the conduct they gave birth to, would, in such a case, have been rather approved than disapproved of. It seems to have been deemed an act of heroism on the part of Hercules to have delivered his friend Theseus from hell, though divine justice, which held him there, should naturally have been regarded as being at least upon a footing with human justice. But to divine justice, even when acknowledged under that character, the respect paid at that time of day does not seem to have been very profound, or well settled. At present, the respect paid to it is profound and settled enough, though the name of it is but too often applied to dictates which could have had no other origin than the worst sort of human caprice. 2. The man is taken again, and is put upon this trial. To save him, you swear falsely on his favour. People, who would not call your motive a bad one before, will perhaps call it so now. 3. A man is at law with you about an estate. He has no right to it. The judge knows this. Yet, having an esteem or affection for your adversary, adjudges it to him. In this case, the motive is by everybody deemed abominable, and is termed injustice and partiality. 4. You detect a statesman in receiving bribes. Out of regard to the public interest, you give information of it, and prosecute him. In this case, by all who acknowledge your conduct to have originated from this motive, your motive will be deemed a laudable one, and styled public spirit. But his friends and adherents will not choose to account for your conduct in any such manner. They will rather attribute it to party enmity. 5. You found a man on the point of starving. You relieve him and save his life. In this case, your motive will, by everybody, be accounted laudable, and it will be termed compassion, pity, charity, benevolence. Yet, in all these cases, the motive is the same. It is neither more nor less than the motive of goodwill. To the pleasures of malevolence or antipathy corresponds the motive which, in a neutral sense, is termed antipathy or displeasure, and in particular cases, dislike, aversion, abhorrence, and indignation; in a neutral sense, or perhaps in a sense leaning a little to the bad side, ill will; and in particular cases, anger, wrath, and enmity. In a bad sense, it is styled in different cases wrath, spleen, ill humour, hatred, malice, rancour, rage, fury, cruelty, tyranny, envy, jealousy, revenge, misanthropy, and by other names, which it is hardly worth while to endeavour to collect. [Footnote: Here, as elsewhere, it may be observed that the same words which are mentioned as names of motives are also many of them names of passions, appetites, and affections, fictitious entities which are framed only by considering pleasures or pains in some particular point of view. Some of them are also names of moral qualities. This branch of nomenclature is remarkably entangled. To unravel it completely would take up a whole volume, not a syllable of which would belong properly to the present design. Like goodwill, it is used with epithets expressive of the persons who are the objects of the affection. Hence we hear of party enmity, party rage, and so forth. In a good sense, there seems to be no single name for it. In compound expressions it may be spoken of in such a sense by epithets, such as just and laudable, prefixed to words that are used in a neutral or nearly neutral sense. 1. You rob a man, he prosecutes you, and gets you punished. Out of resentment you set upon him and hang him with your own hands. In this case your motive will universally be deemed detestable, and will be called malice, cruelty, revenge, and so forth. 2. A man has stolen a little money from you. Out of resentment you prosecute him, and get him hanged by course of law. In this case, people will probably be a little divided in their opinions about your motive. Your friends will deem it a laudable one, and call it a just or laudable resentment. Your enemies will probably be disposed to deem it blamable, and call it cruelty, malice, revenge, and so forth. To obviate which, your friends will try perhaps to change the motive, and call it public spirit. 3. A man has murdered your father. Out of resentment, you prosecute him, and get him put to death in course of law. In this case, your motive will be universally deemed a laudable one, and styled, as before, a just or laudable resentment, and your friends, in order to bring forward the more amiable principle from which the malevolent one, which was your immediate motive, took its rise, will be for keeping the latter out of sight, speaking of the former only, under some such name as filial piety. Yet, in all these cases, the motive is the same. It is neither more nor less than the motive of ill will. To the several sorts of pains, or at least to all such of them as are conceived to subsist in an intense degree, and to death, which, as far as we can perceive, is the termination of all the pleasures, as well as all the pains we are acquainted with, corresponds the motive, which in a neutral sense is styled in general self-preservation, the desire of preserving oneself from the pain or evil in question. Now in many instances the desire of pleasure and the sense of pain run into one another undistinguishably. Self-preservation, therefore, where the degree of the pain which it corresponds to is but slight, will scarcely be distinguishable, by any precise line, from the motive corresponding to the several sorts of pleasures. Thus, in the case of the pains of hunger and thirst, physical want will in many cases be scarcely distinguishable from physical desire. In some cases it is styled, still in a neutral sense, self-defense. Between the pleasures and the pains of the moral and religious sanctions, and consequently of the motives that correspond to them, as likewise between the pleasures of amity and the pains of enmity, this want of boundaries has already been taken notice of. [Footnote: See Chapter 5, Pleasures and Pains, paragraph 24, 25.] The case is the same between the pleasures of wealth and the pains of privation corresponding to those pleasures. There are many cases, therefore, in which it will be difficult to distinguish the motive of self-preservation from pecuniary interest, from the desire of ingratiating oneself, from the love of reputation, and from religious hope; in which case those more specific and explicit names will naturally be preferred to this general and inexplicit one. There are also a multitude of compound names, which either are already in use, or might be devised, to distinguish the specific branches of the motive of self-preservation from those several motives of a pleasurable origin, such as the fear of poverty, the fear of losing such or such a man's regard, the fear of shame, and the fear of God. Moreover, to the evil of death corresponds in a neutral sense the love of life, in a bad sense cowardice, which corresponds also to the pains of the senses, at least when considered as subsisting in an acute degree. There seems to be no name for the love of life that has a good sense, unless it be the vague and general name of prudence. 1. To save yourself from being hanged, pilloried, imprisoned, or fined, you poison the only person who can give evidence against you. In this case your motive will universally be styled abominable. But as the term self-preservation has no bad sense, people will not care to make this use of it. They will be apt rather to change the motive, and call it malice. 2. A woman, having been just delivered of an illegitimate child, in order to save herself from shame, destroys the child, or abandons it. In this case also, people will call the motive a bad one, and not caring to speak of it under a neutral name, they will be apt to change the motive, and call it by some such name as cruelty. 3. To save the expense of a halfpenny, you suffer a man whom you could preserve at that expense to perish with want before your eyes. In this case, your motive will be universally deemed an abominable one, and, to avoid calling it by so indulgent a name as self-preservation, people will be apt to call it avarice and niggardliness, with which indeed, in this case, it indistinguishably coincides. For the sake of finding a more reproachful appellation, they will be apt likewise to change the motive, and term it cruelty. 4. To put an end to the pain of hunger, you steal a loaf of bread. In this case, your motive will scarcely, perhaps, be deemed a very bad one, and in order to express more indulgence for it, people will be apt to find a stronger name for it than self-preservation, terming it necessity. 5. To save yourself from drowning, you beat off an innocent man who has got hold of the same plank. In this case, your motive will in general be deemed neither good nor bad, and it will be termed self-preservation, or necessity, or the love of life. To save your life from a gang of robbers, you kill them in the conflict. In this case, the motive may perhaps be deemed rather laudable than otherwise, and, besides self-preservation, is styled also self-defense. 7. A soldier is sent upon a party against a weaker party of the enemy. Before he gets up with them, to save his life, he runs away. In this case, the motive will universally be deemed a contemptible one, and will be called cowardice. Yet, in all these various cases, the motive is still the same. It is neither more nor less than self-preservation. In particular, to the pains of exertion corresponds the motive, which, in a neutral sense, may be termed the love of ease, or, by a longer circumlocution, the desire of avoiding trouble. In a bad sense, it is termed indolence. [Footnote: It may seem odd at first sight to speak of the love of ease as giving to action, but exertion is as natural an effect of the love of ease as inaction is, when a smaller degree of exertion promises to exempt a man from a greater. It seems to have no name that carries with it a good sense. 1. To save the trouble of taking care of it, a parent leaves his child to perish. In this case, the motive will be deemed an abominable one, and, because indolence will seem too mild a name for it, the motive will perhaps be changed, and spoken of under some such term as cruelty. 2. To save yourself from an illegal slavery, you make your escape. In this case, the motive will be deemed certainly not a bad one, and because indolence, or even the love of ease, will be thought too unfavourable a name for it, it will perhaps be styled the love of liberty. 3. A mechanic, in order to save his labour, makes an improvement in his machinery. In this case, people will look upon his motive as a good one, and finding no name for it that carries a good sense, they will be disposed to keep the motive out of sight. They will speak rather of his ingenuity than of the motive which was the means of his manifesting that quality. Yet in all these cases the motive is the same. It is neither more nor less than the love of ease. It appears, then, that there is no such thing as any sort of motive which is a bad one in itself, nor, consequently, any such thing as a sort of motive which in itself is exclusively a good one. And as to their effects, it appears too that these are sometimes bad, at other times either indifferent or good. and this appears to be the case with every sort of motive. If any sort of motive, then, is either good or bad on the score of its effects, this is the case only on individual occasions and with individual motives, and this is the case with one sort of motive as well as with another. If any sort of motive, then, can in consideration of its effects be termed with any propriety a bad one, it can only be with reference to the balance of all the effects it may have had of both kinds within a given period, that is, of its most usual tendency. What then, it will be said, are not lust, cruelty, avarice, bad motives? Is there so much as any one individual occasion in which motives like these can be otherwise than bad? No, certainly. And yet the proposition that there is no one sort of motive but what will on many occasions be a good one is nevertheless true. The fact is that these are names which, if properly applied, are never applied but in the cases where the motives they signify happen to be bad. The names of those motives, considered apart from their effects, are sexual desire, displeasure, and pecuniary interest. To sexual desire, when the effects of it are looked upon as bad, is given the name of lust. Now lust is always a bad motive. Why? Because if the case be such that the effects of the motives are not bad, it does not go, or at least ought not to go, by the name of lust. The case is, then, that when I say lust is a bad motive, it is a proposition that merely concerns the import of the word lust, and which would be false if transferred to the other word used for the same motive, sexual desire. Hence we see the emptiness of all those rhapsodies of commonplace morality, which consist in the taking of such names as lust, cruelty, and avarice, and branding them with marks of reprobation. Applied to the thing, they are false; applied to the name, they are true indeed, but nugatory. Would you do a real service to mankind, show them the cases in which sexual desire merits the name of lust, displeasure the name of cruelty, and pecuniary interest that of avarice. If it were necessary to apply such denominations as good, bad, and indifferent to motives, they might be classed in the following manner, in consideration of the most frequent complexion of their effects. In the class of good motives might be placed the articles of 1. Goodwill, 2. Love of reputation, 3. Desire of amity, and 4. Religion. In the class of bad motives, 5. Displeasure. In the class of neutral or indifferent motives, 6. Physical desire, 7. Pecuniary interest, 8. Love of power, 9. Self-preservation, as including the fear of the pains of the senses, the love of ease, and the love of life. This method of arrangement, however, cannot be but imperfect, and the nomenclature belonging to it is in danger of being fallacious. For by what method of investigation can a man be assured that with regard to the motives ranked under the name of good, the good effects they have had from the beginning of the world have, in each of the 4 species comprised under this name, been superior to the bad? Still more difficulty would a man find in assuring himself that with regard to those which are ranked under the name of neutral or indifferent, the effects they have had have exactly balanced each other, the value of the good being neither greater nor less than that of the bad. It is to be considered that the interests of the person himself can no more be left out of the estimate than those of the rest of the community. For what would become of the species if it were not for the motives of hunger and thirst, sexual desire, the fear of pain, and the love of life? Nor in the actual constitution of human nature is the motive of displeasure less necessary, perhaps, than any others, although a system in which the business of life might be carried on without it might possibly be conceived. It seems, therefore, that they could scarcely, without great danger of mistakes, be distinguished in this manner, even with reference to each other. The only way, it should seem, in which a motive can with safety and propriety be styled good or bad, is with reference to its effects in each individual instance, and principally from the intention it gives birth to, from which arise, as will be shown hereafter, the most material part of its effects. A motive is good when the intention it gives birth to is a good one, bad when the intention is a bad one, and an intention is good or bad according to the material consequences that are the objects of it. So far, it is from the goodness of the intention's being to be known only from the species of the motive. But from one and the same motive, as we have seen, may result intentions of every sort of complexion whatsoever. This circumstance, therefore, can afford no clue for the arrangement of the several sorts of motives. A more commodious method, therefore, it should seem, would be to distribute them according to the influence which they appear to have on the interest of the other members of the community, laying those of the party himself out of the question; to wit, according to the tendency which they appear to have to unite or disunite his interests and theirs. On this plan they may be distinguished into social, dissocial, and self-regarding. In the social class may be reckoned 1. Goodwill, 2. Love of reputation, 3. Desire of amity, 4. Religion. In the dissocial may be placed 5. Displeasure. In the self-regarding class, 6. Physical desire, 7. Pecuniary interest, 8. Love of power, 9. Self-preservation, as including the fear of the pains of the senses, the love of ease, and the love of life. With respect to the motives that have been termed social, if any further distinction should be of use, to that of goodwill alone may be applied the epithet of purely social, while the love of reputation, the desire of amity, and the motive of religion may together be comprised under the division of semi-social, the social tendency being much more constant and unequivocal in the former than in any of the three latter. Indeed, these last, social as they may be termed, are self-regarding at the same time. [Footnote: Religion, says the pious Addison, somewhere in the Spectator, is the highest species of self-love. End of Part B of Chapter 10.